Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 302, Time to lay the cards on the table. Around 4 in the afternoon, NYPD Captain George Stacy received a frantic call from his daughter, Gwen. She sounded distressed and insisted he meet her, saying she had something important to tell him. "What is it, Gwen? Why are you so flustered?" "I met Spider-Man, Dad. He said he has something really important to discuss with you. I'll text you the address." Spider-Man. If Spider-Man had something to discuss, why didn't he contact the NYPD? Even if he was familiar with Captain Stacy, he could have just contacted him directly. Why go through Gwen? As for the question of how Spider-Man knew Gwen Stacy was George Stacy's daughter, the captain didn't dwell on it. That kind of information was easy to find, and as an Avenger, it would be child's play for Spider-Man to get the details. With a puzzled mind, Captain Stacy said a quick word to his colleagues and left his office. The meeting spot Spider-Man had requested wasn't far, just a few blocks away on the rooftop of an apartment building. He arrived about 10 minutes later, and after climbing to the roof, he felt a wave of dissatisfaction. His daughter, Gwen, was there waiting for him. What's the deal with Spider-Man, making Gwen stay here? Captain Stacy was speaking as he walked, spotting Spider-Man stuck to the side of a water tower. The hero immediately leaped down and landed right in front of him. Before the captain could voice his complaint, Spider-Man decisively pulled off his mask, revealing the face of Peter Parker. Captain Stacy was utterly shocked. "Peter. It's me, Uncle George. Peter Benjamin Parker." "Yes, it's me." George took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead. "Oh, my God. This is unbelievable. This is even more unbelievable than you and Gwen dating." We're not dating yet. That's why I said it's even more unbelievable." Captain Stacy finally calmed down, understanding why Spider-Man's earlier writing felt familiar yet so utterly impossible. "Wait, though. I checked. Your handwriting and Spider-Man's were completely different." "That's because he wrote with his left hand, Dad. Peter can write with both hands, and the handwriting is totally different." Captain Stacy stood still for a moment, then nodded, accepting the explanation. He then asked, "All right, kids, let's put that aside for a moment. We can talk about that anytime. But Peter, you called me out here for something more than just revealing your secret identity. That wouldn't be important enough to bring me here, would it? It's about Dr. Connors at Oscorp, Uncle George. You must know he turned into a giant monster." Peter saw George nod and stated his purpose. "The NYPD will definitely be involved in the investigation, and I have an idea of what the lizard is planning, but, well, let's just say I've seen the future. You might die trying to stop the lizard." "I understand." Spider-Man couldn't convince Captain George Stacy not to put himself in harm's way, but perhaps his beloved daughter and the boy he watched grow up, Peter Parker, can. Captain Stacy smiled, a touch of resignation in his expression, looking at his daughter and Peter, whom he regarded as a nephew. He then asked a question, "Peter, why did you become Spider-Man?" Because you wanted to help people, right? You got this power, so you wanted to help." Captain Stacy interrupted Peter. "This morning, Gwen asked me why I still go out on patrol even though I'm a captain. I said it was just a side thing, but I lied. It's because I want to do it. When I was just a patrolman, I drove the police car, I patrolled the streets, I stopped criminals, and when I got a thank you, something was born in my heart. When Gwen's mother died, I took leave. I considered resigning to focus on raising my child since her mother left a considerable insurance payout. But as I walked the streets in plain clothes, I missed my uniform. I wear my police uniform, I walk the streets with my gun, I stop crime, I help mothers find their children, I protect all of them. I leave a part of myself forever on my uniform, on the streets of this city. I know how corrupt many of my colleagues are, I know how hopeless this city can be, but I can't stop. The NYPD motto is, Fidelis ad mortem, always faithful. I will always be faithful." Gwen and Peter fell silent. He walked over, opened his arms, and embraced both children. "I know you're worried about me. I'm not a superhero, I don't have superpowers. We're facing monsters now, and in the last few years, more police officers have died and been injured than ever before. But I won't stop, kids." George Stacy knew he wouldn't stay in the office to command everything. He released the two children and looked at Peter. "All right, Peter, tell me what's going to happen." The transformed Kurt Connors will likely try to turn all of New York into lizard people, into his own kind, because these mutated lizards are intelligent, and they think they're lonely. Captain Stacy nodded. "A mad scientist. Reasonable. What else? He'll probably use a dispersal device to aerosolize the serum from a high point in New York, quickly infecting everyone. Captain Stacy nodded again. Sounds problematic. What else? We tested the hardness of his skin. Theoretically, sustained fire from a .50 caliber machine gun for a minute won't penetrate it. You shot him with a machine gun. No, but I tore all the skin off his back. Captain Stacy was silent for 2 minutes, then sighed. All right, watch the high ground. We'll need anti-material weapons to even scratch him. What else? He grew all the skin back in less than 3 minutes. So, if we find him, the police need to use anti-material weapons in a sustained burst, or perhaps even an autocannon, just to suppress him. Peter nodded helplessly. Well, I don't know what kind of monsters the Avengers are fighting these days, but I'll make a note of it. Or what kind of monsters the Avengers themselves are, Captain Stacy thought to himself. Then, a very serious question suddenly crossed his mind: if Peter and Gwen actually got married later, could Gwen handle him? I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 303, Chapter 303, Harry's Investigation. Harry Osborn returned to the Osborn family mansion in upstate New York. The area referred to as upstate New York is the region of New York State outside of New York City, where property prices are significantly cheaper than in the city. That was why Norman Osborn bought a house there. Harry first entered the house. There was no butler, or rather, the house had always been cold and quiet. For Harry, it was an uncomfortable place; for Norman, it was just a place to sleep. Let's see, Peter Parker's skeleton key. Inserting a key with no noticeable teeth into the lock of his father's study, a room he had never entered, Harry easily opened the door. He sneaked in and began flipping through files. Based on Peter's deductions and his own understanding, his bastard father was undoubtedly targeting the Pentagon or anyone else who might harm Osborn's personal interests. So, he needed to find the relevant documents. I need to search carefully before the old man gets home. What is this? Flipping through the files, Harry found a thick report. He started reading through what looked like completely incomprehensible text or mere symbols, marked with content he didn't recognize. However, he could at least understand the report's cover. Savage Force Project Proposal, Herbert Edgar Wyndham version, notation, abandoned. Counter-Earth, oh wait, should I call it Anti-Earth? Anti-Earth Testing Ground Report, unauthorized but completed. What is this, Anti-Earth? My dad built an Anti-Earth. You've got to be kidding me. And what are these characters? After quickly taking photos of these items and sending them to Peter, Harry continued reading the understandable English sections of the largely cryptic report, based on text rubbings discovered in an unknown alien ruin in the blue area of the moon. Where is the blue area of the moon? And alien ruins. Never mind, a method was analyzed to create an entire planet for ecosystem redesign, a plan aimed at creating an anti-Earth with negative mass in the negative zone. The entrance to this testing ground is located on the opposite side of Earth's orbit, actually situated within the negative zone. It was completely incomprehensible. Alien civilization ruins on the moon. What is the negative zone? A negative mass anti-Earth? How did humans create a planet by hand? None of this made any sense, and hadn't this proposal been abandoned? Why did the following content suggest the anti-Earth had already been built? Herbert E. is suspected of having deciphered the traces left by this semi-plant, high-level civilization he calls the Katati on the moon and claimed a method to create a brand new ecosystem. Exploration Report 007, Osborn Tech's unmanned probe found the negative zone entrance created by Herbert E. That madman succeeded. Exploration Report 016, no life form can pass through the anti-Earth's barrier. Exploration Report 023, discovered that genetically modified organisms created by Richard Parker can pass through the anti-Earth's genetic screening barrier. What is all this? Wait a minute, I'm a lure. So, it's highly possible the old man deliberately left these things here for me to find. The thought struck Harry, and he immediately nodded. It was highly likely. The report was likely real. A person named Herbert Edgar Wyndham had planned a Savage Force project completely different from Peter's father's, intending to use high-level alien technology found on the moon to create an anti-Earth. Because the project was too fantastical, even Norman Osborn didn't dare adopt it and outright rejected the entire plan. But the rejected Herbert E. didn't give up. He actually created a so-called anti-Earth in the negative zone by himself. This place would allow him to experiment freely and barred entry to any organism that hadn't genetically modified itself. Why would Dad want me to see this? Of course, most superheroes meet the requirements to enter, but the current version of the Savage Force Project super soldiers could definitely enter. If Peter and the others believe this report is intended for the Pentagon, then it's telling the Pentagon that Osborn Tech super soldiers can enter an anti-Earth. What good is that? Staring at the report, which was full of information but utterly useless, at least in figuring out Osborn's true intentions, Harry scratched his head and continued his search, frustrated. Of course, none of it was useful. Norman smiled in his office, watching his busy son on the monitor. He had anticipated losing Peter Parker's trust, but everyone already knew who Norman Osborn was, so he wasn't worried. Norman Osborn actually had no secrets, only a pile of commercial secrets, the most profitable ones being the most deeply hidden. He yawned out of boredom, certain that another Avenger would soon come to investigate him. He'd let them search, he had nothing to hide, anyway. He left his seat. Gwen, who had been waiting for a long time, quietly followed him. Meanwhile, Black Cat, Felicia Hardy, who had completely forgotten about Gwen's presence, finally got her chance to climb in through the window and resumed the work from the previous day. She found a hidden compartment in the office, a private laboratory that Peter had told her Norman had prepared long ago. The items she was looking for were things Peter had specifically requested, including the goblin mask, pumpkin bombs, personal powered armor, and the gliders. I wonder what the parallel universe Norman Osborn is like. Not here, none of it. What is this? Black Cat picked up a specimen jar containing a spider specimen, explicitly labeled with the name Richard Parker. So this is the gift Norman Osborn specially left for me. How thoughtful. Perhaps Norman Osborn left gifts for everyone, but this spider specimen was definitely something of great commemorative value. Hopefully, young Peter Parker would be satisfied. As for Osborn himself, he walked into another, ordinary-looking lounge, found a place to sit down, and leaned back. As the backrest was lowered, a secret door opened, and he quietly walked in. The infrared detector briefly lit up when Gwen entered, but the system quickly dismissed it as a false signal, ignoring it entirely. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 304, Osborn's Deepest Secret. Norman Osborn stared intently at the computer for a long time, confirming that no one had entered or was monitoring him before finally relaxing into a lounge chair. Gwen looked around, deciding this place didn't look like some terrifying secret base, rather, it seemed like a rest room. A rest room where Norman Osborn could freely let down his guard. He genuinely put on a piece of gentle classical music, poured himself a glass of red wine, and hummed a tune while swirling the wine. Gwen watched Norman, a little dumbfounded, then simply started walking around on her own. She found a photograph on the desk showing a young Norman Osborn with his wife, Emily, and another young, slightly heavyset person. Combining this with what Peter had previously said about the bad blood between Dr. Octopus and Norman, this person was likely a younger version of Otto Octavius. Unfortunately, news had just broken a few minutes ago. The defenseless Dr. Octopus had met a tragic end, shot in the head by an unknown assassin. You are a smart man, Otto, but sadly, you are too idealistic. You focused on so-called science, but you never considered what science can bring us: profit. Money. You look down on these things. Of course, that's not why I couldn't tolerate you, but when your demands exceeded the scope of profitability, when you had to waste company funds for your own health, I'm sorry, I couldn't tolerate you. Was he confessing? Or was he saying this for my benefit? Gwen was temporarily unsure of the situation, but she trusted her ability. She shouldn't be discoverable by an ordinary person like Norman. So why was he saying all this here? Gwen recorded the monologue on her phone, curious about what Norman Osborn would say next. Then you chose revenge. Revenge, what a good word. It can give a person infinite motivation. How long did you plan your revenge? How many people did you eliminate? And how many enemies did you make for yourself? Look, everyone thinks you're purely evil. As for me, I'm just a bad businessman. Compared to you, perhaps I'm still a good person. But you were still a threat. You knew that to seek revenge against me, you'd have to destroy Osborn Industries. But that's precisely why you failed, my old friend. If you chose to defeat me commercially, you were destined to be sacrificed by the Pentagon. Norman took a sip of wine, lamenting over his old friend, but, if you failed to take commercial revenge on me, what would you choose? You would definitely choose to kill me and my family, wouldn't you? So, I truly regret having to send you off, but I heard it was the best assassin. I hope you died without pain, my old friend. Norman killed Dr. Octopus. Although, thinking about it, it wasn't surprising, there had been no evidence. Now it was different, now Gwen actually had a recorded confession. While it might be deemed inadmissible as illegal evidence, it was evidence nonetheless, and it wasn't necessary to only hand it over to a court, right? What else? What other bombshells can you drop? Peter. Peter doesn't trust me anymore either. That's a truly sad thing. Gwen nearly tumbled to the floor when she heard that. She suddenly wanted to scream, what do you mean, that's a truly sad thing? Oh, Richard, you left me the richest legacy. You brought me a project with infinite possibilities and 3 talented students. But I still don't know why you abandoned that project. Fortunately, your son inherited your DNA, he can still become Spider-Man. Perhaps not as perfect as you, but excellent enough. That tech exhibition prepared for him was quite successful, wasn't it? The phone in Gwen's hand nearly slipped and fell. If the phone fell, it wouldn't be immune to her power's effects anymore. But, that tech exhibition was specifically prepared for Peter. Was it to make Peter become Spider-Man? Why would he do that? The plan was successful, but Peter won't trust me anymore. It's truly a pity, isn't it? Norman said with considerable regret, it's a shame he's so smart, so outstanding. If only he could focus the effort he puts into being Spider-Man on research or business, he would become my perfect heir, but he won't. I wish he were my son, or that I had a daughter. Putting aside the, I wish Peter were my son, what would you do if you had a daughter? Gwen secretly kept recording, waiting for Norman to drop more bombshells, but Norman, who was merely reminiscing, didn't say much else, continuing to lament how disappointing Harry was, how exceptional Peter was, and how he wished he had such a good son. So, Gwen began to look for useful items on her own. She pulled open drawers, searching for documents, and opened cabinets, looking for things inside wine bottles. And Norman noticed nothing. Until Gwen found another item. A planned document placed right next to Norman's hand. He occasionally picked it up, looked at it, and put it back down. In Gwen's view, this plan must be very important, or Norman wouldn't carry it with him constantly. Indeed, Norman had brought this plan in from outside, even pulling it out from the inner pocket of his suit jacket. She leaned in, curiously looking at Norman Osborn's greatest secret. What could it be? The so-called Green Goblin that Peter mentioned? Or plans to clone Spider-Man and other supervillains? What exactly is Norman Osborn planning? Gwen walked to the opposite side of Osborn, looking at the title on the plan document. Unlike the Savage Force project, discovered by Harry and the fantastical Counter-Earth, this plan looked very simple, even ordinary. From the outside, it was just a set of new equipment, a plan for conducting brain adjustments. It was positioned as a medical device intended for treating dissociative identity disorder. Gwen couldn't help but tilt her head. What does this mean? Does Osborn have a personality disorder? Otherwise, Gwen couldn't possibly understand what Osborn meant or why he kept staring at this plan document. She walked to the other side, behind Osborn's head, and followed Osborn's gaze, finally confirming the passage Osborn had been continuously looking at. This device is in the theoretical stage. Any possible therapeutic experiment may have the opposite effect, worsening the state of dissociative identity disorder. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 305, Chapter 305, Kraven vs. The Lizard. Kraven the Hunter, the world's greatest hunter, was walking through the sewers of New York, tracking the lizard. He analyzed every feature of the surrounding environment, the friction marks of scales on the walls, and tiny tissue fragments. Kraven sought to find the lizard's whereabouts from these subtle clues. Honestly, he trusted Spider-Man's judgment that there was a conspiracy by Oscorp behind this, but he didn't quite believe the danger was at the level that warranted Spider-Man's current state of tension. Spider-Man seemed excessively nervous when dealing with the lizard. After all, the enemy was just an animal. Even a mutated one couldn't change its biological habits, and that was the enemy's weakness. By exploiting it, one could defeat the beast. Perhaps I can find and take him out all by myself. Kraven muttered. Spider-Man might intend to rescue his old friend, but for Kraven, this kind of enemy was not just a dangerous monster but a highly sought-after and worthy quarry. If he accidentally killed the target, Spider-Man likely couldn't do much but accept it. The prerequisite, of course, was that he could actually defeat the opponent. As Kraven thought this, he weighed the spear in his hand. He had forged the spear himself in New York from adamantium alloy. It was strong enough to pierce the lizard's skin. All right, let's see what you're capable of and where you've been hiding, lizard. The lizard was sleeping. Earlier this morning, the lizard had hidden in Otto Octavius's old sewer laboratory. While wandering the sewers, he caught Otto's scent. Relying on the powerful reptilian ability to analyze taste with his tongue, he tracked the scent all the way to Otto's old lab. Then, an idea struck him, the new lizard serum. He quickly realized how solitary his existence was and sought to create new kin. That's what he wanted to do. The lizard looked at a capacitor inside the lab with confusion. Something seemed to have been inside it not long ago, but now it was empty. After only a moment's thought, the lizard stopped pondering. He turned and bit off his own tail, collected a vial of his blood, and began purifying the serum and manufacturing an atomizing device. The underground lab, less than 3 meters high, was cramped and hard for him to adapt to, but thankfully, the most difficult step, the creation of the lizard serum, wasn't particularly troublesome. For the lizard, it was second nature. He finished this most complex step in no time. The atomizing device was much simpler. Looking at the serum being purified, the lizard felt hunger again. He began to eat his own tail. After finishing, he burst out of the lab and headed down the sewer towards the Hudson River. There were enough fish there to eat, he wouldn't need to consume people. Time passed until the afternoon. The lizard, who had spent nearly a day foraging underwater, returned to the lab. To evade pursuit by the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D., he had chosen to move slowly along the riverbed, which was why it took so long. The good news was that his serum was now fully purified. The lizard picked up the plastic sheeting he had salvaged from the river bottom, packed the atomizing device in the vials of lizard serum, and prepared to leave under the cover of night. Just as he was about to depart, Craven, who had spent over an hour finally catching up, found the lizard. The lizard's massive frame immediately captivated Craven. What a terrifyingly strong beast. Craven had hunted lions, but male lions were lazy and arrogant, not as agile as lionesses, and lionesses lacked sufficient strength. He had hunted bears and tigers, but one was huge and slow, while the other was stealthy and preferred ambush. To ordinary people, these might be apex predators. But for Craven, who could kill an African hippo or elephant with cold weapons, these animals were truly not worthy. But this beast before him was strong enough. Big enough. Its eyes held no weariness or laziness, only pure, raw desire. New York truly is a wonderful place. The adamantium spear in his hand shot out, striking the plastic sheeting wrapped around the lizard and shattering one of the serum vials inside. The lizard saw this and roared, facing Craven with an answering bellow. "Come on, monster. Let's see what you've got." The next second, the lizard lunged at Craven. Craven nimbly dodged, drew the hunting knife from his waist, and prepared to duel the lizard. He also kept his focus on the truly important matter. It would be best to destroy all the lizard serums right here, so Spider-Man and the others wouldn't have to worry about the danger anymore. Thinking this, Craven lunged directly at the massive tail that swept towards him. He tightly hugged the tail, letting its immense power sweep him into the wall, then savagely plunged his hunting knife into the tail. He chose not to sever the tail because, from what he knew, the lizard's healing ability was astonishingly strong. His goal was simply to inflict pain. As expected, the lizard, having been attacked and feeling pain, retracted its tail. Craven seized the opportunity to rush toward the serums tied to the lizard's shoulder. The lizard's other hand slapped out, but Craven's adamantium knife sliced through it instantly. Roar. The lizard didn't speak but instead bit down hard on Craven's shoulder, tearing viciously. Yes. That's right. Just like that. Craven, in his excitement, slashed the lizard's neck with his knife, forcing it to release him. He then reached out to grab the atomizing device, but the lizard recovered quickly and immediately fled. Craven only managed to snatch one more vial of serum before being swept away by a tail strike. However, the lizard also chose not to prolong the fight and immediately bolted out of the lab. "Spider-Man, this is Craven. I've found him. He's on the east bank of the Hudson River and just ran into the river. You should be able to easily catch him from the water's surface. Yes, he's carrying serum and a diffusion device. I've seized 2 of the vials and installed a tracker on his tail." Craven took a deep breath. He felt cold all over and gave a reluctant laugh. What a fierce beast. Too bad this is a tracking mission, not a hunting mission. Be careful, Spider-Man. He's a venomous lizard. His bite is highly toxic. I'm fine. The super soldier serum is neutralizing the toxins in my body. I'll be good in a moment. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 306, Chapter 306, The Giant Lizard in the Water. Mr. Craven helped us pinpoint Connor's location. He's injured. Ant-Man and the Wasp are going to pick him up. Peter, having received the signal, looked at Cindy, who was ready for action, and then at Dr. Jonathan. Is the serum ready, Dr. Jonathan? Done. Mr. Craven's is also done, and so is yours, Ms. Silk. You insisted they be prioritized, Jonathan said, handing one serum vial to Peter and another to Cindy. He then added with some difficulty, the only problem is, yours, Peter, is still being made. It might take a few more minutes. No time. I'll do my best not to get bitten, don't worry. I have my spider sense. Peter took the serum. Since the lizard's skin was too tough for injection, the reversal serums were all atomized, but this didn't mean they could be sprayed all over New York. Each person required a serum personalized to their DNA for reversal, and a permanent reversal serum had not yet been developed. Ready? Peter asked Cindy one last time. Cindy nodded, signaling everything was set. The most crucial task now was to retrieve the lizard serum from the lizard's person. This job would ideally be left to Quicksilver, but he was frustratingly hard to contact. Next up was Shadowcat. As the X-Men were rushing back to New York, Peter didn't know where they'd been on a mission. Aside from them, it fell to the Spider People, relying on their mobility and webs to try and seize the lizard serum. The two immediately left the lab and headed for the Hudson River. At this moment, the Daily Bugle was operating at full capacity. A Bugle reporter was broadcasting from the exclusive helicopter high in the air. We can now see the monster known as the Lizard, formerly Professor Kurt Connors, a renowned biologist and employee of Oscorp modified by the late supervillain, Dr. Octopus, swimming in the Hudson River. Oh my goodness, its body is longer than that entire speedboat. I have to say, I'm a little unused to news not reported by Jonah Jameson. Peter complained as he leaped from a tall building. Imagine what Jonah would say. This must be Spider-Man's fault. No, that's too simple. Spider-Man should be held responsible for this incident. Without a doubt, it is these irresponsible and incompetent superheroes that our society truly needs to be wary of. Jonah Jameson's voice quickly drowned out the on-site reporter's broadcast, overriding everything. If Spider-Man truly had the ability to stop the crime, then why didn't he catch the damn monster yesterday and leave it until now? You like hearing that? Cindy was puzzled. Jonah Jameson was someone who criticized Spider-Man daily in the news. In Jonah's view, it was unforgivable and irresponsible that Spider-Man, one of the most famous superheroes, refused to take off his mask. So, no matter what Spider-Man was involved in, Jonah always found points to attack him. Logically, Peter shouldn't like Jonah, who likes hearing bad things said about themselves. But you can't make him shut up. Peter and Cindy simultaneously hooked onto the underside of the Daily Bugle helicopter without causing it to destabilize. As the two simultaneously dove toward the Lizard, Peter shrugged helplessly. Besides, if Jonah Jameson suddenly stopped talking one day, I'd have to suspect he was replaced by a Skrull. A Skrull? Yeah, Marvel mentioned them, a species that can impersonate other creatures. As the water surface grew closer, Peter yelled, "Act according to plan." Then, he delivered a rider kick to the Lizard's back. The massive Lizard howled, his head and tail both popping out of the water. Cindy, in midair, used her web to cling to the plastic bag on his shoulder. But the Lizard tore the web with a claw. Peter then used the symbiote to directly restrain the Lizard's arms. Compared to the weak webbing, the symbiote's bioplasmic tentacles were much tougher and stronger. The only problem was that he was currently standing on the Lizard, giving him an insufficient foothold. Venom extended two tentacles from Peter's back, pulling onto the underside of a bridge, trying to halt the Lizard. But the Lizard kept moving forward, his tail thrashing violently, accelerating his swimming. Venom held on tightly, preventing him from advancing. Oh wait, the bridge is about to give way. Let go before the bridge collapses. Then, let go. The sudden release of tension sent both Spider-Man and the Lizard flying. Peter was better off, mostly flying through the air, and Venom could transform into wings to slow his descent. The Lizard was more unfortunate. He tumbled across the water like a giant skipped stone, then fell into the large net Cindy had woven across the river, anchored to another bridge pylon. Layer upon layer of webbing held him securely. She shot her web, grabbing the atomizing device and the remaining serum from the Lizard's shoulder. At this moment, the Lizard spat out a torrent of corrosive venom, which quickly dissolved the webbing. Nice work, Cindy. Take all that stuff to the lab or Avengers Tower to be destroyed. Peter said this over the comms, taking out the reversal serum prepared for the Lizard. He took a deep breath. I'll handle the rest. Be careful. When am I ever not careful? Peter chuckled, swinging on a web to quickly approach the giant Lizard plunging into the water. Hey, Dr. Connors, remember me? Want to stop and talk? The Lizard ignored Spider-Man and continued to flee. Peter was much more relaxed, tracking the Lizard using the constantly following Daily Bugle helicopter while joking. So, you don't have a plan? You know, Kraven just called me, and I'm pretty sure getting bitten by a radioactive lizard won't turn you into the Lizardman, so why don't we stop and chat? The Lizard finally acknowledged Peter, hurling an oil drum his way. My goodness, is that an empty oil drum? Are those things just floating in the Hudson River? A web stuck to the oil drum, and Peter immediately yanked the drum to smash it against the Lizard's head. However, at the same moment, a jolt of electricity flashed through Peter's mind. He saw the scene from the tech exhibition 9 months ago. He saw the spider, not biting him, but biting Gwen's hand. Oh, no. Not now. And so, Spider-Man fell from the sky. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 307, Weapon Hidden in the Mouth. As Spider-Man free fell, Venom simply took over his consciousness, choosing to drop down to continue chasing the Lizard. Peter, after a brief flash in his brain, recovered. Are you okay, Peter? I'm fine, it's just that the timing of this crossover is bad. I still haven't saved Connors yet. Peter knew which world that was, Earth 65, a universe where a spider bit Gwen Stacy instead of Peter Parker, and where the Spider-Gwen was popular as long as she didn't date a certain someone. After a brief complaint, Peter switched back. At this moment, a huge cruise ship passed by, broadcasting the Daily Bugle news hosted by J. Jonah Jameson. Spider-Man is a shameless scoundrel. He arbitrarily used Daily Bugle property without any notification. As the CEO of the Daily Bugle, I must solemnly state here, the Daily Bugle did not lend its helicopter crew to Spider-Man to pursue the lizard. Even if Tony Stark gave the Daily Bugle money right now, I would still say that Spider-Man used the Daily Bugle's helicopter without any prior permission. This is shameful theft. It's an illegal act. Seriously, Jonah, can't you come up with a better idea? Peter shot another web that stuck directly beneath the Daily Bugle's helicopter. Like protesting that the New York City Council hasn't set up any little spider anchor points on the Hudson River. I still have to be careful not to yank your helicopter down. The lizard quickly dashed and submerged underwater. Peter simply let go of the web, spread his arms, and allowed venom to form web wings under his armpits. He glided to pursue, all while sensing the flashing signal inside his brain. Another Earth was urgently calling for him, that world was seeking his help. Almost done. God, can't you give me some time, Web of Destiny? I suspect it's an automatic warning system with no human touch. Really? Wasn't there a weaving goddess who wove the web of destiny? Is she skipping work? Just as he was about to catch up to the lizard lurking underwater, the lizard suddenly flashed away, submerged beneath a speedboat, then flipped the entire speedboat over and slammed it towards Spider-Man. Peter reacted quickly, first flipping over and gliding underneath the speedboat, while simultaneously firing webs from both hands to hook the speedboat, pulling it back and setting it back on the water's surface. He then stepped onto the speedboat, ensuring it landed safely. He used venom symbiote tentacles to grab the people who had fallen off the speedboat, bringing them all back aboard, and used a web to stick to the steering lever, turning off the speedboat's engine. Alright, gentlemen, you're safe. Hope you enjoyed the lizard pirate ship. Several crew members rushed to the railing and started throwing up violently into the Hudson River. They couldn't even manage a thank you, so they just kept retching while giving a thumbs up to show their gratitude. As for Peter, he continued his pursuit. Connors is getting more dangerous. Any further and he might really cause casualties, I mean, ordinary people casualties. Perhaps that's our problem. Peter paused. What are you saying? We are too strong. Even a super lizard man with Erskine serum plus lizard DNA is no match for us and only dares to flee. So we should show weakness, make ourselves a bit weaker, so the bad guy dares to confront us. We still have to consider stronger enemies, though. Feeling the increasingly urgent call from the multiverse, Peter finally caught the lizard. He landed on the lizard's shoulder, and symbiote tentacles extended from his shoulder, prying open the lizard's jaw, then attempting to shove the antidote serum inside. But the lizard performed a divine dragon sways its tail move, clamping his jaws down to prevent it all, and continued to maneuver rapidly in the river. We need to get him onto the shore. For symbiote tentacles extended from Peter's back and stuck to the riverbank on one side. At the same time, he held the lizard's neck. The lizard used all his strength to twist his neck back towards the other side. Finally, with a crack, the lizard went limp, and both of them flew towards the warehouse on the bank. Peter slammed heavily onto the ground, watching the lizard, whose neck was clearly broken, still stand up, even snapping his neck back into place with a clear sound. He felt the call from the multiverse getting closer. Okay, almost done. Leave a message, I'll be right there, stop rushing me, whoa. Peter, having just stood up, was suddenly assaulted by the massive, 4-meter-plus tall lizard. In a moment of panic, he only had time to cover the lizard's mouth to prevent being bitten. However, green smoke puffed out of the lizard's mouth, and Peter saw shards of glass inside. The lizard had been hiding a vial of serum in his mouth, reserving it for this very moment. Venom. It's okay, I'm capturing every molecule of the lizard's serum. Not a single drop will enter your bloodstream. You continue. Oh, I might be useless for a bit. Wait, here's the serum. With the 4 tentacles firmly controlling the lizard's limbs, Peter changed his posture, using one foot to replace his hand, locking the lizard's neck. He then shoved the serum into the lizard's mouth and activated it. Accompanied by a burst of blue smoke, the lizard seemed to absorb the smoke and began stumbling backward. Peter stood up. He felt a bit dizzy, wondering if it was because of the lizard's serum. He looked at the lizard's face, noticing a part of his face had disappeared and was rapidly regenerating. Peter looked around in confusion, unsure what caused this. He swung his hand, inadvertently tearing open a spatial rift. Is this just the time being up, or did that smoke cause your abilities to go haywire? I don't know. I've never responded to a call this late before. The antidote serum was working. The lizard's size began to shrink rapidly, and his reptilian features receded. But when he shrunk to just over 2 meters tall, the reversal suddenly stopped. This was logical, the lizard had also been injected with Erskine serum, so it wouldn't be cured by a simple antidote. But seeing Connor's demeanor gradually returning to normal, Peter chose to try and reason with him first. Dr. Connors, we can cure you. The serum is working, see. The lizard felt confusion, then recollection, and finally pain. But Peter's condition was worsening, so he had no choice but to use webs to secure Connors and step into the spatial rift he had opened. I have to go now. I might not even have time to make a call. The Avengers will be here in a minute at most. If you can remember this, Connors, tell the Avengers. Even if you don't, Cindy or Reed should be able to figure it out. Finally, the lizard's expression changed to one of confusion and ferocity. He watched Spider-Man walk into the spatial rift, then his vertical pupils sharply widened as he watched the spatial rift completely engulf both himself and parts of the surrounding dock rubble. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 308, Chapter 308, let's go over it again. Hello everyone, this is your favorite Venom of 616, and I'm here to explain what happened. A figure was descending from the sky above Manhattan. If you looked closely, it was a person wearing a red and black web-patterned spider suit. It's probably due to the web of destiny being a jerk, or possibly the lizard's bad breath, but Peter's ability to travel has become unstable. He can now tear open doors to the multiverse, and after making a jump, he seems to have suffered some severe side effects. He's currently passed out. Below was the neon-lit Times Square, with all sorts of signs, Tony Stark Weapons Company, the TV show, Fantastic Four hits the airwaves, and various other things completely different from Universe 616. Venom took control of Peter's body, swung away on a web line, and landed nearby. He took a deep breath, then exhaled all the lizard serum in a mist form, ensuring it was sufficiently diluted before finding a place to escape. Venom finally had a chance to check the news. It was the familiar J. Jonah Jameson, reporting on Spider-Woman. Spider-Woman is a despicable criminal, and there's no doubt she's responsible for the death of innocent high school student Peter Parker. A large headline displayed a police warrant and a blurry photo, wanted, Spider-Woman. Okay, looks like we can't go to the Parker home. This universe also seems to lack the Avengers, so we'll have to find somewhere else to crash. Alright everyone, let's go over it again. Wearing a black and white hooded spider suit, its pattern inspired by a ballet dancer's leotard, Gwen Stacy of Earth 65 swung through the streets of Manhattan, evading the pursuit of the NYPD. Countless police cars chased her trail. I was bitten by a radioactive spider, and for the next 9 months, I was the only Spider-Woman in this world that has no superheroes. You know the rest. I joined the band MJ started. She gave the band a stupid name, the Mary Janes. Seriously stupid. I didn't know what to do with my powers. Everyone else was using powers for bad, to make money. Oh, I saved my dad from a gunman, but I didn't save my best friend. She landed on the roof of an apartment building, rubbed her hood, and muttered, God, why am I introducing myself? Who's listening to this stuff? Her phone rang. Gwen took it out and saw it was her father, Captain Stacy. Dad. Gwen, I still want to talk to you about the band. Maybe you shouldn't be so obsessed with the band, Gwen, Captain Stacy's voice came through the phone. You should focus on your studies and think about your future. I know the death of Peter hit you hard. It hit all of us hard, but you can't keep wallowing in it, okay? Numbing yourself with rock music. Gwen listened silently to her father's nagging, finally just saying, I know, before hanging up. She sighed helplessly, looking at the number on her phone that could never be dialed again. You have no idea, Dad. Her best friend, Peter Parker, died by her hands. The introverted boy had wanted to be special like her. He injected himself with a lizard serum, turning into the monster known as the Lizard. He crashed the school graduation dance, intending to take revenge on the school bullies. Gwen stopped him. Gwen didn't know it was him. Severely wounded, Peter Parker finally reverted to human form, lying in her arms and telling her, I just wanted to be special like you. Gwen, lost in her sorrow, suddenly had her spider sense ring out. She looked up, unsure what triggered it, and then saw a figure falling from the sky. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What she saw falling was the lizard. Surprised and astonished, despite the impossibility, Gwen quickly rushed toward it. She swung on a web line in the direction of the lizard's descent, but the lizard crashed directly into the Hudson River and disappeared without a trace. Was that the lizard? Why was he falling from the sky? Could it have been? Gwen agonized and searched for a long time, ultimately finding nothing. She finally chose a secluded spot to remove her suit, put on her headphones, and listen to music on the way home. On the street, people were shouting about chasing a thief, but Gwen ignored it and walked past. She wasn't a crime fighter. Superheroes barely existed in this world. The former superhero Wasp had retired to become a supermodel. That was this world. No one thought being a hero was a good thing. Latest news, the tech crime syndicate, Webb, has invaded Stark Industries' warehouse, stealing a large quantity of technological weaponry. Terrorists invading an arms giant, and that giant was not only a playboy but also had an entire private army called the War Machine. He didn't need anyone's help. I should just go home. It was only the afternoon, and her dad shouldn't be home yet, but Gwen saw the light on in her house. Had her minimal response been so dismissive that her dad took time off to have a serious talk with her? What could they even talk about? Gwen reluctantly took out her key, opened the door, sighed, and said with her head down, "I'm home." Her father didn't reply. Realizing something was strange, Gwen looked up and saw an unexpected person sitting at the dining table. It was a young girl about her age, dressed in a long dress and trench coat, with beautiful blue eyes, smooth blonde hair, and... wasn't that just a long-haired version of Gwen Stacy? What was this? Had someone discovered her identity and created a clone, or was it some kind of terrifying shape-shifting monster? The long-haired version of herself seemed equally surprised. After a moment of hesitation, she waved at Gwen. "Hey, hi, I'm Gwen Stacy. What kind of ridiculous line is that?" "Wait, I'm Gwen Stacy from Earth 616. Have you seen Peter Parker? I mean, alive Peter Parker." Gwen's mind short-circuited for a while before she finally managed to blurt out a stunned, "Huh? I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 309, Chapter 309, Two Gwens. Ah, my back. Probably a muscle strain. Your posture for prying open the lizard's mouth wasn't quite right, you threw out your back. How does Spider-Man throw out his back? Wait." Peter woke up, shook his head, and noticed he was in civilian clothes, sitting next to the platypus statue on the rooftop of the Empire State Building, looking out at a familiar yet strange New York City. Did we cross dimensions? Yep, new universe. Good news, it's the one where a Gwen killed you. Surprised? Unexpected? For Peter, who already knew where he was heading, none of this was strange. He was just curious why he had come. After multiple dimension jumps, Peter understood the logic of the web of destiny. He would only be called upon when the dimensional spider totems themselves had an opportunity for interaction. For example, on Earth 700, Kingpin created the particle collider that opened the multiverse door, bringing the spider from Earth 42 to Earth 700. In the Wasteland universe, the spider gods of the Spider Army sent someone to recruit Ashley, Wasteland Spider-Girl. The zombie universe wasn't a call from the web of destiny, that was Reed being reckless. Peter sat on the Empire State Building, thinking for a moment. He had seen Gwen wear that suit on 616 when he was swinging with her, so it was normal for Venom to recognize it as Gwen's. Regardless of the current situation, the Earth 65 Gwen, as a spider totem, must have been sought out. All he needed to do was find her. Hopefully, she wouldn't be scared by a living Peter Parker. Peter scratched his head, stood up, summoned his suit, and swung away. If all was right, the alternate universe version of himself always lived in the same place. If he went home, the Stacy family would be next door. When he swung to the Stacy home, he saw the lights were on. The Earth 65 Gwen was probably already inside. As for Captain George, Stacy, Peter had already seen him on the road heading out on a call, so he probably wouldn't be home. He put away his suit and knocked on the door, then realized he could hear voices inside. Hold on, someone's knocking. He heard Gwen's voice, followed by a quick patter of footsteps. The door opened. It was a short-haired version of Gwen. He was about to greet her when he saw another Gwen, long-haired, stand up behind her. "Huh. Huh. Peter." The long-haired Gwen rushed past her short-haired counterpart and embraced him. This made Peter realize that this was the Gwen from his own universe. "How did you get here?" "Oh, I used my powers and secretly slipped through the portal that Strange opened." Question mark. Peter was puzzled. This didn't make sense. Wait, then where's Strange? He said Earth 65 is protected by something, and no one else can get in. "Excuse me, you two, this is my house." "Well, it's Gwen Stacy's house." The native, short-haired Gwen looked at the scene before her strangely, then asked, "Can you talk inside?" "I don't want people asking if I have a twin sister, okay?" Finally, after Peter entered the Stacy house, he heard Gwen explain what had happened on Earth 616. At the docks, they found neither Spider-Man nor the lizard. It was as if both had vanished. Then, Cindy, Moon, explicitly stated that Peter was still alive, but his physical state seemed poor. Uncertain whether Peter had been called to a new universe or simply lost control of his powers and vanished, the Avengers sought out Strange. They happened upon an utterly frustrated Strange, and with Strange spellcasting and Spider Silk's, Cindy's, assistance, the gateway to the multiverse was opened, aiming straight for the universe Peter had traveled to. Strange said this universe is protected, or rather, isolated by a spell. No one else can cross over. Maybe only you could do it, since you arrived in this universe. After a brief period of confusion, Peter had a moment of clarity. Wait, but you crossed over, which means... Yeah, that spell is ineffective against my powers, so I worried something might have happened and decided to come check. Peter rubbed his temples. He wasn't sure what to say. In his opinion, Gwen really shouldn't have come. But his physical state at the time had indeed been abnormal, so he hadn't had time to explain the situation to everyone. Combined with Cindy sensing that his state was off, it naturally worried everyone. And the fact that no one else could cross over was the reality, which is why Gwen thought she should try. But on the other hand, Gwen's power seemed to have an extremely high ceiling. Even a shield capable of isolating an entire universe seemed to register Gwen as non-existent, thereby allowing her to pass through. But on the other hand, the lizard wasn't found either. Peter frowned. Are you sure he didn't just run off? Yes, the doctor named Strange said that your powers spiraled out of control and covered the surrounding area, taking the lizard with you. Peter was thinking, but suddenly became excited. This universe should have a Kurt Connors who hasn't become the lizard. If he could separate an anti-serum from his blood, perhaps Connors could be cured, though Connors' current state was already much better. Only the short-haired Gwen, completely lost, raised her hand and asked a question. Excuse me for interrupting, but first, why did you two come here? Second, if Peter Parker isn't the lizard, who is? Third, I saw a lizard fall from the sky, is that who you're talking about? Cindy Moon returned to her research lab. To the outside world, she was a 26-year-old genius scientist, a super genius who earned her PhD at 16. But no one knew what she had missed, especially after seeing the sight of Spider-Woman, confirming what she had lost. She took a call and was curious about the communication on the other end. There's a lizard that fell from the sky, and S.H.I.E.L.D. contained him. Keep observing. She didn't continue because a portal opened in front of her. Then, a man, stripped to the waist, with huge green muscles and a spider icon on his chest, appeared before Cindy Moon, palm outstretched, displaying a spider lantern ring. Cindy Moon of Earth, 65, you possess the determination to master your own destiny. If you desire the power of the spider totem, welcome to the Spider Army. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 310, S.H.I.E.L.D. of Earth. It was true that the spider totem of Earth, 65 was only Gwen. Peter knew this. But that didn't mean Gwen was the only person on Earth, 65 with spider powers. Gwen was certainly the only person on Earth, 65 to become a spider totem after being bitten by a mutated spider, but that wasn't the only way to gain spider abilities. As far as Peter knew, the nature of the radioactive spider on Earth, 65 originated from an alien spider-like parasite. This parasite had a viscous blood, and based on the special toxicity of this blood, Osborn Technologies developed the first radioactive spider. That spider nearly bit Cindy Moon of Earth, 65, but her parents were quick thinking and killed it with a newspaper. Later, Cindy Moon was told by Dr. Connors of Osborn Technologies that the spider could have either killed her or given her spider powers. Even later, during a space mission, Earth, 65 agent Jesse Drew, the male counterpart of 616's Jessica Drew, was attacked by these alien spiders and infected by their toxic blood. The Cindy of this universe, however, used the blood of this alien spider to develop an isotopic serum that could temporarily grant other spider powers. She tricked Agent Jesse into believing he needed continuous injections of this serum to survive, thereby controlling him. The two secretly formed the Technological Terrorist Organization, SILK, to steal various technological achievements. The second radioactive spider was the result of Cindy's research, and this spider eventually bit Gwen at a science exhibit. Wait, so the Cindy of this world is 10 years older than me? Peter didn't immediately reveal all the information he knew. Instead, he began analyzing the situations of Earth 65 and Earth 616, combined with his precognitive dreams, step by step, and offered the next piece of intelligence, and the Connors formula that Dr. Connors researched. That's the serum formula that turned my Peter, into the lizard. Short-haired Gwen revealed the fragments of information she occasionally knew, explaining things that somewhat aligned, but the problem is that after Peter died, he disappeared, very mysteriously. Also, what do you mean, 10 years older? Are you saying I'm the same age as that old lady in your world? Since when is 26 an old lady? Peter muttered to himself, before continuing, yes, we're the same age. And we were bitten by the same spider. And she can sense Peter's location, his health, and things like that. Short-haired Gwen could detect the sourness in her long-haired self's words. Unfortunately, she didn't know the full story of the situation over there, so she couldn't offer any romantic advice. Besides, she herself had never been in a relationship. What could she say? So. First, regardless of why this universe called me, I definitely have to call Connors back. My suit can still connect to the tracker on his tail. It looks like different worlds. Tony Stark's used the same device, which makes things a lot easier. Peter said this as he picked up his equipment and started locating the signal. He continued, well, I don't want to overstate it. Every time I cross over, the local spider totem tends to run into some trouble. It's fine, I'm not afraid of trouble. My life is already a complete mess, actually. Peter didn't say much more. He glanced at the time on the computer and put it away. Okay, I'll leave a communicator. If anything happens, be sure to contact me. And if a group called the Web Warriors comes over and tries to recruit you, absolutely do not agree. They are a classic team of bad guys. Wait. You're leaving already. What else? Peter countered. What do you think your father would think if he saw a living Peter Parker? In the end, short-haired Gwen could only bid farewell to her long-haired self and the Peter Parker from the other world. She sat on the sofa and began contemplating her life. She had always thought being bitten by a spider was the most outrageous and unbelievable thing she would ever experience, but she didn't expect things could get even more bizarre and ridiculous. Another version of herself, it sounded completely absurd and nonsensical, but it seemed to be the truth, along with a Peter Parker from another world. A ridiculous idea suddenly struck her. If I call Peter's phone number right now, would the Peter from the other world answer? She didn't know. They're only passing through, Gwen. Focus on yourself. Figure out what you should do. Dad's coming back, you still have to listen to his nagging. Meanwhile, to cover their tracks, Peter simply web-slung with Gwen, gliding through the air while using his invisibility power. The environment of Earth-65 was far more hostile than Earth-616. In this world, Tony Stark was an arms dealer, Daredevil was a lawyer working for criminals, Bruce Banner was a master manipulator, and the Invisible Woman Sue Storm seduced and then killed Dr. Doom to gain her superpowers. Captain America was a woman named Samantha Wilson, and her male clone was Sam Wilson, yes, the Falcon. By any measure, this was a very troublesome universe. So, where are we going? Straight to Connors. His movement track is highly irregular, his altitude is climbing too fast. Either someone carried him up there, or he grew wings. And the latter was completely impossible, Peter thought. After swinging to the vicinity of the signal, Peter had Venom sprout wings. The two quickly took flight and ascended. He had Venom cover Gwen's face to prevent oxygen deprivation. In an area that looked like nothing, Peter activated his thermal imaging and immediately located a stealth mode helicarrier flying in the sky. He landed directly, opened a door on the floating aircraft carrier at tens of thousands of feet, and politely closed it. In an instant, he was surrounded by a large group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents with guns raised. Hello, friends. I'm Spider-Man from Earth-616, and this is my friend, Ghost. Peter hastily had Venom steal some material from the helicarrier and mold an ugly mask for Gwen to wear. Gwen, who couldn't see the mask, simply stood beside Peter and listened as he continued, I know you're protecting the safety of this world, and coincidentally, a dangerous criminal from my world has fallen into yours. He's called the Lizard. I believe you should know where he is. Put your guns down. A woman wearing an eye patch walked toward Peter and Gwen, stating her demand, prove you are not an enemy, Spider-Man. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 311, The Current State of Connors. I mean no harm. Otherwise, I could easily shoot your helicarrier out of the sky. That is my sincerity. The elderly, one-eyed Caucasian woman before him was not a gender-swapped, white version of Nick Fury. Although her role was similar, she was actually the century-old Peggy Carter, the 616 Captain America's first love, and the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. on Earth-65. Considering Peter didn't have a preference for the elderly, he wasn't particularly interested in her, just needed to remember that she was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. in this universe. Furthermore, my partner has disarmed you without attacking, which also proves we mean no harm. Peggy Carter looked down at her waist in surprise. Her sidearm was indeed missing and had appeared on a nearby table. She looked at the two of them with a hint of surprise, then decided to temporarily trust them. What do you need? My interdimensional device is temporarily non-functional, so my partner and I need a room, here on this carrier. Then, I need to visit our stowaway. In return, we can temporarily fight crime for you during our stay. Peggy Carter considered the proposal for a moment, then nodded, all right. I'll arrange rooms for you, but first, I'll take you to see our guest. A few minutes later, Peter and Gwen met Dr. Connors, or rather, the lizard version of Connors. His current body was quite small, just over 2 meters tall, and his tail was only about a meter long. Although he still looked quite frightening, he was at least no longer monstrous. The moment he saw Peter, he immediately stood up excitedly. After looking around, he flicked out his tongue and let out a recognizable, human voice filled with disbelief. Spider-Man, you've come. Thank goodness. I don't know why I ended up in this place. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents all looked astonished. They had always believed this lizard monster was incapable of communication and could only be violently suppressed or cured with an antidote. This was the first time they had encountered a transformed individual who could still speak. "All right, Dr. Connors, let's take this one thing at a time. We accidentally traveled to another universe. This isn't our Earth, but don't worry, I can take you back. Second, there should be another Kurt Connors who hasn't undergone the secondary enhancement here on this Earth. If we can get a blood sample from him, perhaps we can perform a secondary reversal experiment to completely change you back." Connors immediately showed a look of relief. "Thank you so much, Spider-Man." "Thank you. Otto Octavius, that guy turned me into a monster." "Otto Octavius is dead. He was shot in the police car." Peter had actually heard the various reports from Gwen on the way. Harry had discovered the High Evolutionary's Counter-Earth, which the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. might explore later. Felicia had obtained the earliest radioactive spider specimen, which Norman Osborn likely intended for Peter to find. Beyond that, Gwen brought truly useful news. Otto was actually murdered by a hitman hired by Norman. She had also overheard later that Norman's primary goal in doing all this was to acquire leverage against the Pentagon, thereby forcing them to buy the Savage Strength project at an exorbitant price or exchange massive investment for partial control of the project. It just proved that Norman Osborn was still Norman Osborn, unscrupulous and completely lacking a moral bottom line when it came to making money. Fortunately, Norman Osborn was still a fundamentally sentimental person, who, after killing his old friend, revealed this information while drowning his sorrows in alcohol. In contrast, Peter wasn't too bothered by the fact that Norman had planned to cultivate him as Osborn Industries' star superhero, like something out of The Boys, and that his being bitten by the spider was an accident. He had initially planned to directly confront Norman, but after hearing Gwen suggest that Norman might be suffering from a mental disorder and should seek treatment, Peter decided it was better not to immediately sever ties. If he provoked Norman and the Green Goblin truly emerged, the consequences would be dire. "What? He's dead. My God." Connors muttered, then sighed helplessly, unsure what to do. Peter didn't say much, only offered a couple of words of comfort and promised that he would definitely take him home before leaving. Peggy Carter obviously listened to the entire conversation. After all, she was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. "It seems your world is quite different from ours. At least our Otto Octavius is still alive and well," Carter said, handing Peter a glass of wine, but Peter waved his hand in refusal. Carter said nothing further. "Yes, we need the Kurt Connors of this world. He's the director of genetic engineering at Osborn Industries. Can S.H.I.E.L.D. locate him? He's missing." Carter seemed to have no intention of hiding anything. He disappeared about 5 months ago, after the lizard invaded the Midtown High Prom. We initially thought he was kidnapped by the terrorist organization SILK, but now we suspect that was Connors. No, that was my counterpart, or rather, the Peter Parker of this world. Peter felt that the mental state of the people on Earth-65 wasn't great. Everyone seemed to be an extreme powerhouse, and many people's personas had inexplicably changed. For example, the Earth-65 Shadowcat's power was a mirrored version of Wolverine's, allowing her to sprout a pair of adamantium claws, and she also had sadistic tendencies. Regardless of whether it was him or not, I need him to cure our Connors. We'll be imposing on you for this period, Director Carter. Peggy Carter watched Spider-Man leave, deep in thought. The fact that Spider-Man hadn't accepted her wine might indicate that he was just a minor. Gwen noticed it too. Was she trying to test you just now? It doesn't matter. I wasn't trying to hide it anyway. Peter Parker is dead in this universe, and them. The two of them walked to the room S.H.I.E.L.D. had prepared for them, opened the door, and found only a very small space, a bunk bed with 3 tiers, a small row of desks, and that was it. Peter took a deep breath. I forgot that no matter how big the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier is, it's still just an aircraft carrier. Space is very limited. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 312, Chapter 312, Spider-Woman is not a hero. Gwen from Earth-65 woke up at home, still unable to fully process everything that happened yesterday. She felt like calling the Peter from the other world to ask if all of it was true. She hesitated for a moment, then actually placed the call. To her surprise, the phone actually connected. She heard the familiar, but long unheard, voice of the short-haired Gwen on the other end. Hello, this number belongs to Gwen, 65 Gwen. Why 65 foot? My height isn't 165 centimeters. Because your Earth is designated 65, determined by the vibrational frequency of the multiverse, though I doubt you'll understand that. Looks like Peter confirmed I'm the Gwen of this world, the so-called Earth-65. Speaking of which, they kept mentioning Earth-616 yesterday, that must be their Earth. Short-haired Gwen was thinking this when she suddenly heard a slightly jarring female voice. Peter. Who are you talking to? Oh, no wonder it sounded off, that was her own voice, processed through the phone. she asked, surprised. Wait, you two live together? Yeah, same room, not the same bed, Peter Parker from the other end explained. We're staying on the SHIELD helicarrier right now. I don't know if you've seen the rooms on those carriers online, but they're tiny. Triple bunks. Soldiers are all squeezed in there. I'm going to tell SHIELD today to switch us to a different room, it's inconvenient, and Gwen isn't comfortable. I didn't actually need the explanation. After a brief silence following Peter's explanation, Peter suddenly asked in return, I'm guessing you're not a superhero right now, right? There's a lot of news about Spider-Woman, but not many stories about her doing good deeds. Yeah, I'm not a superhero. Are you disappointed? No. Like Uncle Ben used to tell me, as long as you don't use your powers to do bad things, that's fine. Using them for money, or for fame, that's everyone's personal choice. Peter explained to the short-haired Gwen. The real issue is that you don't know what to do right now, is that right? Yeah, it's been like that ever since my Peter passed away. You two really are different. Even though you have the same face, your personalities are worlds apart. If he could have been as upbeat and confident as you, maybe none of that would have happened. After another moment of silence, Peter Parker from 616 offered a suggestion. If you need it, I can take you to meet Uncle Ben and Aunt May, the Uncle Ben and Aunt May of this world. For a moment, short-haired Gwen considered accepting the offer, but after a brief hesitation, she shook her head and refused. No, let's not. I can't accept that offer, not yet. If you ever need anything, I'm here. Just call me. After hanging up the phone, short-haired Gwen got ready for the day. Just as Peter said, Spider-Woman wasn't a hero. She was just a high school student who gained spider powers and accidentally caused the death of her best friend. She didn't know what she was supposed to do. As for visiting Aunt May and Uncle Ben, she didn't know how to face them. Short-haired Gwen had visited the Parker house once and saw that Uncle Ben and Aunt May had collected every piece of evidence they could find on Spider-Woman. In that moment, Gwen was terrified. She felt that Uncle Ben and Aunt May were hunting her, seeking vengeance for their nephew. She didn't dare go to the Parker house anymore. What difference would it make, even with the Peter from another world there? Would they forgive her? Gwen could tell herself over and over that the lizard at the time didn't look like Peter, that Peter had lost his mind, that she might have died if she hadn't fought back, and that she never meant for him to be so severely injured. Lying to myself is one thing, but I can't lie to Uncle Ben and Aunt May. The crestfallen Spider-Gwen picked up her backpack and headed for school. She chose to use her powers, swinging through the sky to soothe her heart. Suddenly, she felt a profound sense of foreboding. Her spider sense was blaring like never before. Short-haired Gwen looked around, bewildered, then saw a figure descending from the sky. What in the world is that thing? It was a bald man with an evil, almost disgusting grin, wings of dark green stretched out, swooping towards Spider-Gwen. Time for a showdown, Spider-Woman. On the SHIELD helicarrier, Peter was unaware of what had just happened. After hanging up, Gwen walked in, asking curiously, were you talking to the short-haired me? Yeah, she called to chat. That's early. I should just be waking up right now. Gwen muttered her dissatisfaction but noticed Peter was deep in thought and couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? I was thinking. If both your phones have the same number, who would answer if I called it? Gwen. That's what you were thinking about. Gwen sighed, realizing a blind spot. Even though the month was the same, the Gwen Stacy of this universe and her peers, excluding Silk, were a year older than those in her world. While the two of them were pondering different, mundane things, someone knocked on the door. Peter assumed it was Carter coming to find him about something, so he opened the door, only to find someone he never expected to see in his wildest dreams. Hello, Peter. Long time no see. Though, in your universe, we just met yesterday. The man outside was Harry Osborn. He looked weathered, significantly more robust, and clearly more trained than the 616 Harry. Peter, surprised, invited Harry in and asked, hello, Harry. I believe this is our first meeting, even though I just saw you yesterday in my world. That's normal. I heard you're investigating the lizard, and I happen to have some information. I also wanted to ask you something, Earth 65 Harry said, looking at Peter. You know who Spider-Woman is, right? You want to find Spider-Woman to avenge your friend. Harry didn't speak, he just nodded. Do you really believe Jonah Jameson when he says Spider-Woman killed Peter Parker? What else? Who else could it be? She's Gwen. Peter cut Harry off with a single sentence, then pressed further, do you truly believe that Gwen Stacy killed Peter Parker? I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 313, Spider-Gwen, The Great Beatdown. Peggy Carter naturally heard the name Gwen Stacy. She searched the name and finally reached a conclusion as to why the Peter Parker from the parallel timeline wouldn't believe Gwen killed his universe's Peter Parker, regardless of whether the long-haired version of Gwen Stacy he knew was his girlfriend. Within Earth 65, Gwen Stacy, Harry Osborn, and Peter Parker were absolutely the best of friends. If Spider-Woman was Gwen Stacy, then there was no doubt she could not have intentionally murdered Peter Parker. It had to have been an accident. Peggy Carter's eyes gleamed. She had always wanted to assemble a team of superheroes to fight against this incredibly messed up world. Unlike the Earth 616 main universe, the Earth 65 main universe was a world that was outwardly glamorous but secretly corrupt. Most superpowered individuals used their abilities almost exclusively for fame and money, inevitably getting entangled in all sorts of shady power and sex dealings. Superhumans untouched by societal corruption were rare. The fact that Peggy Carter, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., tasked with maintaining world peace, couldn't field 10 superpowered agents was the best proof. Every superpowered individual who could commit to fighting for S.H.I.E.L.D. was precious. Every superhuman who would fight for order was vital. Perfect. Spider-Woman had just encountered a terrible fight. Peggy Carter would now evaluate the combat effectiveness of this new superhuman. At that moment, the silent Harry, standing outside Peter's room, suddenly had his phone ring. He took it out, looked at it with a strange expression, and then explained to Peter, this is from the director. It's a live video of Spider-Woman's fight. Since there was also a long-haired version of Gwen here, and since Harry hadn't fully accepted the reality of parallel universes yet, he continued to refer to the short-haired Gwen as Spider-Woman. Harry opened the live stream, allowing Peter and Gwen to watch Spider-Gwen's fight together. A winged enemy was battling Spider-Gwen. Peter watched for a moment and remarked, "Isn't that the Vulture? His skills are even worse than the one in our world. You know him. Adrian Toomes. He self-developed an anti-gravity flight system. Other than that, he can probably launch blades from his wings, but no other abilities," Peter said, then added an extra detail, "In our universe, you were dating his daughter, Liz." "Me and his daughter Liz? Is that Liz from Gwen's band? But this world's Liz isn't named Toomes." Harry muttered, watching Spider-Gwen and the Vulture fight with Peter. Just as Peter said, the Vulture's fighting power wasn't very strong. Aside from flying at high altitudes and tossing a couple of blades, he had no special abilities. But even so, Spider-Gwen was losing. She only managed to use her webs to grapple the Vulture, who then dragged her into the sky. Due to the high speed and wind pressure at altitude, the web she fired with her other hand couldn't accurately hit the Vulture. Finally, the Vulture violently tossed her, causing her to crash, free-falling toward the ground. "Is Spider-Woman going to die from the fall?" Harry asked. "At that height, even the newly debuted me wouldn't die, but her back will probably hurt a lot," Peter replied to Harry's question. A few minutes later, both Peter and Venom thought the same thing. "She's terrible." Venom perfectly articulated Peter's thought. Peter tried to defend her, "She's only been at this for a few months." "She's been at this for 9 months, same as you. And she hasn't had much training. You were only 3 months in and only had Uncle Ben's training, and you fought better than her." Peter eventually ran out of excuses. He looked at Harry and Gwen. "Should we go pick up this Spider-Woman?" Harry nodded silently. Yeah, sounds good. Let's go." My back. Dazed from the fall, Spider-Gwen was lucky not to hit the pavement but landed on a garbage truck. When she finally woke up, smelled her surroundings, and realized where she was, she snapped fully awake. Startled, she sat up and quickly web-slung away from the garbage truck. "Great, Gwen. So how are you going to explain this smell to Mary Jane and the others?" "Maybe you won't need to explain, Gwen." A familiar voice appeared behind her, yet her spider sense hadn't gone off. Spider-Gwen looked back in surprise. Landing behind her was Earth 616 Peter Parker, along with Earth 65 Harry Osborn, who was now wearing a green-powered armor suit, his skin colored green, standing on a flying glider. "Harry. You're not some. I'm not a visitor from another world, Gwen. I'm the Harry Osborn you know." Harry looked at Gwen and asked, somewhat coldly, "We need to talk." "About Peter." Adrian Toomes was being beaten by a miserable, blind lawyer and was pleading for mercy. I really didn't know she was Kingpin's target. Maybe she's not dead. I just tossed her away. I don't even know if she died. Maybe she's still alive. Then bring her to me. Bring Spider-Woman to me. Bring her to the Kingpin, Adrian." "Enough, Matt. Don't trouble the poor man anymore." The shyster lawyer, Matt Murdock, stopped, retracting his short sword into his cane. He smiled at the person who walked over. "Hello, Miss Cindy. What brings you here?" "I need this man, Matt. And I'm also very interested in your bulletproof enforcer, Alexei Sitsovic." Cindy Moon smiled at Matt. "Tell your boss I can prepare the goods he needs." Also, Spider-Woman is not dead. Not only is she alive, but she's brought some special friends. Fine, we can't ignore the suggestion of our biggest partner. How much product are you offering in exchange? An entire crate. How about that? After a moment of silence, Matt Murdock gave a satisfied smile. Deal. Let's exchange money and goods. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 314, Chapter 314, Target, SILK Spider-Gwen was placed on involuntary leave from her unit, the world's most powerful armed security organization, S.H.I.E.L.D. She was brought aboard the airborne helicarrier and was completely overwhelmed. We had a powerful flying aircraft carrier over our heads all this time. How did I never know New York had a floating aircraft carrier? Because we can't let our enemies know that we are always here, so we need to maintain a low profile, Miss Stacy. An older woman with an eye patch interrupted Gwen's reverie and provided an explanation. Gwen paused, then extended her hand. Oh, hello, I'm Spider-Woman. I'm thinking of a better codename, but that's what everyone calls me right now. I know. I'm S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Peggy Carter. Welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D., Mississippi. On the way, Gwen had already explained everything about the Peter Parker of Earth 65 to Harry. As mentioned before, compared to Earth 616, the people of Earth 65 generally had lower psychological tolerance. For instance, this world's Peter Parker, unable to handle bullying, used Kurt Connor's formula to develop the lizard serum, thus turning himself into the lizard. Similarly, after Harry heard that Spider-Woman had killed Peter, he didn't investigate the truth but immediately joined S.H.I.E.L.D. and participated in the Super Soldier program. His sole purpose was to defeat Spider-Woman to avenge Peter. One could only say this universe was truly crazy. Harry basically listened to Spider-Gwen's explanation, or rather, her narration, with a dark expression. From Gwen's own perspective, she had undoubtedly killed Peter. But after hearing everything, Harry simply closed his eyes and let out a long breath. This matter might be more complicated than you think, so let's discuss it in detail at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. And so, Gwen was now here. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, now I will explain the situation. Director Carter glanced around, then brought up the information. Thanks to the help of Mr. Peter Parker from another world, who is the Spider-Man of their universe, we finally know the true leader of the technological terrorist organization, SILK. It is Dr. Cindy Moon, a genius in genetic bioengineering. And she is also the mastermind behind the Lizard Serum series of incidents. Spider-Gwen looked at Carter in shock. Last night, Peter said a lot about Cindy, but this point was not explicitly confirmed. He only stated that this woman was the head of SILK and that she created the radioactive spider, nothing more. Many years ago, Osborn Industries discovered a substance in outer space. It was by studying this substance that they created the first genetically modified radioactive spider. However, this spider was killed before it could bite anyone. The person who was nearly bitten was Cindy Moon. For all these years, she has been trying to replicate that spider. And yes, she succeeded. This much Spider-Gwen already knew. She was now eager to learn things she didn't know. It's not just the modified spider. The lizard serum developed by Kurt Connors was also based on the blood of that alien parasitic spider. That bastard liked to abuse students. Peter was one of those he abused. Sorry, our Peter and Connors. Harry angrily revealed a small part of the past, which Spider-Gwen was also aware of. Hearing Harry's words, she immediately made a connection. Wait, you mean Peter's lizard serum was? Although the formula was stolen from Connors, the raw material was very likely sold to him by Cindy Moon for the purpose of testing the lizard serum's effects. This was precisely the preparation S.H.I.E.L.D. was making for recruiting Spider-Woman. Carter looked at Spider-Gwen. Dr. Cindy Moon created dozens of lizards across New York with the goal of testing the effects of this serum. But unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, we were one step ahead. Mr. Harry Osborn developed a more complete lizard serum that circumvented their flaws, retaining only the advantages. My skin still turns green, Harry disagreed with Carter's conclusion. And if I sustain serious injury, I still transform into the lizard. That's not a very good improvement. Wait, Harry. Spider-Gwen understood Harry's intention. Are you saying you're going to take down SILK? I have to pass judgment, or at least capture Cindy Moon. This is for Peter. I must get justice for him. Harry looked at Spider-Gwen. This might be the only thing I can do. After all, he couldn't very well avenge Peter's direct killer right now. Spider-Gwen opened her mouth, then finally nodded. She, too, had nothing else to mourn Peter or do for him. As for the rest, well, leave it to 616 Peter and Gwen. Gwen simply decided to watch the drama unfold. She wasn't a combatant herself, she had just tagged along. But seriously, if Osborn was the root of all evil on Earth 616, then Cindy Moon was the root of all evil on Earth 65. Who would have thought that Cindy, who was gentle as a puppy on Earth 616, would be a supervillain here. I wonder if there's a universe where Gwen is a supervillain. We will participate in the fight. Mainly because we have things we need to figure out. So, the question now is how many combat personnel SILK has, and who will be fighting. Peter looked at Peggy Carter, who displayed 3 photos. To our knowledge, Dr. Cindy herself has no combat ability. However, she has 3 superpowered individuals under her command. One is Agent 77, who possesses superhuman speed and strength, as well as excellent jumping ability. One is an engineer named Herman Schultz, who can emit extremely powerful shockwaves, and the other is very likely the person you are looking for, Kurt Connors, the Lizard. 3 superheroes against 3 supervillains. It sounded like a very reasonable matchup. This is Cindy Moon's address. Now, you have only one task: capture them. Of course, Miss Stacy, you are not required to participate in this battle. Director Carter emphasized this point even at the end, adding with a smile, even if you do not participate in this battle, there will be no issue. But if you are willing to join, S.H.I.E.L.D. is willing to drop the libelous charges against you by the Daily Bugle. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 315, Chapter 315, The Silk Six. They're coming. Cindy Moon already understood who the man in front of her was, Spider-Hulk, or rather, Peter Parker. In his universe, Peter Parker was bitten by a mutated spider imbued with gamma radiation, becoming Spider-Hulk. Spider-Hulk was an angry, destructive, and evil entity, while Peter Parker was a frail, incompetent, pathetic nerd who only wanted to be a nice guy and convince Spider-Hulk to be a hero. The former Spider-Hulk once tried to be a hero, but the whole world saw him as a monster. To kill Spider-Hulk, they even blew up his home. That day, Peter Parker's uncle, aunt, and lover all died. But the idiotic Peter Parker sank into self-blame. Eventually, the Web Corps found Spider-Hulk, and he was brought to their temple. The last of the spider deities, the Dark Sorcerer Supreme Peter Parker, split his soul from Peter's. From then on, Spider-Hulk became a being of infinite rage, unrestrained by Peter. Spider-Hulk conquered his world, eliminated all heroes, forced all villains to submit, and his intelligence grew from that of a 5-year-old to an adult's. He also became a member of the Spider Army. As for Cindy Moon, if she had wanted spider powers, she would have gotten them long ago. She was already capable of developing second-generation radiation-modified spiders, she simply didn't want the powers, which is why she randomly released the second-generation spiders to harm others. What the Spider Army truly gave Cindy was a broader perspective, showing her that infinite parallel universes truly existed and that anything was possible. Within the Spider Army, there were not only various powerful spider totems who had conquered their own universes, but also beings called gods, powerful enough to destroy entire worlds. It was all too wonderful. And all I have to do is conquer this world to explore the secrets of the infinite multiverse. That's too simple. Cindy Moon pushed her goggles onto her forehead, preparing for battle. The others are mine, right? That Spider-Man from the other world is yours. I will try my best to buy you time. The Great Weaver is incredibly powerful, but he's still a naive good person and doesn't like to kill. If the Earth 616 Spider-Man wanted to, he could use opening dimensional rifts as a spatial slice, he just never had. Therefore, even Spider-Hulk didn't dare claim he could defeat the Great Weaver, only that he could at most distract him. Listen up, inside. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately. They were here. Cindy Moon smiled, pressed a button, and the garage door opened. Countless spider slayers rushed out, tackling all the regular S.H.I.E.L.D. soldiers. Then, she exited the garage, pulled her goggles down, and extended 4 spider-like claws from her back. All right, friends, meet Dr. Silk and her Sinister Six. The lizard from Earth 65, with some kind of restraint device around his neck, burst out. Agent 77, the one with the codename, had a scorpion tail attached to his back. Vulture's wings had been upgraded, and the Rhino from Earth 65, originally a strongman, was now wearing a high-tech power suit. As for the Shocker, he was just the Shocker. If Otto hadn't died, he might have been able to assemble a team like this. Assuming he really didn't die, Peter mumbled, preparing to rush forward and fight at least 2 enemies at once. His spider sense instantly screamed. A massive, Hulk-sized Spider-Man charged over, punching Peter in the face, sending him flying, and roaring. I am your opponent, Great Weaver. Spider-Hulk of the Spider Army. After roaring, Spider-Hulk displayed the Spider Lantern ring on his middle finger, the pale day, the dark night. Lurk. Sorry, buddy. You should be looking for an opponent in your own weight class. The one smiling was not Spider-Man, but Venom. In addition to changes in its head and body size, Venom had drastically changed its color scheme this time, switching from its pure black and white spider marker Venom look to a pure red color scheme with a black spider marker. I've been wanting to do this forever. Red power form. Venom cheered, punching Spider-Hulk in the face. Meanwhile, Spider-Gwen, having been drawn into the battle, realized the severity of the situation. The most experienced, genuine superhero was snatched away by some random newcomer, and her own number of enemies had doubled. The only remaining superpowered combatants were herself and Harry. Should she still fight? How? The vulture is mine. You buy some time first. Harry, flying his glider, charged towards the vulture. The father and son-in-law pair from Earth 616 thus began their aerial battle. Spider-Gwen looked up at the sky and let out a surprised sigh. Wow, well, thanks for that. I only have to fight 5 now. Looking at the 5 people charging toward her, the utterly inexperienced Spider-Gwen looked left and right. It looked like today was going to be another day of getting beaten up. Hopefully, she's durable enough. A daring idea. Our Gwen Stacy, Earth 616, had once again activated her ability and entered the warehouse of this universe's Cindy Moon. This place was filled with all sorts of high-tech gear secretly hoarded by the SILK organization over the years. It was dazzling. Peter's mission for her was to find a specific report. Agent 77, Jessie Drew, was the only one they could turn. This female senior's male counterpart had a wife and 2 children and was only cooperating with Silk to survive. However, Cindy Moon had deceived Jessie. His alien organism blood infection had already been cured, but Cindy Moon needed an enforcer, so she chose to trick him, periodically giving him spider isotope serum to eliminate her enemies. Therefore, finding that diagnosis report would instantly turn an enemy, or at least get him to exit the battle. Gwen did not disappoint, finding the document right on the computer connected to the spider isotope serum creation device. Looks like a sure win. They didn't even bother to lock the computer. A 3D printer. Gwen looked at the 3D printer connected to the computer, which could print uniforms, as well as the spider isotope serums that could temporarily grant people spider-like abilities. She had a daring idea. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 316, Ghost Spider arrives. Spider-Gwen was in a bitter fight, a truly brutal one. The stalling for time that Harry had talked about was simply taking a beating. A vibratory wave from Shocker slammed into her, sending her flying. She was then relentlessly stabbed by Dr. Octopus's tentacles, followed by a charge from Rhino. After barely dodging a sweep from Scorpion, she was immediately pinned against the wall by the lizard. Ugh, thanks, but your breath seriously stinks, Connors. A kick to Connor's groin barely allowed Spider-Gwen to regain a momentary advantage. She then seized the chance, using the greatest strength she'd ever summoned to slam directly onto Connor's back. After the lizard howled, Spider-Gwen kicked him away. You shouldn't have bullied Peter, Connors. I'm not here to be a superhero, at least, I'm not a superhero, but I can take revenge for my friend. Or maybe for myself, Spider-Gwen thought, breathlessly watching the other 4 enemies surround her. Suddenly, Scorpion roared, Moon. You lied to me. Huh? What's going on? Completely bewildered, Spider-Gwen watched her enemies suddenly turn on each other. Scorpion bellowed, you tricked me into betraying S.H.I.E.L.D., you tricked me into doing your dirty work, and now you tell me I don't need the serum anymore. Agent 77, what in the world are you talking about? You know you'd be dead by now if it weren't for my spider isotope serum. Wait, this guy called Scorpion gets his powers from a spider isotope serum. Scorpion, using a spider serum. That was too weird. Spider-Gwen, taking deep breaths and using the moment to rest and let her mind wander, watched the scene. But Scorpion continued to roar, how much longer are you going to lie to me? The materials are stored right inside this Scorpion armor. Wait, the Scorpion's armor stores information this explosive. This Silk girl is way too careless. She's not thorough enough. The daydreaming Spider-Gwen watched Scorpion angrily shout, I quit, and turned to leave. Immediately, Silk forcibly took over his armor, ordering him to fight, but the armor malfunctioned, and the tail broke off. Then, the broken tail slammed into Shocker, who fell to the ground, immobile. What just happened? You're next. Accompanied by a familiar voice, her own, Spider-Gwen saw another version of herself appear in her field of vision, wearing the exact same outfit. She picked up Scorpion's broken tail and slammed it right into Silk. Phew, I don't get many chances to beat up Cindy like this. We're not enemies in our world. Gwen from Earth 616 let out a long breath. Spider-Gwen suddenly remembered everything. This is what happened, Gwen uploaded the data to Scorpion's armor, which is why Scorpion became enraged and tried to leave. Then, Scorpion's armor was controlled, and his tail was forcibly ripped off by the other Gwen, who then used the broken Scorpion tail to smash Shocker away. And she hadn't noticed any of it just now. This is too ridiculous. How did you do that? How did you get your powers? I've actually explained this 3 times now. You ask the same question every time you see me. The 616 Gwen, who had just taken down a Scorpion, dismissed her power. My ability is kind of like, out of sight, out of mind. If I use my ability, the situation will unfold as it just did. The things I do won't actually be perceived, the process is automatically spliced together. What about the spider powers? Spider isotope serum. There's plenty in the warehouse. Oh, right, there's also a 3D printer there that can print suits. Sorry for the wardrobe clash, but I did design an identical suit at my place. No, well, they're both Gwen Stacy, so it's not surprising they designed the same thing. Spider-Gwen scratched her head, then asked, so, what do we call ourselves? Are we both Spider-Woman? No, I have a better idea. I have one more ability than you, so you're Spider-Woman, and I'm Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider. What a great name. A Spider-Woman whose existence is only noticed by those who are meant to see her. I wanted that name, too, but someone got there first. Spider-Gwen sighed, then looked at Dr. Silk, who was knocked down by Scorpion's tail. All right, Cindy, you need to answer for Peter's death. Me. Wasn't it you who killed that poor boy, Spider-Woman? Cindy Moon stood up with a laugh, staring at Spider-Woman. You mercilessly beat him to death, didn't you? As far as I know, that boy had regained his will in the end and was begging you to stop hitting him, wasn't he? If you hadn't realized afterward that he was your friend, Gwen, would you have regretted it so much? No. You would have thought you were right, that you protected your friends and killed a monster. Admit it, Gwen, you don't fundamentally think killing the lizard was wrong, otherwise why didn't you stop? For some reason, the memory of that day flashed before Gwen's eyes again. She covered her head, taking a deep breath. As for Cindy Moon, she had no intention of genuinely fighting the Spider-Gwen in front of her head-on. She had many ways to deal with the girl, and psychological attack was just one of them. The other was just a high schooler. If she could persuade her to join forces, that would be great, as she could conveniently replace the treacherous Agent 77. Maybe. Maybe everything you said is true. But I can punch myself any time. I won't get another chance to punch you. Gwen was here to take revenge for her friend. She was absolutely clear on that. Cindy Moon smiled and made way. She had actually called Rhino in secret. If Gwen disagreed, she would have Rhino smash her. But after waiting a moment, Rhino made no move. She turned around and saw that Rhino had tripped and fallen to the ground on his own. Dr. Silk couldn't help but roll her eyes. What kind of underlings did I even recruit? Of course, Rhino was actually taken down by the 616 Ghost Spider, but Silk couldn't remember it. She could only rationalize it as Rhino having simply tripped. Now, she needed to defeat the Spider-Woman in front of her. Very well, Gwen Stacy, Spider-Woman. Dr. Silk showed a cruel smile. Let's have this final battle. No, and me. Harry, who had finally dealt with the vulture, drifted down with his pumpkin bombs. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 317, The Web Event. Venom, in his power-type form, was busy beating up Hulk Spider. It's worth noting that the reason it was a beating was because Hulk Spider's combat strength wasn't actually that high, roughly on par with, or perhaps even less than, the Wasteland Hulk. This relates to a confusing Hulk rule: if the Hulk is no longer angry, his combat power plummets. Hulk Spider was the unangry Hulk. He had conquered his world for over a decade, was unbeatable, and had nothing left to make him angry. As a result, his intelligence had started to rise, and he had become more like an adult. While this didn't change the fundamental fact that the Hulk gets stronger with rage, it certainly weakened his base combat power, causing him to be on the back foot when the fight began. And so, he endured a continuous beating from Venom. Venom was no longer what he used to be. Although absorbing symbiotes like Riot, which had their own codex, could only seal their consciousness, the act of consuming Grendel had genuinely given Venom a massive upgrade. He continuously pounded Hulk Spider, aiming specifically for the head, with one goal in mind. If you knock the Hulk out, the job's done, right? Generally, this shouldn't happen, but the gap between this Hulk's initial combat power and Venom's was genuinely massive. So, he really was knocked out quickly. Venom then reverted to Peter, and Peter picked up Hulk Spider's ring. There is a special energy in here, it feels like magic. So this is the shield Strange couldn't break through. Peter exerted force and crushed the Spider Lantern ring and the little spider inside. For some reason, he felt that Spider resembled Culkin, which was slightly disgusting. He hoped that now that the ring was crushed, Strange would know he was safe. As he crushed the ring, Peter saw a person floating in the air, sitting cross-legged. He wore a magic cloak similar to Strange's, but his entire body was covered in web-like patterns. The individual undoubtedly had a face identical to his own and looked at Peter as he crushed the ring, as if to say, "You win." Then, Hulk Spider vanished in a gust of wind. Who was that? A Sorcerer Supreme version of Spider-Man. Then, amidst briefly forgetting and remembering, he spotted two Gwens who looked, or rather, were dressed, identically and had identical powers. After confirming which Gwen was his own, Peter webbed her back and pulled her over, expressing his absolute confusion. "I have a question. When did you get spider powers?" Gwen replied matter-of-factly, "The spider isotope serum, obviously." Peter knew about that. To some extent, this was the final version the Pentagon's Savage Strength Project on Earth 616 was aiming for, a non-permanent supersoldier serum that offered powerful effects without side effects. While the non-permanent aspect might be annoying for someone who wanted to be a permanent superhero, it was sufficient for the Pentagon. "Need to remember not to let Gwen bring that thing home, that would be troublesome," Peter secretly noted. Gwen, however, wasn't bothered. She watched the fight between Earth-65 Spider-Gwen and Cindy Moon with eagerness. "Are we not going to get involved?" she asked. "No. I ran into a Spider-Man named Miguel earlier. He warned that excessive interference in other universes can cause the universe to collapse. These incidents are called web events, and we suspect they are the result of over-interfering with other spider people's lives." Gwen paused, then looked confused. "What counts as excessive interference? You can change the storyline, but you can't change the main character." Miguel, who had been absent for a long time, reappeared. Gwen looked slightly surprised at the muscular, Captain America-sized, DC Dark-style Spider-Man who emerged from a spacetime tunnel, but Peter's spider sense had already confirmed his arrival. Specifically, Peter had sensed something the moment he crushed the ring. This universe, like many others, had a spatial barrier established. "I'm not sure what happened, but I detected a possible web event and intense multiversal vibration frequencies, so I came." "Sure enough, you were involved." Miguel scanned the Gwen next to Peter. "The one you brought, you take back. I only prepared a bracelet for you, not for your teammates." "It's fine, the spatial barrier is gone, I can get back myself." "So, what's next?" "Your decision was correct, Spider-Man. I've detected that reality is on the verge of shaking. It was the right choice not to intervene further." Miguel continued to explain, "Regardless, the final battle can only be completed by her. This is the story of this world's Spider-Woman. She must have her protagonist battle as a mark of being the Spider-Man of this universe." Gwen looked at Miguel with some dissatisfaction. "Who is he? Blue Panther? Cloak Blue Army? Black Garfield? Or Freedom Muscleman?" Miguel stared at Gwen with disapproval, then turned to Peter, "The message clear, she's from your universe. You brought her. Control her. All right, this is Miguel O'Hara, the Spider-Man from Earth 928. In his universe, the time is 2099. He's the friendly spider ally I met during my previous universe jump." Peter also introduced the Spider Society guys to Miguel. There is a group calling themselves the Web Gods who have chosen to recruit a large number of spider people eager to conquer their own universes into their organization. They have a lot of members. This is the second time I've seen them. They came here to recruit Silk, the spider totem with the long claws. Miguel finally frowned. When Peter previously mentioned establishing a multiversal base for Spider-Man, Miguel wasn't very concerned, thinking it was just about creating a transit station. But now that wicked, ambitious spider totems had gathered to form an organization, Miguel felt that forming a spider alliance was absolutely necessary. What is their goal? To counter a more powerful enemy and expand their army. That's not good news, Miguel thought, while looking over at the ongoing battle. It looked like the combination of Spider-Gwen and the mini-Green Goblin versus Dr. Silk was about to reach its conclusion. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 318, Severing the Silk, Earth 65. No matter the circumstances, the team-up of Spider-Man and the Green Goblin always felt thrilling, and this time was no exception. Although both Green Goblin and Spider-Gwen were severely lacking in combat experience against Dr. Silk, they possessed an undeniable determination and conviction. The battle began with a preemptive pumpkin bomb toss by the Green Goblin. Dr. Silk swiftly used the web shooters on her mechanical tentacles to catch the pumpkin bomb in midair. However, Spider-Gwen launched a web line from the explosion smoke, sticking it to two of Dr. Silk's mechanical tentacles. She tried to tear the tentacles off with sheer force, but unfortunately, Dr. Silk, also possessing spider powers, was no less powerful than, and arguably surpassed, Spider-Gwen in combat ability. Spider-Gwen couldn't budge her even when she stood perfectly still. At the same time, Dr. Silk could focus on the Green Goblin's movements, attacking him with her other two tentacles. You two novices, did you really think you could achieve anything? Think about it, with so many people in S.H.I.E.L.D., why did they send two children? Ultimately, isn't it because you two are the people no one cares about? No one cares about your deaths except your parents and relatives. Why are you sacrificing yourselves for S.H.I.E.L.D.? I'm not sacrificing myself for S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm just doing what I can, for Peter. Spider-Gwen strained to pull. Suddenly, Dr. Silk stumbled. Spider-Gwen immediately seized the opportunity and ripped the two claws from her back. Then, the pumpkin bomb exploded directly on Dr. Silk's back, completely destroying the control system. Dr. Silk had no idea why she had suddenly tripped, leading to such a humiliating defeat. After a moment of silence, Peter looked at Gwen, from 616, who had been standing next to him. "Did you go help?" Gwen shrugged helplessly, indicating she genuinely hadn't gone to help. But what was the truth? The truth was, perhaps no one cared anymore. But Dr. Silk had other ways to deal with Spider-Woman. "Damn it. You insolent wretch." Dr. Silk finally unleashed her last resort. "I granted you your powers. Naturally, I can take them back." Her hand flashed with white light and smacked toward Spider-Gwen. Her hand did strike Spider-Gwen, and she felt the other person's power draining away, so she flashed a confident smile. Then, she realized she had missed. She hadn't hit anything. Spider-Woman, whose power was still intact, webbed a trash can and smashed it hard into Dr. Silk's face. Green Goblin swooped down next, joining the beatdown. During the ensuing pummeling, Peter looked at Gwen in the corner, confirmed she had indeed gone up impatiently to help, and asked Miguel, could a web-breaking event have been triggered? Miguel, completely unaware of Gwen's abilities, had no idea what had happened. "No, all data is normal. Gwen's power is truly outrageous, it doesn't even trigger a web-breaking event." Meanwhile, after Dr. Silk had been beaten to within an inch of her life, Gwen, Earth 65, tiredly walked over and thanked Gwen, Earth 616. "Thank you. If she had actually touched me and cancelled my powers, I might not have been able to defeat her. I think her so-called power deprivation isn't that great. It only took away the spider powers I gained, but it didn't touch the ghost powers I got." Peter felt speechless hearing this. Her ghost power was granted by the cosmic cube. What right did Cindy Moon, Earth 65, have to strip away the power granted by a cosmic cube? Then, Spider-Gwen noticed Miguel and let out an exclamation. "Wow, who is this muscular hunk who just showed up? Blue Panther? Blue Cloak? Blackened Garfield? Or Liberty Men?" Miguel's list of disapproved people +1. "I am Miguel O'Hara, the Spider-Man from Earth 928. This is a symbol of our alliance, a multiverse travel bracelet. Of course, you cannot travel arbitrarily, to prevent you from triggering a potential web-breaking event. In our world, Reed Richards just finished developing a multiverse travel device." Miguel looked at Gwen with increasing exasperation. "Earth 928 is one of the possible futures of Earth 616. So, our technology actually originates from yours. This is the 2099 version of Reed Richards' technology." Gwen simply replied, "Oh," and said no more. Spider-Gwen, however, took the bracelet and began fiddling with it. Meanwhile, Green Goblin sat on the side, looking completely disillusioned, as if he had lost all hope in life, just waiting for S.H.I.E.L.D. to come and arrest the entire Sinister Six and throw them in jail, preferably sentencing them to death. "So, what's the plan now?" Peter asked Spider-Gwen. Although the core problem wasn't solved, the great revenge was accomplished. At least Gwen and Harry had momentarily lost their purpose in life. I don't know. Maybe be a superhero. Maybe do something else. Ugh, I'll figure it out later. This world was dark, and it was full of supervillains. Even Gwen herself didn't know what she should do. And Dr. Silk's words had undeniably made something clear to Gwen. You never thought killing the lizard was wrong. You were only scared and regretful because you discovered the lizard was your friend. Spider-Gwen pondered this for a long time, then looked at Peter. Have you ever killed anyone? She wasn't sure what answer she would get, but she felt he hadn't. Spider-Man was from Earth 616, a pure hero. But Peter's answer surprised her. It depends. I took out a lot of zombies in the zombie universe, and in other situations, I've tried to kill people who hurt, or intended to hurt, those around me. Even though the reason they died ultimately wasn't my fault, I genuinely intended to kill them and even thought I had killed them once. Gwen, 616, clasped Peter's hand. If you want to know if a person who has killed can turn back, sorry, I don't know. But if you want to ask something else, like what you should do, I can tell you. Or rather, I can ask you a question. At this, Harry also looked up at Spider-Gwen, eager to hear her answer Peter's question. Why did you choose to put on the mask? I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 319, Chapter 319, The Meaning of the Mask. Gwen Stacy walked the streets, looking at everything around her. Yesterday's battle seemed to have changed nothing. They defeated a powerful villain, they took down the mastermind behind Peter becoming the lizard, but what else? Earth 65 didn't seem to have gotten better even a little bit, at least not visibly. This left Gwen feeling a little confused. What was the meaning of their fight? Perhaps it never had a meaning. The only good news was that the overwhelming wanted posters and advertisements plastered all over the streets about Spider-Woman were gone, and the news had stopped talking about her. Gwen's mood seemed to lighten slightly. She swung on a web into the sky above the city. S.H.I.E.L.D. kept its promise, the police were no longer hunting her. She noticed someone spraying graffiti on a discarded billboard and swung over curiously. Two young boys, who didn't look very old, were using spray paint to create a new design. "What do you think of this painting?" One of the boys asked his companion, but received an unexpected female reply, "I think it's pretty good." The two boys turned and saw the Spider-Woman's mask. In a panic, they aimed their spray cans at Spider-Woman and started spraying. "Run! It's Spider-Woman!" "What?" Her spider sense gave no reaction, and Gwen's mask was instantly covered in paint. Smelling the unpleasant fumes, she vaulted onto the top of the billboard. Watching the two boys flee, she couldn't help but sigh. Nothing had changed. Perhaps the warrant had been withdrawn, and no one would pursue Spider-Woman anymore, but everyone still believed Spider-Woman was the murderer of Peter Parker, a terrifying villain. No one thought otherwise. This damn mask had become a symbol of a criminal. Gwen pulled off her mask in frustration and anger, then sighed helplessly. After the battle yesterday, the Peter Parker from the other reality asked her why she wore a mask. Why did Spider-Woman wear a mask? To protect her family's safety, she had replied. But that answer didn't explain many things. For example, Spider-Woman was now a wanted criminal hated by everyone. Everyone thought she was a bad guy. Why didn't she design a brand new uniform, change to a new mask, and why did she continue to wear this suit? Gwen truly never had any intention of changing this uniform. "If you're not planning to get a new suit, then think about what this suit is still useful for," Peter had said yesterday. Gwen muttered Peter's words, fell silent for a long moment, then chose to pull a fresh cowl from her backpack and put it on. She had something she needed to do, or rather, should do. Shouldn't Spider-Woman really be held responsible for the death of high school student Peter Parker? Yesterday, we received news that the arrested spider-powered individual, Dr. Cindy Moon, the head of SILK, is the true mastermind responsible for the death of the young student Peter Parker. Her sale and distribution of the superhuman serum, the lizard serum, are the culprits behind all of this. But I ask you, shouldn't that Spider-Woman really bear some responsibility? Jonah Jameson was giving his latest commentary on the news received yesterday. Essentially, all S.H.I.E.L.D. had done was guide the Daily Bugle's narrative from "Spider-Woman definitely killed Peter Parker" to "There is no evidence that Spider-Woman killed Peter Parker," thereby lifting the warrant. It's true that, subjectively, she stopped a young man who had turned into a lizard monster from harming others, but why couldn't she have been a little more merciful? As S.H.I.E.L.D. revealed more information through the NYPD, the truth of the incident was slowly uncovered. Young student Peter Parker, unable to endure years of school bullying, bought the lizard serum on the black market, seeking revenge on the bullies. He ambushed the Midtown High School graduation dance. Spider-Woman stopped Lizard Parker during the fight but accidentally killed him. In a sense, this cleared Spider-Woman of the charge of murder in the eyes of the law, but from another perspective, it essentially confirmed that she was a killer. So, what exactly did the Spider-Woman's mask represent to others? She encountered a gang, the gang thought she was one of them and wanted to invite this new spider-powered individual to join their ranks. She encountered several honest police officers. Despite the warrant being lifted, they still kept their hands on their holsters, aiming at her. Of course, some people saw her as the one who stopped the terrifying lizard and wanted her to help them retrieve their stolen wallet. Everyone looked at this mask through their own lens. Everyone defined her from their own perspective: good guy, bad guy, murderer, hero. So why did she still wear this mask, making it hard to breathe? Why, since that day, was she unwilling to take off the mask, even going so far as to distract herself by swinging through the air, exploring her powers? Gwen saw her father chasing a criminal, a superpowered criminal. Gwen took a deep breath and quickly followed. The superpowered criminal named Tombstone had nearly taken out all the police officers on the scene. Only Captain Stacy remained, firing his gun. But faced with the bulletproof Tombstone, this level of attack was clearly useless. Just as Tombstone smiled and slowly approached, a web shot out and stuck to his back, then swung him away. "I learned from a friend that the best way to deal with big guys like you is to hang you up." After webbing Tombstone's eyes and mouth shut, Spider-Gwen hoisted him up upside down. But Captain Stacy raised his gun and aimed it at Spider-Gwen. "Stop, Spider-Woman." "I know, Captain. I know Peter Parker meant a lot to you. You might think I'm lying, that I colluded with the police to drop the warrant. But it's different. I've seen many people, I've heard many people, defining this mask. I've heard too much about what they think I am." Gwen finally understood why she had kept wearing the mask. She pulled off her cowl, looking at her father in the empty space. "You're a good cop, Captain Stacy. You wear that badge and carry that gun your whole life because you know if you didn't, they would fall into the wrong hands. But when I first put on this mask, all I thought about was that I didn't have to carry any burdens anymore. I thought I was special. Peter wanted to be like me, and that's why he turned into a monster, so I didn't get a new mask. This is my responsibility. This is the meaning of this mask. If I don't personally tell the world what this mask represents, and let them define it, I would be letting Peter Parker down. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 320, The Last Stop on Earth. Thank you, Peter. To be honest, meeting a version of myself from another universe who was a demanding and abusive academic advisor felt incredibly strange. Hearing this, Peter recalled what kind of species graduate advisors generally were. I actually think most advisors probably oppress their students. Dr. Connors had returned to his normal human appearance, or, rather, had recovered, because the lizard serum in this world was essentially a non-permanent ability serum. The evil Connors of Earth 65 quickly reverted to human form. With the joint efforts of the lizard Connors and Peter, a new reversal serum was developed, restoring him to normal. If that's the case, you can look for me to be your project advisor when you go to college, Peter. I wouldn't say I'm a good teacher, but I definitely won't oppress students. Connors, who was now doing one-armed pull-ups, felt the power of the Erskine serum. Although most of the effects on him had been neutralized, some seemed to remain. Now, he, a disabled scientist, could even have a six-pack. All right, guys, you don't look very busy. The person walking in was the short-haired Gwen of Earth 65. She seemed to have gone through some difficult emotional turmoil and finally couldn't help but look at Peter. Peter. Do you remember what you said? Could you accompany me to the Parker house? There are just some things that need to be said. Peter smiled and nodded, and Harry also stood up, taking a deep breath. He was going along too. Only 616th Gwen looked at the awkward atmosphere and asked, should I go too? It couldn't hurt, it would help prove the existence of parallel universes. One more thing, don't forget to prepare to head to that wasteland universe. We're going to build a spider city there. I hear it's a world we can completely control and don't have to worry about the local spider totem. Miguel said this, narrowing his eyes. Earth 928 was not a suitable place to build a base, the villains and heroes there were still fighting, and the battle wouldn't stop even by 2099. But the Wasteland universe was different. He heard the Wasteland Avengers were preparing to launch an all-out attack on the Red Skull. After that, the Wasteland universe could become a happy place for cultivation and development. As for what 616th Peter Parker was doing, it had nothing to do with him anyway. Peter and the others arrived at 20 Ingram Street in the Forest Hills neighborhood of Queens. Gwen knocked first. Uncle Ben opened the door. Seeing Gwen and Harry, he looked quite surprised. Oh, Gwen and Harry, you haven't been around in a long time, kids. Yes, Uncle Ben, because of Peter. Short-haired Gwen spoke helplessly. All three fell silent. After a moment, short-haired Gwen smiled and then said, Uncle Ben, I'd like to introduce you to someone. Harry and Gwen stepped aside. Uncle Ben saw Peter and the other Gwen behind them and looked at Peter in astonishment. Peter stepped forward with a smile, asking uncertainly, I don't know if your Peter ever mentioned parallel universes. He said there are many parallel universes in the world, and every observation of a quantum particle creates a new universe. Perhaps in some universes, he's still alive. He might. Saying this, Benjamin Parker seemed to finally understand. Oh, my God. What is it, Ben? Do we have guests? Aunt May walked over and saw her nephew, who had been dead for 9 months. The broom in her hand fell to the floor. Half an hour later, Harry walked into Peter's room. The room was spotless. Aunt May and Uncle Ben still cleaned their nephew's room every week, even though he was gone. On the desk were all the news reports about Spider-Woman from the past 9 months. Every article was cut out and placed there, forming a huge investigation map. Even the news that was just announced last night had been clipped and added. He heard footsteps and looked over. It was the short-haired Gwen standing by the doorway. They're talking about Peter's childhood. There are some things I didn't even know. They still find it hard to believe that the Peter from another world and I are actually here, Gwen said, leaning against the door frame helplessly. Harry pointed to the clue wall and asked Gwen, do you know about this? I know. In fact, precisely because I know, I haven't dared to tell them that I am Spider-Woman. Gwen sighed helplessly, I'm scared. If I don't tell them, maybe we're still just ordinary neighbors, but if I do, they might never forgive me. And have you forgiven yourself? Harry looked at Gwen, then answered for himself, of course not. Otherwise, you wouldn't keep wearing that costume. You should be ready to tell them. I'm not ready yet, but I have to tell them eventually. Maybe I'll never be ready. The two walked downstairs, watching Peter chat with Aunt May and Uncle Ben. They seemed to have finally accepted that Peter was indeed their nephew from another world and not an actor Gwen and Harry had hired to comfort them. Peter saw short-haired Gwen and Harry come down before he spoke. "There's something I need to tell you. In my world, I gained spider powers, and I try to do the right thing, to help others." "I know what you want to say, Peter. You want to say that Spider-Woman is right, or at least, not entirely wrong." "It was an accident," Uncle Ben interrupted Peter. I know it all. It was indeed an. Really? In a world like this? Peter looked at Uncle Ben. "Is that what you truly believe, or is it that?" Uncle Ben sighed. "If Spider-Woman only wanted to help, only wanted to, maybe we. I don't know. But what if? What if she's like those so-called superheroes, those bastards, taking money as protection fees, like those cops? What if Spider-Woman joined them, and that's why no one's pursuing her anymore?" Earth 65 was a bleak and oppressive world. The original world had many problems, but in this world, even the superheroes couldn't be trusted. But Peter knew some things had to be said. He didn't speak but looked at Earth 65's Gwen. Gwen was silent for a moment, standing there. Finally, under Peter's gaze, she spoke the words. "Aunt May, Uncle Ben, Spider-Woman, is me. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 321, Spider City Site Selection. On Earth 21923, the Wasteland world, Black Panther from the zombie universe had become the leader of the new Avengers. For over a month, they had been waging war against the new America led by the Red Skull. The Avengers were crushing the Red Skull, who was being beaten so severely that he went mad and began cloning a superhuman army using superhero DNA to resist the new Avengers. Most of the old-timers have retired, maintaining order in the wasteland. Just the other day, we found Juggernaut's retired bar. Guess what? Old Man Hawkeye said as he showed the spiders around New Vegas. "Hey, we found Deadpool's head in the tank he uses for his moonshine. You guys didn't resurrect Deadpool, did you?" Peter was surprised. The Wasteland universe shouldn't be short on people now. Black Panther had filtered a new batch of survivors from various universes to form a vigorous new Avengers, including his own dismembered self, the Scarlet Witch from the zombie world, Dazzler, X-23, now Wolverine, from the Deadpool kills the Marvel Universe world, Viv Vision, the synthezoid daughter of the Wasteland Vision, and Ashley Barton, the new Spider-Woman, two who wouldn't be affected by age in the Wasteland. It was a cobbled-together Avengers team. Yet, this cobbled-together Avengers team was hammering the Red Skull into the ground, which only proved that combat power was truly an abstract thing. "I thought my world was bad enough." Spider-Gwen looked at New Vegas, which was half wasteland and half modern, and felt shocked. "I never thought there'd be a world where the heroes were wiped out. It's the infinite multiverse. Anything is possible. If you had seen the zombie universe, you wouldn't think this place was so bad." Peter lamented helplessly. Miguel glanced at him when he heard that. "There's actually such a thing as a zombie universe." "Yeah, we blew one up, but there are at least two left. Be careful, Miguel, don't accidentally fall into one." Miguel was silent for a moment, genuinely baffled as to why something called a zombie universe could exist. It was too bizarre. "The location for you guys is pretty much chosen. It's in the former Hulk's territory. The Red Skull dropped quite a few nukes. They're trying to kill that Old Man Banner. That rotten place has a lot of nuclear radiation. It should meet your requirements." Hearing Old Man Hawkeye's words, Miguel was silent again, then looked at Peter with confusion. "Why do you want a place with high nuclear radiation to build our base? Do you remember those other universe Spider-Men I told you about?" Peter was, of course, referring to the Spider-Hulk who came from an unknown Earth, entered Earth 65, and gave Cindy Moon of Earth 65 her spider abilities. When he heard that other Spider-Men could also cross the multiverse, Miguel was very surprised. He also listened to Peter's description of the so-called Spider Army and how it included individuals who could conquer their entire universe with their own power, break through the cosmic barrier, and actively enter the multiverse. These individuals were very dangerous. What was more dangerous was that their numbers were constantly expanding. One of the conditions these people gave the recruited spiders was to help them resist an invasion by a race called the Inheritors. The Inheritors are a species that survives by draining life energy, and the abundant life force of a spider totem is their favorite food. I don't want to exaggerate, but when a spider totem faces an Inheritor, they are practically defenseless. Of course, since Peter Parker brought this up, it meant he had a solution, so Miguel waited for Peter to continue without interrupting. However, they are very dependent on pure life energy. For example, it's questionable whether they can absorb the gamma radiation energy from Spider-Hulk. Furthermore, they cannot absorb life energy contaminated by nuclear radiation, and the nuclear radiation itself is deadly to them. So, this will be an absolutely safe house, Miguel understood. I'll go back to Earth 928 right away, prepare the engineering equipment, and start building the base here. Then I'll contact as many Spider-Men as possible to join us. Peter Parker from Earth 700 is an excellent candidate. At this point, Peter couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Spider Army. Based on the cosmic barrier Strange discovered, it was highly likely that the Spider Sorcerer Supreme could use magic to protect the universe from dimensional travelers, which must be incredibly powerful magic. What about me? Spider-Gwen asked expectantly. Is there anything I can do? Wait, and accept special training once the training room is built. Miguel looked at Gwen very coldly. As a Spider-Man, you're too weak. You're even among the weakest Spider-Man I've ever seen. You need training. Gwen was instantly unhappy, but it was true, she was too weak. They had a lot more to do. To deal with the future inheritors and other crises, Spider City must start moving now. The Spider Army was already one step ahead of them, they couldn't afford to be any slower. Alright, since we've discussed everything, it's time to go home. Peter was finally relieved, seeing that everything was mostly arranged. He planned to use Reed Richards' portal to get back quickly, and incidentally reduce the weakening of the reality barrier. If he were alone, he could use the bracelet Miguel gave him, but the problem was that Miguel's bracelet was single-user, and neither Gwen nor Connors could use it. Of course, there was one more thing he needed to ask. Just a quick question, Peter asked the Gwen from his universe, you didn't bring any of that spider isotope serum with you, did you? No, why? Are you sure? I'm really sure, no. Gwen blinked innocently. Peter stared at her for a moment, then chose to trust her, only reminding her once more, that kind of serum is what bad guys love most. If it's ever discovered, the entire Manhattan could become Spider Island. So, I won't bring it back. After getting Gwen's assurance, Peter and Gwen prepared to pass through the multiverse portal in New Vegas. Before they left, Spider-Gwen called out to Peter. Peter, do you think Aunt May and Uncle Ben will forgive me? They will accept all of this. That was the only thing Peter could leave her with. Peter, Gwen, and Connor stepped through the multiverse transporter. Unexpectedly, they passed through a golden portal and did not enter the Baxter building. They arrived at the Sanctum Sanctorum. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 322, Chapter 322, You Must Learn Magic. Ah, you're finally back. Do you realize you were gone for a full 2 weeks in the alternate world? Strange was sitting in a wicker chair next to the hole in the Sanctum Sanctorum's roof, which Grendel had torn open. It had been over a month since the symbiote crisis, and the Sanctum's roof still hadn't been repaired, which was surprising. Even more surprising, however, was Strange's statement that they had been gone for 2 full weeks. How is that possible? I never. Time is relative in the multiverse, child. Naturally, you can't guarantee that the flow of time will always be faster on the other side. In reality, Peter and Gwen had only spent 3 days on Earth 65, while 2 weeks had passed on Earth 616. Alright, Gwen. You take Dr. Connors to the Avengers first. Doctor Strange probably has something to discuss with me. Okay, we'll go first. Gwen left with Connors, who was still curious about their sudden arrival. Once they were gone, Peter, feeling uncertain and slightly guilty, asked Strange, so, the reason we landed directly at the Sanctum is because of the reality barrier. You traveled the multiverse too late this time. You nearly entered after the Sorcerer Supreme of that other universe had already sealed it off. Consequently, the web of destiny gave you an overly potent surge of power, and you tore countless holes in the reality barrier, Spider-Man. I know, but that was an emergency. I was dealing with the lizard. Strange put down his book and stood up. But, you cannot deny that with every subsequent use of your ability, your influence on the reality barrier increases. And I cannot guarantee that I will always have enough time to repair the reality barrier. The Sorcerer Supreme has many things to manage, Spider-Man. So. You need to learn magic. At least, you need to learn the magic required to repair the fabric of reality. You'll be doing that job yourself from now on. Peter looked at Strange, astonished. Truthfully, Strange sounded a bit like he was shirking his duties, as protecting reality was the Sorcerer Supreme's job. However, Peter didn't plan to refuse. After all, it was his problem, and learning magic would be a way to strengthen and improve himself. There was only one question. Do I have enough time to learn magic? You were gone for 2 weeks, Spider-Man, and the world didn't end. So, my answer is, yes, you do. Strange said, reaching out to summon a book. If you want to study without wasting any time, I suggest you first learn astral projection. That way, when your body is resting and sleeping, your mind can leave and continue to study magic. Strange handed an English grimoire to Spider-Man, but you must remember, mental fatigue does not dissipate with physical rest. You still need to pay attention to your downtime. Okay, thank you, Strange. Furthermore, as part of your magical study, you can consciously enhance your existing abilities. For example, what you call your spider sense is actually a form of precognition, a glimpse into the future, but because you don't know magic, you can only utilize this power superficially. Learning magic will help you master it better. Peter's interest was piqued. He couldn't help but ask, if I master the spider sense, will I be able to see the future? Still only fragments, but yes, you will. Can I expand my spider sense to a 50-kilometer radius and sense what every person who bears ill will toward me is doing? Strange, having listened to Peter's long and complex question, found it odd why Peter wanted to expand his spider sense to 50 kilometers. After a moment of thought, he didn't give a definitive answer. I don't know the specifics of how it will develop, but perhaps you can. Good, I'm in. Excellent. Strange, entirely unfazed about gaining an apprentice, since he never teaches students, that's always Wong's job, nodded and continued, however, I must first clarify a point. You are different from most of the sorcerers at Camartage. They study white magic, drawing their power from the Vishentai, the 3-in-1 gods of white magic. There are also many other demonic entities and gods who control different dimensions and energies, and they lend their power to their followers for spellcasting. Take you, for instance, Spider-Man. The power for a spider totem to cast magic can be derived from two deities. One, a lesser entity, is Anansi, the West African god of lies and weaving. Here, I'm referring to his conceptual symbol in the multiverse. I don't get along with Anansi. I once beat him up with a different universe's Mjolnir. Strange. Although a specific individual from a different multiverse doesn't perfectly align with the conceptual symbol, Strange didn't bother to elaborate. He simply continued with Peter, the other is far more powerful. The ancient goddess Gia wished to create a celestial map model for the souls of all life in the entire multiverse. The web of life and destiny, woven by Neith, the goddess of weaving, and the daughter of Gia and Ashtar, one of the Vishentai, is this map. It records the soul information of the entire multiverse. As for how Ashtar and Gia managed to have a daughter, it's best not to dwell on that. And the spider totems are the messengers Neith created to maintain the web of destiny. She divided her power to evolve the totems, so every spider totem has a connection with her. And now, I will strengthen the link between you and her. From now on, most of the spells you cast can directly draw upon her power. In short, you have your own boss, so don't borrow from the Vishentai. Strange made a gesture and began to strengthen the power of the spider totem within Peter. Countless illusions appeared before Peter's eyes. He saw countless universes merging, including his own 616 universe. All the multiverses began to rewind, continuously reverting to the time before any universe had separated. In the age of the Elder Gods, before the birth of the new gods like Thor and Hercules, there was only one universe, one Earth. A single web was being woven. What do you see? Strange asked Peter. I see a pair of hands weaving a web. I see a young woman weaving. Strange smiled. That is the true goddess of the great web, far more deserving of the title than those who call themselves the spider gods. That is Neith. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 323, Basic Knowledge of Marvel Magic. Seeing that Peter had found his boss, Strange was very satisfied and curiously asked, did she say anything to you? Nothing at all. Was what I saw a live feed? Strange raised an eyebrow and withdrew the spell. The illusion before Peter vanished. Strange then nodded. Spider-Man indeed possessed magical talent. Learning magic has two foundations, Strange began, walking and beckoning Peter to follow. The first is a strong enough psychic field. This is the basis for learning spells, it's the talent. People without this talent cannot learn magic. The second is effort. Talent does not mean you can achieve mastery overnight. Even the most excellent sorcerer needs constant practice and self-improvement. As they passed through a doorway, Peter and Strange instantly found themselves in a vast, snowy mountain range. Strange gestured for Peter to follow. We are now at Camartage, the home of the Sorcerer Supreme on the roof of the world. It's situated on the largest ley line on the planet, making it the best place for beginners to learn magic. We pay the Eastern Great Power hundreds of millions in materials every year for rent and maintenance. The sudden leap of thousands of meters caused Peter a bit of altitude sickness, but he quickly recovered and hurried to catch up. Strange continued as they walked, your psychic energy is very strong, Spider-Man. That's a good thing, it means you have the potential to learn magic. Now, I'm going to teach you how to use magic. Remember, I'm only teaching you once. And then I study on my own. And then you study with Wong. Peter saw many Camartage apprentices. He followed Strange into a dwelling that felt like it was styled after the Tang dynasty. He took off his shoes with Strange while listening. The reason magic students require a powerful psychic field is that every sorcerer must start with the most basic magic. The first sorcerer supreme, Agamotto, one of the Vishanti, summarized the three paths of magic. The first path is the inner path. The magical power on this path comes from your own psychic energy, so those with insufficient psychic energy cannot learn. As Strange spoke, he cast a spell, and quickly, his physical body slumped while a floating, visible, and tangible soul appeared before Peter. This is known in Western magic as astral projection. Astral projection, hypnosis, mind control, low-level telepathy, and your spider sense all stem from this. It's the most basic magic. The inner path is represented by the mineral lapis lazuli. Generally, as long as you don't overextend your psychic energy, there will be no harm. The second path is the world path. This is about borrowing power from nature to cast spells. It can create simple force field shields and illusions. Excellent sorcerers can even generate different elements, like the Avatar. Strange spoke while summoning the 4 elements of water, fire, wind, and earth with his left hand, and the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth with his right, forming 2 different cycles. This type of magic also doesn't deplete your own energy, but it relies too much on the surrounding natural energy and the sorcerer's proficiency. Nexus of realities like New York, London, and Hong Kong make these spells easier to cast. Camartage, needless to say, is even better. The portals cast by the sling ring also use a magical artifact to manipulate natural elements. The drawback is that because natural energy is limited, natural magic generally has a less powerful effect and a short duration, but the advantage is that it won't harm the user. The world path is represented by the mineral jade. Finally, there is the third path, the outer path, represented by the mineral gold. If the magic drawn from the self and the magic drawn from nature are both limited, then where does the power for a sorcerer's truly powerful magic come from? When a magic student steps onto the outer path, it signifies that they have officially become a sorcerer. Magic is a trick to deceive and alter reality, and the more powerful the effect, the more powerful the energy required. In addition to the countless parallel universes you've traveled to, the cosmos contains other extra dimensions that don't belong to our reality. Some of these dimensions are like pocket universes such as Asgard or Olympus. Others are more abstract, like Hell or the Dark Dimension. Strange's astral form didn't cast an outer path spell but showed Peter the enormous heads of various dimensional lords. Some beings transcend a single universe, occupying unknown dimensions and merging their consciousness with the dimension itself. These are the dimensional lords. A sorcerer can call upon these dimensional lords, borrowing the power of the dimension they control. It's essentially taking out a loan from them. Like the Vishanti. The Vishanti are among the better ones, and they don't like hearing that. Strange rolled his eyes at Peter before continuing. Outer path magic is considered the most advanced and powerful form of magic, but to gain the assistance of a dimensional lord, the sorcerer must learn and execute complex incantations and master subtle hand gestures. The weaker the sorcerer and the stronger the dimension, the more complex the ritual to draw the demon lord's power. Of course, you can also directly draw energy from unknown dimensions, but every sorcerer is advised not to do this because pure dimensional energy is too powerful. Prolonged use will damage the sorcerer's body. Drawing energy from a demon lord, like the Vishanti, mitigates this harm. Of course, we must pay other costs. Camartage sorcerers, for instance, pay part of their debt with the responsibility of maintaining the safety of reality. There are also malevolent demon lords, such as Dormammu, Thon, Set, and Mephisto. They demand costs like the sorcerer's soul, but they are more generous and can rapidly boost a sorcerer's power. Strange recalled the heads of the dimensional lords, and his astral form returned to his body. He stood up from the floor, dusted off his robes, and handed Peter a sling ring. Remember this environment, Spider-Man. When you can use the sling ring to open a path to Camartage, it means you can begin learning the magic of mending reality. Peter took the sling ring and the basic spellbook. Strange had explained the Marvel Universe's magical system in great detail. Peter was about to leave through the portal Strange opened but suddenly thought of a question. Are these the only 3 sources of a sorcerer's power? No, Spider-Man. This is what I must warn you about. If you encounter a sorcerer using the 4th path, notify me immediately. Strange's expression turned serious. Thon, the god of black magic, discovered the 4th path, called the Path of the Necro. Necromancy isn't about summoning skeletons, it means using the energy generated at the moment life ends to cast spells. Every single one of them is an unpardonable, rotten to the core bastard who deserves to die. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 324, Lord of Limbo. My name is Belasco, from the 13th century of Earth, 616, known as the Great Black Magic Sorcerer, the Corruptor, and now the Lord of Limbo, also called the Hell Dimension. Right now, I am boredly observing Ileana Rasputin, codename Magic, the mutant from the entire multiverse, scurrying around in her various homes. The mutant ability these young girls awaken is teleportation, but in reality, their teleportation is a jump from their reality to Limbo, and then a jump back to their own universe. Oh, you ask what limbo is? In the past, there was once an incredibly vast dimension, representing the dark dimension. This dimension was shattered in an unknown battle, splitting into countless small dimensions imbued with dark corruption. One of these fragments is called limbo, and I am its master. Actually, only a small number of magics discover that their teleportation ability is actually passing through limbo, accidentally entering it during transit. Most magics think their teleportation is instantaneous, merely a flash in limbo before they leave this place. Those magics who accidentally entered limbo and their respective universes didn't fare very well. At this moment, I am bored. Extremely bored. I want to go home. But I can't. Back in the day, I was a grand black magic sorcerer. I worshipped the great god of black magic, Thon. I contacted the great Thon, received his blessing, and became the first human to be transformed into a demon. I also obtained the method to summon him back to reality. I only needed 5 bloodstones and a ritual to bring the great god of black magic back to his faithful prime Earth, Earth 616. But my magnificent plan was discovered by the minstrel Dante. That bastard stopped my grand plan and banished me to this godforsaken place, Limbo. But I am unyielding. I became the Lord of Limbo. A dimensional god. Damn the reality barrier of Earth 616, it's so thick, I can't go back. Belasco, the Lord of Limbo, sighed in resignation and stood up. At his feet lay the corpses of X-Men. They came from different universes, and those who died at his feet were great warriors. Some X-Men chose to cling to life, but the environment of Limbo gradually demonized them, eventually corrupting them into parts of this world. Still others could not resist him and became his loyal hounds and army. Only one small regret, in my collection, I don't have a single living Ileana Rasputin. They're all dead. When will I ever get a live magic? Belasco, suffering from a pure collector's urge, stroked his chin. His face still retained human features to some extent. Aside from turning a blood-red color, growing a pair of small red horns, and his hair turning completely red, he didn't look drastically different from a human. However, the part of him below the neck was truly horrifying, a torso with no skin, just blood-red muscle that emitted hot steam. A piece of unknown upper human skin had been cut open and fashioned into a vest draped over Belasco's shoulders, with 2 arms resting on his own. Belasco's belt was made from the lower half of that person's skin. Considering Belasco's own skin was missing, it was possible this outfit was made from his own hide. A guest. How rare. Belasco looked ahead. Accompanied by a ripple of spatial distortion, a man wearing green robes and a purple cloak stepped into Limbo. Belasco looked at the man's ridiculous crown, suddenly raised an eyebrow, and smiled. How interesting, guest. You are from Earth 616, the prime Earth, the main universe. And you don't possess magic at all. He raised his hand, stopping the eager demon Wolverine from ripping the newcomer to shreds, and looked at the men with curiosity. You are not the first visitor here. Someone named Victor Von Doom once came. Also from 616. He stole a large batch of promethium from me and took it back to power his little nation indefinitely. Belasco was actually gnashing his teeth when talking about Doom. It should be noted that the flow of time in Limbo is variable. He had actually been here for tens of thousands of years. He finally met a sorcerer from Earth 616, and that guy not only ignored him but dared to attack him with magic. And then he actually ran away. A dimensional god's blessing is something you don't want. Are you even a proper sorcerer? But that didn't stop him from cheerfully trying to manipulate this new guest. I call myself the in-betweener, the one who conquers time. I discovered this place from the edge of Limbo, where time is almost stagnant. I have come seeking your help, Belasco. The green-robed sorcerer with the purple cloak spoke in riddles more cryptic than Belasco the demon, causing Belasco to frown. But the next words from the men cheered him up. I request that you invade Earth 616. Why? The Avengers obtained a list from another multiverse. They are attempting to alter a predetermined destiny, and I, the in-betweener, must ensure that the future proceeds along its destined timeline. They are my enemies. Understood. A time traveler. No wonder he doesn't care about the present. Belasco nodded, but he ran into an awkward problem. The newcomer arrived in Limbo using technology, but Belasco was already a dimensional god, a magical entity, and couldn't use the man's technology to penetrate Earth 616's reality barrier. Can you take me back to Earth 616? No. But I can help you tear open a fissure between Limbo and Earth 616, a fissure large enough to bring one person through. As far as I know, you need 5 Earth 616 bloodstones. You already lost 1, so you only have 4 now. This time traveler knows a lot. Belasco frowned. As a dimensional god, his own existence in time was nonlinear, so he wasn't afraid of the time traveler's so-called predetermined future. But this guy didn't say how to get to Earth 616, only that he could open a fissure to bring someone through. Bring someone through. Belasco suddenly burst into a smile. At the time you wish me to invade, how old is Ileana Rasputin? 12 years old. She has not yet awakened her mutant abilities. Belasco's smile was satisfied. Excellent, in-betweener. Open a gate for me at the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. You don't need to worry about the rest. It's time to tell Earth that hell is full. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 325, Christmas is coming. The holiday schedule for American students is quite different from that of East Asian students. Based on length, there are 4 main breaks in the year: a 2-week spring break in March, the summer break from late May to late August, the Thanksgiving break lasting 5 to 10 days in November, and the winter break spanning 2 to 3 weeks, which includes Christmas. And speaking of Christmas, Thor, whom everyone thought would be off protecting his father Odin while he slept, actually returned. The Asgardian calendar is different from Midgard's. The last month of the Asgardian winter begins on a Friday between your January 19th and 25th. The frost giants become active and prepare to invade Asgard. Then, they attack Asgard for 7 continuous days during that last week of the month, attempting to inflict damage while the Allfather is at his weakest. At the top of Avengers Tower, Tony was leading the preparations for the first Christmas party since the Avengers were founded. Thor cracked open a can of beer, watching it with a sigh. The first 2 times I came to Midgard, I thought it was the same as 1,000 years ago. I drank ale and smashed my cup on the floor, which startled Jane. Jane, that sounds like a girl's name. Captain America, sketching the entire Avengers team, suddenly suggested, how about inviting her on Christmas Day, Thor? It's a little too few of us for a Christmas dinner here. The Avengers' Christmas dinner had to be held a day early because many people, apart from the bachelor captain and the geographically displaced Thor, had places to go for Christmas. So, they had to celebrate a day early. I'm not quite sure, this is a warrior's feast, but I do see a willpower in her no less than that of a warrior, so I suppose, perhaps she can come. Tony, standing nearby, shot Thor a disdainful look. If he wants to invite the girl, he should just say so. Why all the roundabout talk? Hank and Janet went shopping. I guess the mall is probably torture for Hank. Oh, wait, I think they're here. Tony said, looking toward the elevator. But as the doors opened, it wasn't Ant-Man and the Wasp who walked in, but a young black couple. The captain was the most surprised and immediately stood up to greet them. Your Majesty Chala. Queen Aurora. I really didn't expect. I'm an Avenger too, Steve. You gave me an Avenger ID card, of course, I can come and visit. After an amicable handshake with the captain, Chala looked at Tony. Tony, Shuri is really looking forward to the gift you prepare for her. She believes Tony Stark can give her a sufficiently excellent gift. Yeah, that little squirt is hard to deal with. Tony immediately changed the subject, turning to the Avengers Chala hadn't met. Chala, this is Thor, the Prince of Thunder from Asgard. God of Thunder, actually. But it's a pleasure to meet you, Chala. I can feel the blessing of Bast in your noble qualities as a warrior. Thor smiled, not even bothering to correct Tony's teasing. Tony continued the introductions, and over there, hanging up the tinsel on the wall, is Peter Parker, our little Spidey. His merchandise sells better than all of ours combined. Peter exchanged greetings with Chala. Thinking about it, this seemed to be the first time the entire Avengers team was present. Besides the original A6, the 2 newly added members, Spider-Man and Black Panther, were also here. So, the Avengers actually only have 8 people. Why don't I see Dr. Banner? Isn't he here? Well, actually, there is no Banner right now, only Hulk, Tony said, while directing his JARVIS to position the Christmas tree. Hulk just watched a horror movie, had a hearty laugh, and is now asleep in his custom room. Hulk is awake now. The big guy walked out of his special room, holding a bucket of what was probably leftover popcorn, eating as he came out. Upon seeing the Black Panther, Hulk walked over, bent down, and stared at Chala for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. Little black cat is here, haha. Hey, Hulk. Peter said from the ceiling, where he was stringing up lights, can you put the Christmas star on top of the Christmas tree? Hulk walked over to the conference table, grabbed the Christmas star from a pile of odds and ends, went to the Christmas tree that was about his height, placed the star on top, and then turned and grinned at Peter. Peter gave Hulk a thumbs up. Just then, the elevator opened again. Ant-Man, carrying a huge pile of things his girlfriend had bought, walked in, and Janet, entering with her bag, went up and hugged Aurora, Storm, upon seeing her. When we have the feast tomorrow, everyone can bring some people. Rhodey is coming then. Please don't mind that he's a spy for the Pentagon, the American Avengers don't have a Christmas party or anything, so he has nowhere else to go. Captain. Do you have anyone you can bring? I was planning to invite Romanoff and Clint, but Romanoff said you don't like her, Tony. And Clint has to deal with his, new members. Coulson doesn't have time. The captain scratched his head helplessly. He occasionally joined Nick Fury's operations, but he was only close to those two from S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony then looked at Hank and Janet. No need to ask, Janet's social circle is the same as his. Looks like I'll have to celebrate Christmas twice with Pepper, once in New York, once in California. Thor is bringing a girl, and who else? Hulk. Nobody. Hulk's friends are mostly here. The rest would just get them into trouble. All right. Tony finally looked at Peter. Are you planning on bringing a girl, Peter? That blonde girl you brought last time, the one you toured the parallel universe with for 2 weeks. Or maybe that Asian girl. Or perhaps. Actually, I wasn't planning on bringing anyone. Oh, wait. Peter said, pulling out his phone, Cyclops wants me to stop by the Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. He said it's to express his gratitude and he has a gift for me. Perfect, I was planning to go back to the academy, too, Aurora, Storm said with a smile. But before she could finish, the alarm blared. JARVIS immediately reported the current situation. Sir, there is superpowered criminal activity in New York City. Who's got the nerve to cause trouble right before Christmas? Based on available information, the perp is Wilbur Day, also known as Stiltman, committing crimes using a pair of telescopic stilt boots. Tony looked at the captain. The captain smiled, stood up, and looked at the Avengers, assembled fully for the first time. All right, one last mission before Christmas. The target is the apprehension of Stiltman. Avengers, assemble. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 326, The Hellions Squad. Peter, Aurora, Storm, and King Chala arrived at the Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Somewhat to Peter's surprise, Chala, the king of Wakanda, was quite invested in the Mutant Academy. The number of superpowered individuals is increasing not just in America, but globally. Spider-Man. Chala always wore a gentle smile, failing to project the majesty of a monarch, seeming more like a kind school teacher. Although Wakanda's population is only a few million, and we don't clearly distinguish between mutants and ordinary people, an academy dedicated to training young superhumans is a facility that holds valuable lessons for Wakanda. Just earlier, the Avengers had collectively gone out to bully the Stiltman. It's hard to imagine the sheer terror faced by a villain who relies on a pair of boots that can extend and retract his armor for robbery. First, he was warned by the tiny wasp. Before he could laugh, Captain America and Black Panther stood before him. He stumbled back in fear, leaning against the cross-armed Hulk. He then bolted, extending his stilts to their maximum height, only to crash into a giant-sized Ant-Man. Turning back, he nearly fell over after encountering Thor and Iron Man flying toward him, only to be caught by Spider-Man. By the time Stiltman's equipment was dismantled and he was put into an NYPD police car, he was completely dazed. The Avengers, conversely, were in high spirits, laughing heartily like a group of villains. Peter then traveled to the Xavier Academy with the Black Panther and Storm. Cyclops mentioned that because most mutants have chosen to settle in Genosha, the school has far fewer students than before. Peter, who had visited the academy several times, introduced its history to the royal couple. He was even able to give them a rundown on the situation in Genosha. Magneto practices autocratic rule in Genosha, but honestly, I think he's quite competent, which is why the mutants have managed to cohere. At least as far as the current situation in Genosha goes, mutants do not oppose Magneto's decisions. As for Magneto's conviction that humanity will inevitably wage war against mutants, that remains pure speculation, which the Avengers are trying their best to prevent. With the re-election of President Matthew Ellis, the anti-mutant Republican congressmen lost much of their power. For the next 4 years, at least, the American government is inclined to support the superheroes. As they chatted, Peter and the others approached the Xavier Academy, but as soon as they got close, they heard a sharp, authoritative command, "Stop." Blocking Peter and his companions was a group of students, exactly 5 of them, all strangely dressed. The leading boy looked normal, but among the others, one resembled a sharp, rocky version of the Thing, and another's skin was metallic silver. There were 2 more, a girl dressed in a long black robe and veil, like someone from the Middle East, covering her body, and a final boy who looked timid and stood at the back, wearing gloves. The Academy does not welcome you, Avengers. This is a mutant school. Black Panther was somewhat surprised by the students' exclusiveness, while Storm was already frowning with displeasure. As for Peter, after thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized, you guys are the Hellions Squad, right? The students Ms. Emma brought back from the Massachusetts Academy, correct? That made sense. This was the team that had been constantly clashing with the new mutant squad. Storm looked visibly relieved upon hearing this news. She knew the students the Academy took in wouldn't be this hostile, it had to be that Emma Frost's doing. Peter was about to offer an explanation, but Black Panther pulled Peter back, smiling, "Don't worry, Spider-Man or Aurora can certainly teach these young people a valuable lesson." Are you truly not going to move? Storm asked with a smile, but the leader of the group was taken aback and retorted, What do you mean? Are you planning to break in? I'm afraid so. Firstly, this is no way to treat guests. Aurora advanced as she spoke. The leading young man shouted, Rockslide, stop them. The student who resembled a sharp-edged rock stepped forward to block Aurora. In a sense, these young people were cautious. They didn't intend to start a real fight, they just wanted to block the entrance. However, Storm seemed intent on teaching them a lesson. Actually, if I just told them Cyclops invited us, they'd probably let us through. This is Aurora's home, Spider-Man. Anyone who comes home and is blocked by children who don't know them will be a little annoyed. Besides, Aurora is the Storm. The Storm isn't known for its good temper. Peter didn't actually recognize most of the members of the Hellion squad. He only recognized 3 of them, and he didn't even know Rockslide's real name. Rockslide's power, which looked like he had turned into another thing, was actually that he became a mental entity controlling Rock. The stone body was just a shell, he would survive even if it were blown up or dismantled. The girl dressed like someone from the Middle East seemed to be called Dust. Her power? A low-grade version of Sandman. He could only remember her because she'd appeared in a cartoon. The only person in the entire team who needed attention was the young man who had been speaking, Julian Keller, codenamed Hellion. He was actually an Omega-level mutant. His Omega-level power was in telekinetic control. His ability for mental communication and reading minds was average, and he had no capability for mind control. Chala smiled, watching Storm walk toward the academy entrance. The bulky mutant codenamed Rockslide approached Aurora. He had just managed to say, I'm sorry, ma'am, when Aurora pushed him dozens of meters away with one hand, then wrapped him in a gust of wind, forcing him to stand upright. Julian was utterly shocked. He ordered his teammates to attack the intruders. Dust turned into a flurry of sand, but she was quickly swept away by the wind. The same happened to the other girl, who could transform herself into liquid mercury. As for the last guy with the gloves, he didn't even make a move. Green telekinetic shields appeared around Julian, as he attempted to use his powers defensively, but he was no match for the wind, which directly tripped him and sent him tumbling to the ground. You have a good grasp of your powers, but your manners for receiving guests are truly terrible, children. Storm stopped, looking at the Hellions she had so easily defeated. I am Aurora Monroe, your future teacher. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 327, Unhappy Holidays. To be honest, the Hellions' blockade was strange, but fortunately, once they realized Storm was a returning X-Man, they apologized very respectfully. However, their attitude toward the Avengers was still less than ideal. These kids are clearly a bit exclusionary, but they're not exactly hostile towards humans like Magneto. They seem to have the idea that mutants' problems should be solved by mutants, and others shouldn't interfere. Storm summarized the children's attitude problem. She didn't know how Emma Frost was training these kids, but this philosophy was clearly not consistent with Charles Xavier's ideals. She was also puzzled why Cyclops would allow such an ideology to spread in the school. The Hellions remained nearby, staring pointedly at Peter and Chala, both of whom were wearing their suits. On the way, Peter saw a few familiar faces, the slightly familiar Kitty Pryde, Shadowcat, and the completely unfamiliar New Mutants teammates. Hey, Spider-Man. I heard from Logan that you were coming. Peter nodded, walking over to greet Kitty. Yeah, I got an invitation, said someone prepared a Christmas gift for me. What do you think it is? I hope it's not their blue and yellow uniforms. They're much uglier than the New Mutants' black and yellow suits or the Hellions' red and white ones. In truth, the classic comic costumes, after being modernized like Nolan's Batman suit, weren't truly ugly anymore. At least they weren't as jarring as pure cosplay. However, the main X-Men team's yellow and blue scheme had a strange, dated feel when compared to their students' uniforms. Wait, the Hellions. You've already met Julian and the others. Kitty looked unhappily at the distant Hellions staring at them, then sighed and scratched her head. Sorry, maybe the Hellions dislike the Avengers because of us. Because the New Mutants, mainly me, have worked with you, and our two teams have a bit of a competitive relationship. So they might dislike you. They dislike me because of that. Peter was speechless for a moment before sighing and changing the subject. It doesn't look like there's a lot of Christmas spirit at Xavier's school for gifted youngsters yet. We're setting up now. It'll be much better when it's finished. Want to come over on Christmas Day? It might be fun. I might be spending Christmas with my family, sorry. After saying goodbye to Kitty, the group continued toward the X-Men's main office building. On the way, they could see various students decorating, and the Christmas atmosphere was slowly building. Although Cyclops had said the student body was much smaller than in previous years, Peter roughly estimated there were still several hundred people. When Peter and his companions arrived at the school building, they were surprised to see the X-Men fully suited up, seemingly ready to leave. "Spider-Man, you've arrived. We are very grateful for your previous help, and therefore, watch out," Peter shouted. He realized something was wrong. His spider sense was blaring maniacally. There was something wrong with these X-Men. His shout alerted Black Panther and Storm. The group dodged Cyclops' attack, but then a large group of X-Men rushed them. Nightcrawler teleported behind Peter, intending to attack, but Peter's spider sense locked onto him first. Peter kicked him away, then grabbed Nightcrawler's tail and slammed him into the crowd, hitting Iceman. This slam had an unexpected result. The struck Iceman transformed into a red-skinned, horned, demonic version of himself. He didn't look like a good guy at all. Demon X-Men. Are we being invaded by some demon universe? Peter immediately felt something was off. That shouldn't be right. Earth 616 has the strongest reality barrier. How could it be subjected to a dimensional invasion? He quickly glanced at the bracelet Miguel had given him and spotted a severe problem. These X-Men were a mixed group, almost every one of them came from a different universe. What is going on? Careful, these people are extra-dimensional invaders. Then I don't have to worry about my friends. Aurora, Storm, said, using a powerful wind to sweep all the demonic X-Men outside, while simultaneously using a gale to suppress them. The immediate question was, where were the X-Men of this universe? Black Panther quickly accessed the computer in the ground floor lobby and pulled up the surveillance footage. The X-Men had noticed a small girl in the school emitting distinct energy fluctuations and rushed off to solve the problem, but for some unknown reason, they all suddenly vanished in an instant. What is this? That girl is Ileana Rasputina, the sister of the X-Man Colossus. The red energy wave she emitted is unknown. Perhaps the X-Men's research equipment has a record of it. Upon hearing the name Ileana Rasputina, Peter immediately knew what had happened. The Avengers had also provided the X-Men with a list of things the X-Men might encounter in the future, which included Ileana being abducted by Belasco, the Lord of Limbo. The X-Men must have remembered this and collectively rushed out to stop the enemy. As a result, they were all scooped up by Belasco and were likely now in Limbo. But how was Belasco able to cross the reality dimension of the 616 universe? He wasn't Dormammu, who dared to outright smash the barrier. How did he bypass the reality wall? Peter thought for a moment and performed a remarkably clumsy magic spell to enhance his spider sense. After a flickering image flashed before his eyes, he sighed. He only saw two scenes, one of himself being taken to Limbo by Nightcrawler, and another of Venom battling an unknown enemy. King T'Challa, please arrange for the Avengers to contact Strange. This is a matter for the magical community, the Sorcerer Supreme needs to handle it. Black Panther watched Peter walk toward the Demon X-Men and asked a question in return. And what are you planning to do, Spider-Man? Belasco intends to take me. Conveniently, I intend to bring them back. Peter said this, walking against the wind pressure to grab the demonic Nightcrawler's hand. Accompanied by a sulphurous plume of blue smoke, the two figures vanished from reality. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 328, Chapter 328, The Creepy Old Man Belasco. Belasco finally got what he wanted, half of it. His X-Men collection finally had its first magic, even though her powers had not yet awakened. The terrified 12-year-old girl sat in this hellscape strewn with the corpses of her adult self. Many of the Ileanas had bled out, their skin pale, some were being devoured by the maggots and worms of Limbo, and more were utterly reduced to white bones, leaving only their skeletons and long hair. This was a hell of death. Ileana Rasputina, you possess extraordinary potential. The young Ileana looked at her brother, Colossus, and the other X-Men, who were frozen mid-attack, suspended in the air. She didn't know what had happened to her brother and the others. As far as Ileana knew, her brother and those men were the greatest heroes in the world. And now they were motionless, like sculptures. Your soul is quite delicious, little girl, but fortunately, I am not hungry yet. Furthermore, I am willing to give you a chance to save your family. Belasco smiled, stroking the little girl's hair, and told her a way to save herself. Give me half of your soul, and I can let you go. There are some scraps resisting me in this world, you can try to seek their help. Or, you can choose to give up, and your family and friends will become those monsters. Facing Ileana, Belasco stepped aside, showing her the endless line of corrupted X-Men behind him. Ileana saw many different versions of Colossus, all transformed into monsters. Have you chosen? Poor Ileana. The 12-year-old girl was surrounded by the corpses of herself and countless versions of her brother who had turned into demons devouring human limbs. Belasco watched the little girl turn and flee, satisfied yet bored. She always chose this, without exception. Then, as agreed, your soul is mine. Belasco grinned viciously, reaching out his hand and watching her fall to her knees while fleeing. Then, he tore a translucent, blonde little girl's spirit from Ileana's body. Ileana bit her lip and crawled up. Blood seemed to seep from her eyes for some reason. She felt she had forgotten something and was completely dizzy. She staggered to her feet and quickly ran away. Belasco watched the scene he had witnessed countless times, sighing with a sentiment he had expressed just as many times. Once again, poor Ileana chooses to fight, foolishly believing she can save her family, never considering that in the entire multiverse, no Ileana has ever succeeded. The Undying One emerged from the shadows nearby, looking highly displeased at Belasco. The latter was truly a demon, easily breaking the plan they had agreed upon. True, the Undying One had opened a rift for Belasco, allowing him to pull someone from Universe 616. The choices were limited, as few beings could open a channel between Limbo and Earth 616. The Sorcerer Supreme was definitely out of the question. Doctor Strange, a newcomer who had only been a sorcerer for a few years, was already brandishing an axe and chopping Dormammu back into the dark dimension. Belasco had to gauge the difference between himself and Dormammu. While he wasn't the weakest dimensional lord, he certainly wasn't one of the powerful ones. Dimensional lords are powerful sorcerers who merge their minds with an unknown dimension. Following one of the four paths of magic, they internalize the dimension, gaining near-infinite energy and a transcendent status beyond mortals. But this didn't mean their fighting power immediately skyrocketed. Beings like Thon or Oshter were ancient gods, but Belasco was merely a mortal sorcerer transformed by Thon. Their battle capabilities were incomparable. If Belasco left his home base of Limbo, Strange would likely chop him to death with his axe. This was why the Undying One believed Belasco needed Ileana Rasputina, the future magic. This was a link in fate. The magic of Universe 616 was destined to replace Belasco as the new Lord of Limbo. But the X-Men sought to obstruct this predetermined fate, which was why the Undying One chose to intervene. However, Belasco played a trick. While he couldn't enter Earth 616 himself, he could selectively enlarge the rift torn by the Undying One and send his lackeys to bring back Spider-Man of Earth 616. Why would I need magic when I have Spider-Man, who can freely travel worlds? Haven't I killed countless versions of magic from different universes and played this game of letting the tiger back to the mountains countless times? I'm bored of it. You had better hurry. The Avengers and the Sorcerer Supreme won't give you much time. The Sorcerer Supreme of Earth 616 is troublesome, but not enough to defeat me, Belasco said with the most arrogant words delivered in the most cowardly tone. I'm not leaving Limbo anyway. As long as I don't leave my dimension, the Sorcerer Supreme is no match for me once he enters my territory. He reached out his hand, condensing the half-soul he held into a piece of crimson gemstone. This was the Bloodstone, one of the sources of his black magic power and the key to opening a passage to the 616 dimension. The void in her soul will gradually be filled with the black magic of Limbo, turning her into a poor child whose soul is filled with darkness. Tisk tisk tisk. Then, he glanced at the Undying One. As for the time issue, don't worry. The flow of time in Limbo is different from other places. Even if only a few minutes pass outside, years may have passed here. Rest assured, I've played this game of hunting magic countless times, and I've never failed. The Undying One merely looked coldly at Belasco. He had frozen the X-Men's time, awaiting the arrival of the Avengers, but now it seemed he might have to change the plan. Not only were the Avengers and X-Men trying to alter established fate, but even Belasco was trying to modify his destiny. The Undying One took a deep breath. If the Avengers arrived, for the sake of established fate, he might even have to help them. Meanwhile, the fleeing Ileana ran for what felt like an age, only to find more and more demons beginning to hunt her. But soon, a long sword flew through the air, piercing the demon about to pounce on Ileana. She was saved. Ileana saw an incredible person. It was an older version of Ileana Rasputina, with an arm like a demon's. Follow me, magic, the figure said. Whatever you plan to do, first, you have to survive. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 329, Kong the Immortus. Peter dragged a certain alternate universe demonic Nightcrawler into the Limbo dimension. He was quite sure this Nightcrawler wasn't a native of Limbo. Because the moment he entered Limbo, he was immediately met by countless Nightcrawlers who had been completely demonized, swarming him like a horde. Peter took a deep breath, preparing to rely on his spider sense for an all-out battle. Aha! I am filled with power now. Venom instantly completed an explosion. The demonic Nightcrawlers were pierced by symbiote spikes. Peter was surprised to discover two facts. First, Venom's attributes were greatly enhanced. Second, he could feel a stronger connection to magic. In Limbo, Spider-Man's spellcasting was actually easier. What was going on? I don't know, but this place feels a bit like Null, the symbiote god. Peter looked at the demonic nightcrawlers, some injured, some outright dead. Whether these people were transformed by Belasco or naturally influenced by Limbo, it was hard to consider them human anymore, though Nightcrawler wasn't exactly human to begin with. Alright, what's next? I need to use a divination spell to pinpoint the X-Men's and Ileana's direction, Peter's spider sense flared violently. He looked around and saw a tall man with prominent cheekbones, wearing green robes and a purple cloak, walk out. Spider-Man, I'm the Great Immortus. I bring you an insight into destiny. The man, who called himself Immortus, appeared before Peter and began speaking to himself. The X-Men have fallen to this state because they tried to change destiny, to change history. And you, Spider-Man, you must set everything back on the correct course of destiny. Peter looked at the men for a while, silent, thinking, recalling the face, recalling the comics he had read, and finally reached a conclusion. Kong. I am Immortus. Are you a Kong variant called Immortus, or are you just Kong the Conqueror in a different costume? Immortus looked at Peter for a moment in silence, then said righteously, I am merely Immortus now, no one else. Alright, this wasn't a variant Kong created for himself, this was just Kong wearing a different costume and calling himself Immortus. Peter sighed and looked at Immortus Kong, finally understanding what he was doing. Is this because the X-Men are protecting Ileana from being kidnapped by Belasco, and you're pushing for that to happen? It is you who are trying to alter the path of destiny, Avengers. You are attempting to deviate from history. I am correcting it, including Kurt Connors. All destiny should be corrected. Peter didn't bother arguing with Kong. He simply webbed his face and slammed him to the ground, but Kong quickly returned to his original state, proving that possessing the time gem indeed made one somewhat omnipotent, or at least very tough to beat. I have protected the X-Men, Spider-Man. Their time is frozen by me, they will not suffer any corruption. If you can reach them, the time on them will resume. But be warned, you must first find Ileana Rasputin. She is the key to everything. Ignoring the symbiote spike that pierced his chest, Immortus spoke while departing. He was truly an immortal, unable to die normally. Peter frowned as Immortus reappeared and then fled once more. Kong the Conqueror was trying to stop the Avengers from using that list to change history, or at least the history Kong believed in. But at the same time, as long as history was back on track, he would actually offer assistance to ensure the timeline progressed in the direction he designated. In other words, unless they found a way to take out Kong and get the time gem from him, this guy would endlessly try to ensure every potential villain became one. He might go to every point in time where a villain could be born and personally create all the villains. Perhaps this was what Korvac meant when he said, the dynasty of Kong must come. We will stop you, Kong. It matters not. At least for now, you have a task to complete, Spider-Man. Immortus flashed away again. Peter frowned and began to roughly cast a spell. As a student of magic, he hadn't even scratched the surface, but at this moment, Peter's divination spell proceeded surprisingly smoothly. The spider sense was no longer just a simple buzz, clear, fragmented visions appeared, as sharp as the epitaph of the Crimson King. Alright, looks like I've found the way forward. I just need to head there. Peter said this while vigilantly watching his surroundings. He was quite certain Belasco had discovered him. Now, he needed to be constantly wary of the demon's actions. Just in case, he awkwardly borrowed Neitha's, the Egyptian spider goddess, power, placing a shield over his soul. At this very moment, in the palace in Limbo, Belasco had prepared a spell to corrupt Spider-Man's soul. The souls of countless lives were sacrificed at this moment, black magic was activated, and Belasco let out a cackling laugh. You are but a mortal. Your soul is mine. Open the door to the supreme universe for me, whoa, null. When the soul-attacking magic surged towards Spider-Man, all Belasco saw was a void, as if the other's soul didn't exist. Then, he felt the power of the living abyss. This power represented a deeper void and darkness than the dark dimension. Instead of corrupting Spider-Man's soul, it instead enhanced the energy he was borrowing from Limbo's magic. As for the symbiote, it would naturally be strengthened here due to the similar environments of Limbo and the living abyss. Why is Null's consciousness sealed within this mortal's body? A cursing Belasco then reconsidered. He only suffered Null's backlash because he tried to claim the other's soul. But Null's consciousness was sealed inside the other's soul. In other words, if he changed his approach, destroyed Spider-Man, and liberated Null, the symbiote god certainly wouldn't stop him. The living abyss was a force rooted in every universe, Null would definitely be able to return. And then, in exchange for saving him, getting a ride out wasn't out of the question. Then, your soul shall be annihilated, Spider-Man. Belasco initiated a new ritual that would channel power to destroy Spider-Man's soul. This time, he didn't see Null, but it also didn't trigger the defense Spider-Man had placed on his soul. That's because Belasco only saw a giant web extending from the depths of Spider-Man's soul, followed by a giant golden spider reaching out its claws towards Belasco. Whoa, Neith. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 330, Limbo Resistance. Peter was unaware that he had critically hit Belasco twice before even meeting him. The sorcerer's attempt to corrupt Peter's soul had activated Null's power, strengthening Peter's ability to draw energy from Limbo, and the attack on his soul directly triggered a counterattack from the Web of Destiny. He was still searching for Ileana. Limbo was teeming with demons and corrupted creatures, most notably mutants. For some reason, he occasionally encountered demonized mutants. According to the multiversal travel bracelet given to him by Miguel, these mutants hailed from different realities. In other words, Belasco may have conquered more than one universe and corrupted a large number of X-Men for his army. He's an enemy not to be underestimated. Relying on his spider sense, which was magically amplified into a kind of precognitive marker, and his optical camouflage ability, Peter hid his form in Limbo, avoiding the demon's attacks while searching for Ileana. For some reason, Ileana's distance seemed to be growing further and further away. But he wasn't without clues. For instance, Peter found bodies sliced in half and the corpses of demons incinerated by black magic. Magic is typically categorized into three types: white magic, focused on protection, repair, healing, and enhancement, and black magic, centered on damage and control. Of course, this is merely a categorization based on use and doesn't inherently define a spell as evil or not. Beyond those is chaos magic, also known as primal magic. Aside from the incantations recorded in the Darkhold, no one can learn this magic. Wanda can wield chaos energy, but that is innate. Someone is using magic to eliminate demons. Interesting. Whether it's Ileana or not, they aren't our enemies. In that case, whoa. The spider sense involuntarily screamed. Peter dodged at top speed, and a firestorm erupted where he had been standing moments before. Peter looked into the sky. A figure was flying low, and the person looked like someone Peter had recently seen, Aurora, Storm, the demonic version, at least clearly distinguishable in appearance. With scarlet skin and sharp fingers, she looked far removed from a human. Peter wasn't sure if she was an enemy but didn't act rashly. However, she seemed certain someone was hiding there and unleashed a larger firestorm to suppress the area, but it still missed Peter. Following the guidance of his spider sense, Peter casually strolled directly beneath Aurora and shot a web at her. He then forcefully pulled her down to the ground. "Apologies, ma'am, I can't determine which side you're on, but at least I'm sure you know who killed these demons, right?" Peter remained invisible, but his voice came from a different direction. Before she could get up, another unexpected person charged over. It was Shadowcat, but again, not the one Peter knew. She also seemed to have been affected by Limbo's environment, having grown a genuine cat tail and ears, and her limb structure and face had mutated to resemble a cat, making her look quite bizarre. Next, a skeletal Wolverine, reduced almost to bone, lunged out, wreathed in sulfur-smelling flames, charging toward the invisible Peter. Peter jumped to evade and used his web to completely cover the burning Wolverine, pinning him to the ground. "My apologies. I hope this isn't the answer to your questions." Peter revealed his form, but it didn't seem to help. They continued to attack him. So, Peter caused the symbiote on his left arm to become unstable, turning it into a blade and attacking all three simultaneously. Then, his spider sense informed him of the next event: a tall, elderly woman would charge down wielding a greatsword. Sure enough, the instant Peter dodged, a greatsword cleaved the ground where he had just stood. While dodging, he used his bracelet to check if the elderly woman, who looked to be in her late 50s or 60s, was his universe's magic. After confirming she was a different person, Peter asked, "If you aren't Belasco's subordinates, can you tell me where the other Ileana Rasputina is?" "She's from Earth 616, my universe, and was about 12 years old when she arrived here. We found that the X-Men were missing, so we tracked them here. I am Spider-Man. I don't know if you've heard of me." Just as he was speaking, his spider sense screamed again. Peter quickly spun around and delivered a kick to the wrist of a blonde girl about his age who was wielding a greatsword. Peter held back his strength, but the greatsword still flew out of the girl's hand. The girl, who had been disarmed, looked utterly cold. "You're too late, Spider-Man. It's been over 3 years." The originally 12-year-old Ileana Rasputina had already celebrated her 15th birthday in Limbo, celebrating by slaying a giant demon at her party. And now, suddenly, someone appeared, claiming to be there to rescue her. No one would believe it. In reality, only a few minutes might have passed for us. For most people at the X-Mansion, the passage of time is negligible. Peter offered the explanation, but he didn't expect Ileana and the others to immediately trust him. Trust is inherently mutual, and only trust forged through actions is truly reliable. "All right, maybe you're not our enemy, but then what?" The demon Wolverine looked at Peter. He looked half-charred, nearly a skeleton, and gestured to the 5 people present. "By now, there are few left who dare to resist Belasco. Only those of us here. How do you plan to help us fight Belasco? Could 6 people really take down Belasco?" The demon Wolverine certainly didn't believe it. The X-Men from Earth 616 are merely imprisoned for the personal reasons of the immortal, they haven't been corrupted. Peter first listed the most important asset, reinforcements. He then explained the method to defeat Belasco. Then, we rely on the Sorcerer Supreme of our world. The Sorcerer Supreme is constantly monitoring my actions. He should have already sensed my disappearance. This approach, which relied on others coming to the rescue, clearly didn't gain the demon Wolverine's approval, but there seemed to be no other way to solve the problem at hand. So, the demon Wolverine asked the next question. Then how can we free those superheroes under Belasco's own surveillance? I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 331, Under the Red Hood. After communicating with the resistance fighters in Limbo, Peter discovered a very surprising fact. Illyana from Earth 616 was not the first magic to be brought to Limbo. In fact, many magics had been captured there. But unlike the 12-year-old girl from Earth 616 who was captured before her powers awoke, magics from other universes were usually captured after awakening their abilities. Due to one or two instances of losing control of their powers, they mistakenly entered Limbo while merely trying to pass through it. Belasco would then seize the opportunity to invade their universes. Life forms in those universes would fight back fiercely. In some universes, heroes would pay a heavy price to sever Belasco's connection to their world, while other universes were completely conquered by Belasco, with the entire Earth being thoroughly corrupted by Limbo's power. Even the survivors would gradually have their souls corrupted by Limbo's power and ultimately become demons. Some heroes had been completely corrupted and became Belasco's dogs, like the large wave of Nightcrawlers Peter took out. Some, though transformed into demons of their own memory and consciousness, would not obey Belasco and became wild, monstrous demons. The last group were the heroes who were still resisting Belasco and had not been fully demonized. They gathered, contemplating how to stop Belasco. In short, this wretched place now felt a bit like the Boneyard from the Deadpool and Wolverine movie, except their enemy seemed much more powerful than Cassandra Nova. In addition to 4 different universe versions of Storm, Shadowcat, Wolverine, and an elderly Magic, there were 2 others, Blade and Strange, whose universes were unknown. So, this handful of people were going up against Belasco. At least everyone felt a sense of despair. But Peter's arrival offered them a tiny glimmer of hope. On Earth 616, there was a very powerful Sorcerer Supreme who might be able to help, and a whole team of uncorrupted X-Men as potential allies. You don't look very happy. Peter found Illyana practicing her sword skills. She was taking out her frustrations on the demons surrounding the camp. The girl, who was just a 12-year-old child to Peter a few minutes ago, sliced the demon in front of her with her greatsword and said without turning around. The moment you arrived, everyone found a reason to seek death. Otherwise, they might have lived a little longer, at least not rushing to sacrifice themselves. As Illyana spoke, she stepped on the bisected upper half of the demon's body and cleaved the demon's head in 2. She hadn't awakened any mutant abilities yet, she had merely followed the demonized Storm to learn magic for a few years and struggled to survive in this place. Everyone knows their end is a dead end, but as long as no one mentions it, they won't actively seek death. You've given them a meaning to die. You're burying them. Or saving them. Peter understood Illyana's attitude towards him. You still don't want to believe me. I've been in this place for 3 full years. I fight these monsters every day. My brother, the X-Men who looked after me, were frozen solid the moment they stepped in here. Then you show up. You arrive and say only 3 minutes have passed outside, and now you want to take the people who helped me to their deaths. Illyana shouted at Spider-Man, and you're asking me to believe you. Whoa, calm down, kid. Peter quickly took 2 steps back, then thought of the simplest way to prove his words were true. All right, if you won't believe me, look at this. As Peter spoke, he took off his mask, revealing his face. My name is Peter Parker. I'm a sophomore at Midtown High. I should be about the same age as you now. If I were really lying to you, I would have become Spider-Man when I was only 12. If you count from when I got my powers, maybe 11. Peter saw Illyana freeze for a good while. Just when he thought she still couldn't grasp the situation, Illyana finally reacted. Still standing on the demon's corpse, she stabbed her greatsword into the ground and burst out laughing. Peter didn't immediately understand what was happening and watched as Illyana held her stomach and laughed for quite some time, until tears came to her eyes. He genuinely couldn't figure out the punchline. Can you just... Sorry. You mean you were only 3 years older than me, and now you're the same age? Yes. Illyana wiped the tears from her eyes and controlled her laughter a little. But you're Spider-Man. Yes. I mean, you're Spider-Man. You're an Avenger, a member of the world's strongest hero team. You saved the world, remember? You turned into a giant somehow and ate an alien dragon that invaded New York. Actually, my symbiotic suit partner did that. My point is, you're a high school student. You're my age. It sounds too ridiculous. I've been killing demons in this awful place for 3 years. I've learned magic, survival skills, and fighting techniques. I had Aurora teach me magic, and Logan teach me swordsmanship. Even now, I wouldn't dare say I can handle the guys you fought. And you? Peter answered honestly. I took 6 months of combat training from my uncle, who's a Marine Corps veteran. See? That's completely absurd. Or maybe it's just because we can win. I have an ability called spider sense. When there's danger, it rings really loudly. Ileana knew what Peter was getting at, and now. It's unusually quiet. So, can you believe me now? Don't worry, I have a plan, one that can save everyone. I'm not the kind of guy who loses his head and throws himself right at Belasco. Peter did have a good plan for fighting Belasco. As long as we can launch an offensive, everything will turn out fine. If I could only awaken my powers, maybe everything would turn out fine. Peter paused, then shook his head. It was highly likely that Belasco's entire goal was to make Ileana awaken her mutant powers so he could invade Earth 616. And Peter had another idea. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 332, Ghostbusters. In the name of Agamotto. Strange from an unknown Earth, the one with the perpetually tired expression, cast white magic, its power severely weakened in limbo, to place buffs on everyone present. The main goal was to protect their souls from the undue influence of limbo, as complete immunity was impossible. The buffs would, at least, weaken the effect and help them live a little longer. The weary Strange then deliberately skipped over Peter. Don't look at me, Spider-Man. Your soul is protected by the web of destiny. Perhaps you're the only spider totem in the entire multiverse with this protection. Limbo's power can't touch you. The disheveled Strange walked aside. Though it sounded ridiculous, the leader of this impromptu Ghostbusters team, set to depart now, truly was this version of Strange who had failed to save his own universe. Alright, folks, I've got to say, I always knew this day would come. Eventually, some bunch of nuts would come up with a ridiculous idea to lead us all to our deaths. I just didn't expect the proposal to come from a world that hasn't been invaded yet. The grunge-style Strange gave a completely unenthusiastic pre-battle speech. Most of us here are the last survivors of our respective universes. Every one of us has already lost our home, so we have nothing left to lose but this life. Now, some kid says he has a plan that might defeat Belasco. So, fine, let's give it a shot. If we die, no loss. If we win, a huge score. Alright, everyone, go off and get killed. The weary Strange yelled half-heartedly, then walked over to Peter and asked, Are you sure you have a plan, kid? Peter looked at him, having already confirmed with his spider sense and divination magic that everyone here was reliable. I'm sure. Belasco sat on his throne made of skeletons, waiting for the miserable wretches to arrive. In his hand, he held an amulet containing a pentagram array. Placed at each point was a bloodstone condensed from human souls. 5 bloodstones from Earth 616 were set in the amulet. The array was already prepared. As soon as he arrived on Earth 616, the array would automatically activate, and the Great Thon would descend personally. The so-called Sorcerer Supreme of the Prime Universe would be no match for the Elder God Thon. At that point, no one could stop him. The prerequisite was that he had to pretend to lose this fight, leading Spider-Man to believe he had rescued the X-Men from a powerful dimensional demon. Only then would Spider-Man open a portal to another dimension, allowing everyone, including Belasco, to slip through and enter the 616 universe. He was currently contemplating how to make his defeat look convincing. So, he stood up, coughed twice, and cleared his throat. Damn you, Spider-Man. You actually. No, the emotion isn't right. Belasco stepped off his throne and looked up, much to the confusion of his demonic servants, striking a look of defiant resolve. Spider-Man, you might have won this time. Wait, I'm the villain, he's the one running for his life. Wrong, wrong. Ahem, Spider-Man, did you really think you could escape? The Lord of Limbo shall, is that too cliché? Belasco paced back and forth. As a demon sorcerer who had battled the great poet Dante during the Renaissance, he had some standards. He took a deep breath, adopted the posture of an actor performing Roman theater, and carefully constructed his lines. Inescapable destiny will not change, Spider-Man, sulfur and flame. Normal people don't talk like that. Let's try again. So, when the immortal, the former Apocalypse, entered Belasco's throne room, he saw a demon draped in human skin, literally, declaiming various lines in a Shakespearean theatrical voice. My gaze shall fall upon you like cold sunlight, Spider-Man, hell is full, and your world shall face the final judgment. And then. Ah, you've arrived. Belasco, whose expression didn't change, he probably didn't even have a functioning heart, quickly composed himself and addressed the immortal. "Well, are you satisfied with my gift? The promethium is indeed a remarkably powerful energy source, far more efficient than any known energy source, even antimatter. Limbo's technological potential far exceeded my expectations." The gift Belasco gave the immortal was a special substance only produced in Limbo, promethium metal, not the DC version. This metal only exists deep inside the ore veins on Limbo's surface, taking the shape of an animal heart. It is a silver liquid metal that closely resembles a symbiote, both in appearance and material properties. It could even be forged into liquid metal armor similar to a symbiote's. For a time traveler like the immortal, this was a rare commodity. Having received his due, the immortal ignored Belasco's flamboyant performance and merely gave a warning. "Spider-Man and his group have begun their movement. And I will be leaving shortly. When I do, the stasis field on the X-Men will be very fragile, easily broken by a slight touch. And isn't that a good thing? To give them some hope." Belasco sat back down on his throne, replying with a smile. After politely watching the immortal depart, he took a deep breath, ready to continue rehearsing the upcoming scene. However, the immortal suddenly turned back. "I still advise you, do not underestimate Spider-Man and his amazing friends, or you will suffer a great fall. Do you think I haven't killed many Spider-Men? I have this under control." As long as he didn't harm Spider-Man's soul, the powers of Neath and Null would not be triggered. That was Belasco's confidence. Since good advice is wasted on the self-assured, and with Belasco looking so confident, the immortal paid him no mind and left with his promethium. Belasco finally breathed a sigh of relief and resumed his rehearsal. "It needs to be genuine, tragic. Apart from the Earth, 616 people, everyone else can be killed. Make them go to extremes, make them think they were on the verge of total annihilation. That's what makes it real." While rehearsing, Belasco suddenly chuckled. He sensed the arrival of Spider-Man's group. So, Belasco cleared his throat and stepped out with a light, bouncy stride. "Now, ladies and gentlemen, and readers of this book, all preparations are complete. The second act of the tragedy is officially beginning. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 333, War Breaks Out in Hell. Welcome, my guests." Belasco smiled as he stood at the entrance of his palace. Peter couldn't help but quip at the demon's grotesque appearance. "I rarely say this, but I haven't seen anything so disgusting since I left the zombie universe." Belasco seemed to ignore Peter's jab, looking instead at the two versions of Illyana in the team, the older and younger, and smiled. He then displayed the X-Men suspended behind him. Because their time had been frozen by Khan the Conqueror, even Belasco couldn't corrupt them. "Welcome, Illyana. You don't know how long I've waited for your vengeance. I apologize to the Elder One, your family is beyond salvation. After decades, they have long since become demons or fodder for demons." Belasco paused, ensuring he hadn't forgotten any of his lines. Satisfied, he continued with a smile. "But you can still prevent the disaster that befell you from happening to your other self, yes? I believe you came for this. Naturally, I have prepared a ceremony for you." As Belasco finished speaking, one skeleton after another of magic was unearthed from the dust on both sides of the staircase leading to the Limbo Palace entrance. They ranged from fresh corpses, recently deceased with still pale faces, to crumbling, decaying bones. Nearly every Illyana skeleton retained their smooth, golden hair as a distinguishing mark. They lined up in 2 rows, leading from the palace entrance to the end of the steps. I merely wanted to show you what your final fate is. Or perhaps, I could generously take a student or a servant, if you are willing." Belasco smiled, a glass of red wine appearing in his hand. He then shook his head in mock regret. "As for now. To you, your X-Men." Endless waves of demonic X-Men poured out from all directions. The Ghostbusters immediately went into high alert, preparing to face the monsters. The decadent Doctor Strange first unleashed the winds of Watum, knocking a large mass of demonic X-Men away. He then roared, crimson bands of Sidorak, forming a massive crimson energy shield that perfectly blocked the energy blasts from the demonic Cyclops clones. Next, the completely vampiric Blade rushed out, dissolving into a swarm of bats. He reformed behind a demonic Cyclops, tore off his visor, sliced off his eyelids, and forced his head to look at the other demonic Cyclops clones. The overwhelming, unrestrained power instantly annihilated all enemies. The Hell version of Shadowcat phased out of the shield and began mercilessly attacking those who were once her friends. She perfectly demonstrated how terrifying a superhuman with phasing abilities could be. After this kitty, who had distinct feline features, ran a circuit, her hands were drenched in blood. Only heartless, demonic X-Men corpses were left on the ground. Demonic angels charged towards them, but the demonic storm would not let them succeed easily. With a mere whirlwind, she snapped all their wings. When you have too much of anything, it becomes as worthless as a stray dog, Belasco muttered, rolling his eyes in annoyance. He watched someone charge toward him. Earth 616 Spider-Man. Facing him were demonic wolverines. Hey, Logans, I'm curious about something. Did hell strengthen your healing factor or weaken it? Because you all look pretty rough. The one who landed was barely Spider-Man, standing over 2.5 meters tall with bulging muscles. Venom felt the symbiote-enhancing properties of this place and immediately began attacking. The symbiote on him became more active, effortlessly whipping out tendrils dozens of meters long that could easily pierce the skin of any enemy except the Colossus demons. The cost was that Venom's surface boiled and churned like agitated water. The symbiote seemed excited or maybe out of control, but Venom felt jubilant. Countless Logans raised their metal claws, but before they could charge, Venom stabbed them and tossed them aside. Although the adamantium skeleton was tough, piercing the gaps between the ribs and crushing the heart was simple enough. Woohoo! Yeah. While wildly striking the Wolverines, Venom had a genius idea. If I take all these Wolverine corpses with me, can I refine a huge amount of adamantium to make an adamantium armor? It would be a shame to waste so many Wolverines, wouldn't it? Belasco watched all of this with curiosity. After millennia in limbo, this was a boring spectacle. However, he raised an eyebrow and asked without turning around, aren't you being a bit too presumptuous, using a limbo-based teleportation to ambush me? Appearing behind Belasco were the older Magic, the younger Illyana, and the demonic Wolverine, who had all used a teleportation gate to bypass the fight. The three aimed for Belasco, who smiled and shook his head. So what's your plan? Stab me with a sword. Why not? The demonic Wolverine growled. The corruption of hell hadn't stripped him of his healing factor, it had amplified it. Coupled with the defensive spells Strange had cast on him, he stood at the forefront. After giving the older Magic a look, he charged toward Belasco. Brave, but Belasco didn't even raise a hand. The runes on the charging demonic Wolverine instantly shattered. His healing factor was useless as he completely disintegrated. Then, the younger and older Magic, who should have teleported behind Belasco during the precious seconds Wolverine bought, ready to stab Belasco with the flames of Faultine Strange had prepared, were simultaneously choked by Belasco and lifted into the air. Did you truly believe you had a chance to defeat me? I am the master of limbo. Every day you spend being corrupted is a part of me, like this. In Illyana's wide eyes, she saw her older self instantly turn into a skeleton. The longer you prepare, the easier it is for me to kill you. Just like that. Oh. Are you angry? Belasco watched in surprise, even delight, as the Illyana in his hand actively began to mutate. This wasn't a mutation caused by Limbo's corruption, it looked more like an excessive channeling of Limbo's energy, causing her soul, which was half filled with dark magic, to shapeshift. Red horns sprouted from the sides of her forehead. Her body was covered in black, dry blood-like matter. Her hands became claws, and a pair of scarlet wings and a tail grew from her back. You have become one of us, Illyana. Finally, after tens of thousands of years of this game, Belasco saw a different Magic, an Illyana Rasputin who, driven by rage, willingly embraced the power of Limbo and became a demon. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 334, Escape from Hell. Illyana felt no regret, only fury. She was furious that the deaths of her companions were meaningless, furious that their sacrifice hadn't even caused a momentary distraction for Belasco. As she had told Peter, the survivors in Limbo had long been prepared to die. Not because they feared death, but because they felt they had nothing to lose. Therefore, if they believed their death could achieve some purpose or significance, they would not hesitate to make the sacrifice. By now, the survivors believed only one thing held meaning, not defeating Belasco. They dared not hope the extremely powerful Sorcerer Supreme Spider-Man spoke of truly existed. Their goal was simply to allow Spider-Man to take Magic and the uncorrupted X-Men back to the 616 universe. For this, they were willing to sacrifice their lives. This was why the older Magic and others had planned a high-risk strategy that Peter strongly opposed: use a weapon enchanted with strange spell, the only Magic capable of threatening Belasco, have Logan by 1 or 2 seconds, and the older Magic would use a portal to appear next to Belasco and strike him with the weapon. What a great sacrifice! What great devotion! But unfortunately, it was utterly useless. Belasco, who had just been clawed in the face by Illyana, hadn't even a scratch. He simply loosened his grip and stepped back, admiring the semi-demonized Illyana hissing at him. You should feel lucky, Illyana, because their deaths weren't completely useless. Look at you now, how beautiful. How powerful. You are unlike those Illyanas who endured Limbo's corruption yet insisted on maintaining their purity. You are also unlike those Illyanas who willingly fell into depravity and were killed by me. For all these years, you are the first to actively accept the transformation, actively allowing half of her soul's emptiness to be completely filled by black magic. A long sword burning with the flames of hell pierced Belasco's chest. Belasco saw that the girl before him had completely lost her human appearance. If before, the growth of horns, a tail, and wings was just a physical change, now Ileana was a demon. The black scabs covering her skin had burst open, ignited by the hellfire within her. Blood-red flames surged from beneath her dark skin, burning that skin into semi-solid, lava-like crimson. Even Ileana's height had significantly increased, surpassing 6 feet. The surging hellfire burned, yet Belasco continued to smile. His entire body then melted into a puddle of blood that slid toward the ground. Ileana tried to incinerate the blood with fire, but it was useless. Even the long sword plunged into Belasco's body snapped. How could the Lord of Limbo be consumed by hellfire? Although Ileana had filled her soul with black magic, more accurately, absorbed the corruption within her, this still couldn't allow Ileana to harm him. If you intend to do something, my dear child, perhaps you should be more creative. As he spoke, Belasco feigned a casual demeanor, turning to deploy a barrier that blocked a full-power blast from Cyclops. He looked seemingly surprised at the X-Men who appeared behind him, making a rare comment, "When did you get there, Spider-Man? You should be fighting other demons. This guy is acting." Confirming this, Peter shrugged carelessly, "You know, it's very simple. With so many demons here, Venom can temporarily possess someone else and impersonate me, giving me time to free the X-Men. Kurt, get the survivors." Cyclops, having just finished an energy discharge, watched the approaching Belasco warily. Ileana furiously picked up the remaining sword from the older magic, stabbed it directly into Belasco's body again. Belasco grabbed her arm and, accidentally, tossed her toward the X-Men. He paused, concerned that his acting was too poor and would be noticed. Forget it. The performance is already underway. Almost simultaneously, Nightcrawler teleported over the demonized Storm and Shadowcat, along with the fully vampirized Blade and the decadent version of Strange. Venom, temporarily possessing Strange, leapt back onto Peter, and Peter instantly tore open a spatial rift. "Everyone, leave. Hurry." The fully demonized Ileana glanced at Belasco, then saw the X-Men watching her warily, unsure who she was. She grit her teeth and dismissed her transformation. "I'll hold him back." The previously decadent Strange and Demon Storm were about to say they'd stay behind to block Belasco, but Peter swiftly used webbing to stick to their backs, dragging them both into the spatial rift as well. Belasco finally revealed a satisfied smile. He picked up the Bloodstone amulet. The 5 bloodstones within it would be the conduit for the ancient god's return to reality. It always ends this way, Spider-Man. A good person's mind is so easy to read. Refusing to leave anyone behind, excellent. You have opened the path to Earth 616 for me. Peter, carrying virtually all the X-Men and survivors, passed through the spatial rift. The moment he landed, he grew alert. "Everyone be careful." Belasco was waiting for this moment. He could emerge from the rift at any time. "So you knew, Spider-Man." But sadly, that would be too uncreative. A strange voice drifted in. Everyone looked around, finally settling their gaze on Demon Storm. 2 hands burst out of her mouth, then tore her body open from the sides. Belasco, once again casually killing a survivor of Limbo, arrived in this world. "Thank you, Spider-Man. Thank you for opening the door to Earth 616 for me. Now, positioned in this prime dimension." Belasco joyfully held up the Bloodstone amulet, but nothing happened. "I never said I was taking you to Earth 616, Belasco. I was just looking for a place for everyone to catch their breath." As Peter spoke, golden teleportation portals opened one after another. The Avengers, the Fantastic Four, the Thunderbolts, the Defenders, the New Mutants and Hellions teams led by Aurora, and the old and new Avengers from the Wasteland universe all arrived. And I needed to find a place where time wasn't flowing so fast, making it easy for our world Strange to open a gate. The Sorcerer Supreme of Earth 616, Stephen Strange, landed next to Spider-Man. "I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z." Chapter 335, Belasco, damn. Belasco, fight. Peter never intended to return directly to Earth 616. After hearing that Ileana was different from other counterparts who had unexpectedly entered Limbo, Peter made a crucial judgment. Belasco hoped Ileana would awaken her powers and escape back to Earth 616, thereby providing him a gateway into that world. This was also why the demon Nightcrawler intended to capture him. Belasco couldn't breach Earth 616's reality barrier and planned to use either Ileana or Peter to cross over. Unfortunately for Belasco, Ileana never awakened her mutant abilities before escaping Limbo. As for Peter, it was even less likely he'd take Belasco to Earth 616. So, Peter simply changed course, using a spatial rift to arrive in the Wasteland universe, since Reed had used Earth 616 materials to build a portal in the Wasteland and then returned to Earth 616 with Wasteland materials. The passage of time in both places was now synchronized. Thus, those few seconds were enough for the Black Panther on the other side to contact the Avengers. Doctor Strange then arrived, headache and all, bringing everyone he could muster to the clearing where Peter landed. This time, there were perhaps even more people present than when they fought Null. Belasco, the exiled one, the failed lackey of Thawne, a notorious figure even among the Hell Lords. Strange looked at the demon before him, then glanced at his own depressed counterpart, rolling his eyes at Peter with exasperation. He shook his hands, projecting the golden shield of the Seraphim. You certainly know how to find trouble for me, Spider-Man. Actually, he was planning to invade our world anyway. Yes, I saw. He's holding the Bloodstone amulet. If he enters our world, he can open a passage between reality and limbo, allowing Thawne to descend. But the Bloodstone can only perform that spell in the universe corresponding to his soul. The goal is to snatch that thing from him. Then we can kick this damned guy back to his happy home. As Strange spoke, he cast a spell to block Belasco's path back to limbo. All right, I'm not an Avenger, so I'll just tell you the objective. Listen up, everyone, grab that amulet from his hand. He can't run now. Everyone, watch out and don't die. Just hit him hard, that's it. Steve was the first to raise his shield and shout the rallying cry. Avengers. Attack. To me, X-Men. For the glory of the Northern Gods. It's clobberant time. In an instant, the area was packed with heroes charging toward Belasco. Belasco, realizing he had been tricked, laughed with rage. He simply raised his hand, whipping up a storm of red, fiery energy. So what if this isn't Earth 616? This world is closely connected to your universe. I can still get to Earth 616 from here. How many X-Men and superheroes do you think I've killed? Innumerable. Shut up, demon. Hawkeye, who had only brought Black Widow and Ghost, 3, if you count Silk, shot an arrow at Belasco's forehead. It did no damage, but the insult was supreme. Simultaneously, the older Hawkeye, from the Wasteland universe, also shot an arrow at Belasco's forehead, then sighed. It's good to see a version of yourself who hasn't screwed everything up, isn't it, Clint? Hawkeye shook his head helplessly, never having imagined he might turn into that kind of old man. It was unpredictable. Belasco, struck twice in the head, shrieked. While he couldn't return to limbo immediately, he could summon endless hordes of demons from it. Suddenly, a swarm of corrupted X-Men and native limbo demons rushed forward, blocking the superheroes charging toward him. All right, I have a question. Tony and Cyclops stood back to back. Tony blasted as many demons as possible with miniature missiles while asking curiously, so this demon's home is filled entirely with X-Men he corrupted, not corrupted Avengers or anything. Does he like mutants, or does he discriminate against them? I don't know. I only know that in the worlds of the parallel X-Men he corrupted, no one discriminates against mutants anymore. Cyclops blasted the head of a demon Wolverine with a beam, because all the humans are dead. Having said that, Cyclops rushed off to support other teammates, leaving Tony standing there, looking at the corpses of the fallen demon Cyclops. All right, remind me to stick a note on the Avengers Tower fridge, JARVIS, the X-Men's leader is an unfriendly fellow. Belasco was enraged because he'd been fooled, but he was also acutely aware of his situation. He was confident he still had a chance to reach the 616 universe. These demon hordes weren't meant to defeat the superheroes here but to delay them. If enough cannon fodder held these guys up, allowing him to find the portal and enter Earth 616, he could then summon Thawne there. Once Thawne begins his assault, everything will be fine. Demon, you will pay the price for killing a good man. Thor, who had been fighting his way through the demon horde for a while, spotted Belasco preparing to flee. He immediately hurled Mjolnir, which struck Belasco in the head. Belasco was unharmed, instead looking at Thor with disdain. Do you think you can defeat me with one hammer? A dimensional demon god who transcends a single universe. You are nothing but a new god on one planet in one universe. Perhaps I can't defeat you with one hammer, demon. As Thor spoke, he held out his hands, summoning his hammer. The Mjolnir he had thrown returned to his hand, while a second Mjolnir flew from miles away, smashing into Belasco's head, and flying into Thor's left hand. But there is more than one Mjolnir here. Even with two hammers. Don't think you can. A third hammer then smashed into Belasco's head. Strange, who was casting a spell to enlarge Hank Pym to fight a giant demon, looked at Peter, who was using Venom's symbiotic blades to pierce a demon, with great confusion. Where did those 3 Mjolnirs come from, Spider-Man? Didn't I go to the zombie universe before? Didn't that hammer get broken? Then the Watcher sent me to a universe where Deadpool killed all the heroes and villains. There was an empty Mjolnir there. I asked Dr. Pym for some Pym particles, shrank both hammers, and brought them along. Peter actually wanted to mention that there should have been one in Earthsea as well, but he didn't know why he couldn't find it. Strange gave Thor, who was playing with 3 Mjolnirs as if they were funnels, remote-controlled weapons, another strange look, momentarily speechless. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 336, Chapter 336, The Demon's Fury. The battle continued on the wasteland of the wasteland world. Alien armies, symbiotes, and now demons. As a pacifist, Hank Pym generally didn't kill people, or rather, disliked any act of violence. But sometimes he had to admit that this universe had people who really liked to communicate through force. They wouldn't listen to reason until you violently stopped them. But Hank Pym disliked it. Honestly, I'm a little tired, Janet. Sometimes I wonder if I should just quit the Avengers and focus on my research. Hank sighed helplessly as his lover flew to his side. He stomped on a demon-mutated Iceman. Wasp, conversely, seemed excited. Why, Hank? We're protecting everyone. Perhaps one day in the future, when there are more and more superheroes, the world won't need Ant-Man anymore, and it certainly won't need Ultron. Hank sighed helplessly while continuing to fight. The carnage on the ground raged on. Logan skewered a demon with one claw, only for a demon-mutated Colossus to lunge at him from behind, but was instantly pierced by another set of steel claws. Logan looked over. He had never expected to see such an elderly version of himself, or rather, he never thought he would actually grow old. So, you're the future. Best not to ask, kid. Old man Logan knew what had happened in the wasteland world but nodded in understanding anyway. He then saw Laura Kinney wearing a black Wolverine uniform charge into the fray, killing indiscriminately alongside the Hulk, seemingly immersed in the fight. Logan couldn't help but ask the elderly Wolverine, has she always been like that? I don't know. Your Peter Parker brought her from a world where everyone was killed by Wade Wilson. But from my memory, not entirely. She's younger than my Laura was when she died. Logan shrugged. He never thought things would be this bizarre. In a way, what was happening here was a secret war. No one on Earth 616 would ever realize this battle was taking place. The heroes were here to stop a dangerous enemy's invasion, but no one would know about this great fight. And in a sense, the root cause of all this, Illyana Rasputin, was merely an ordinary person using the most basic dark magic to enchant her weapon, wielding a great sword to hack down demon after demon. Colossus guarded his sister with disbelief. The memory of her turning into a demon earlier was still fresh, making it hard for him to accept. Although Illyana had reverted to human form, the fact that she was suddenly several years older was still difficult for him to handle. Watch out, Snowful. Colossus punched away a demon trying to get close to his sister, only for the latter to nearly strike him with her sword. I can handle it. Don't worry about me. You don't have powers, Illyana. You're just a kid with a sword. Illyana turned away with a cold face and sliced through a demonic variant of her own brother. I've been fighting these bastards for 3 damn years, okay. I know these monsters better than you, big brother. My little sister is swearing. A distressed Peter Rasputin smashed the head of a demon Wolverine with a frustrated punch, venting his anger. All right, children, first, ensure your safety. Storm guarded the 2 young mutant squads, ensuring their safety while allowing them to participate in the fight. But when she took a head count, she realized someone was missing. Where did Shadowcat go? Kitty remembered Strange's words. The truly important item for Belasco was the amulet. It was the key for him to summon monsters onto Earth. If they got the amulet, he would be defeated. Who better to steal the item from that guy's hands than Shadowcat? So, in the midst of the chaotic fight, Kitty phased toward Belasco, who was locked in fierce combat with a magic-wielding and 3-hammer-controlling Thor. Kitty located the amulet hanging on Belasco's chest and reached out to take it. She was knocked away. This was the first time she had been struck while in her phased state. Shaken and nearly falling, Kitty didn't understand what had happened. She looked at the thing that had struck her. It was a hideously cat-faced variant of Shadowcat, one of the survivors Spider-Man had brought over. Why did she knock me away and go for the amulet? Aren't we the same? Kitty soon found out the answer. Belasco, grappling with Thor, didn't notice the new arrival. When a cat claw emerged from his chest and plucked the amulet hanging there, Belasco seemed to understand what had happened. Then, his fury was unleashed. Boundless hellfire instantly covered the entire battlefield. Depressed Strange instinctively deployed a shield to block the hellfire. Strange immediately reinforced the shield, and Thor swung his hammers to form a protective barrier, stopping the hellfire. When the hellfire dissipated, all that remained on the ground was a single charred corpse and a shattered Mjolnir. You foolish mortal, did you truly think I couldn't counter your little trick? Belasco's enraged outburst finally gave him a moment of power. Using the might of Limbo, he crushed the Mjolnir that belonged neither to Earth 616 nor this wasteland world. Then, he carelessly reached out to pick up the amulet that had fallen to the ground. A golden light appeared before him. A portal descended, and a nearly 6-foot-tall red demon, Darkchild, with a long sword in hand slashed toward Belasco's head. Belasco was surprised by the sudden appearance of Ileana, but when the sword struck his neck, it predictably melted. Belasco watched as the demon before him hooked the fallen amulet with her tail and grasped it in her hand. "You really don't know when to quit, Ileana." He stood up, looking at the magic before him, and spoke helplessly. "That half of your soul has already been relinquished by you. Now, unless you tear your soul in half again, the bloodstone won't return to your soul." "I didn't learn much magic, Belasco. To be accurate, Ileana had barely learned any spells. But I can do this." The hilt of the longsword was still in her hand, and she chose to use her own soul as the material to reshape, or rather, enchant, a sword. Belasco finally smiled. "You really are, surprising me time and time again. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 337, Chapter 337, the current strongest output of. That child is turning her soul into a weapon. Decadent Strange, a variant of Doctor Strange, shrieked sharply upon seeing this. "Stop her. She won't be able to turn back into a human. A longsword forged from one's own soul and life force is the best choice against a magical creature. She is a clever girl." Strange, the primary one, didn't see any issue. In this situation, using necromancy to perform dark magic, creating a weapon that could harm Belasco using the energy of her own passing life, was actually an excellent choice. It was just a bit inhumane. Are you insane? The child doesn't need to do that. That is her choice. She is fighting for her anger. Strange ignored his other self, watching Ileana, in her demon form, duel Belasco with swordsmanship. The matchup was undeniably one-sided. On one side, a novice sorceress who had learned swordsmanship from Wolverine for 3 years and gained experience by killing demons. On the other, a dimensional demon god who had lived for tens of thousands of years. If not for the fact that her sword could actually harm Belasco, and with Thor shouldering most of the fight with the demon, Ileana would have had no chance to wound Belasco. They still needed to find a way to completely deal with Belasco, or at least a means to permanently drive him back to hell, which required a method that could actually harm him. What method could achieve this? Strange quickly found his answer. It was at this moment that Kitty Pryde, who had been pushed away, realized why the demonic Shadowcat had pushed her. That demon, having dealt with Belasco for countless years, knew the danger and chose to confront him herself, or perhaps she simply wished to die, which was why she pushed Kitty away. Now, while the demon was fighting Thor and another demon. Just as Kitty was preparing to act, Strange's voice suddenly echoed in her mind, "Kitty Pryde, I need you to find Spider-Man." "Oh, okay. Wait, I thought I had psychic resistance when I phased. This is projection magic, not telepathy." "Alright, cool." Kitty understood what Strange wanted her to do and asked, "What about the amulet?" "Forget the amulet for now. We need to defeat the enemy, and that requires your power. In fact, going for the amulet now might further provoke Belasco. Due to the shift in the timeline, the current magic might not be able to defeat Belasco directly. So Strange had prepared a backup plan. Find Spider-Man, tell him to take out Belasco. Remember, you need to bring Spider-Man to do this. Huh? Spider-Man? Not Thor or the Hulk or you. Kitty's brain stalled for a few seconds, but she decided not to dwell on the details and simply complied. She moved through the battlefield, watching the Hulk smash a gigantic demon, and Emma Frost use her telepathy to control and dispatch other demonic variants of herself. She quickly found Spider-Man, who was fighting a large group of demons alongside another spider-person named Silk and an unknown Spider-Woman. Spider-Man. Sorcerer Strange needs you to take out Belasco. Peter, who was using venom to form blades on his hands to cut down demons, heard this and felt profound confusion. He looked at Kitty repeatedly before asking, "Are you sure?" Yes." Peter was about to ask more, but Strange's voice was transmitted to him as well, making Peter instantly understand what Strange intended. "Cindy, I might need you to pull me back in a moment." Cindy, who was fighting a demon, tilted her head but nodded despite her confusion. Then, a portal opened right in front of Peter and Kitty. "Alright, how do we do this?" "Jump through the portal." Kitty felt both nervous and excited. Belasco was unlike any enemy she had encountered, he could actually hit her. This meant she was in danger, which only excited her more. But Peter vetoed her small idea. "No, we have another way." With that, Peter tore open a spatial rift with effort. Almost simultaneously, Belasco was fighting Thor, who wielded 2 Mjolnirs. Despite crushing the weakest Mjolnir, Thor's combat power hadn't waned, and though Ileana's strength was lacking, her sword was highly problematic. Belasco held his own sword, parrying attacks from both Thor and Ileana. It was at that moment that a portal opened right behind Belasco. Belasco instantly realized the danger, instinctively turning and releasing a powerful burst of hellfire energy. Thor defended with his body, and Illyana teleported away, causing Belasco to once again incinerate his surroundings. Even the sling ring portal was consumed by the hellfire. Peter was waiting for this exact moment. The instant the hellfire died down, Peter tore open his spatial rift and emerged. Belasco reacted quickly, lashing out with a claw strike toward Peter, but Peter's left hand was being held by Kitty. Belasco's hand, having just released the hellfire, passed harmlessly through Peter's phasing body. Then, Peter's hand, right in front of Belasco, pulled forcefully. Space fractured like shattered glass, breaking apart. Half of Belasco was completely ripped away. He seemed barely affected, his remaining half still preparing to attack. Then, Thor roared, gripping his Mjolnirs, and slammed them with full force into Belasco's half-chest. Illyana immediately followed, slicing off half of his head with her sword. This is not over yet. Belasco's falling half-head declared, "You can never kill a dimensional demon god." "You're right, this is not over yet," Strange said, opening a door to Limbo with his sling ring, looking at the heroes. "We prevented a demon's plan to invade our dimension. Do you know what to do next? Make sure this bastard can never invade our world again. Now, I'm going to his lair, to find him, sever his connection to Limbo, and destroy him completely." Strange asked one last question. "Who's in? I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 338, Chapter 338, The Undying Dimensional Lord. How do you kill a Dimensional Lord? If you ask Dr. Strange that question, his answer would be, you can't kill them. The essence of a Dimensional Lord has fundamentally changed, their spiritual energy is merged with their dimension. In essence, those dimensions are them. However, there are still ways to deal with a Dimensional Lord. For a relevant example, look at Null. The living abyss can also be considered a dimension, although it's actually a collective consciousness network spanning the entire multiverse and residing in the dark side of life. But the principle is the same. Null is immortal and can gradually resurrect even if killed, but Null can fundamentally be banished, by severing Belasco's nascent physical body from Limbo, thereby banishing him from the dimension. As long as that nascent body isn't dead, he cannot fully return to Limbo. Returning to Limbo, the depressed Strange acknowledged Strange's proposal, then took a deep breath. The only problem is that here, Belasco is much stronger, and the technique you just used has, without a doubt, been used before. Spatial slicing can be circumvented with magic. Yes, Belasco, the greatest black magic master of the 13th century. Do you know what that means? Strange asked his depressed counterpart the question. Depressed Strange replied, it means he will use the most violent methods. No, it means he will use the least creative methods against us. Strange said, looking behind him. Not many people came. Just the X-Men and the Avengers, along with the two original survivors of Limbo and the demonized Illyana. The reason for bringing so few people was that a blast of crimson magic struck the group. The golden shield of the Seraphim blocked a round of the bloody gale. That's Belasco's Crimson Storm. All the spells he has researched over the years are focused obsessively on how to kill people. So, the biggest role for me and the other Strange is to help you resist his black magic. Here, the power of the Vishanti is weakened, but any power related to black magic is amplified. And black magic involves spells of soul corruption, damage, and plunder. As the Avengers and X-Men advanced, they saw torrents of dimensional energy and black magic continuously battering the barriers set up by the two Sorcerer Supremes. But neither the ordinary demons nor the corrupted X-Men followed them. Belasco understood very well that the Wasteland universe was a conduit to Earth 616, so the invasion of the Wasteland universe had not stopped, the battle was still ongoing there. "We're here," said Blade, taking off his glasses and looking at the colossal demonic palace before them. Belasco's aesthetics were at least respectable, he didn't construct a palace of bones or gore. The royal palace of Limbo was a very solid, black marble palace, a dark, oppressive place built in the 13th century Gothic architectural style. The narrow roads, the dark atmosphere, the perpetual crimson sky of Limbo, and the skeletons of Illyana Rasputina lining the steps made the entire place truly bizarre. Tony stepped ahead of the captain, turning on the lights of his silver Centurion armor to illuminate the path. He then turned to the others. "What's wrong? Does anyone else have a light?" "It's dangerous, Tony." "I don't know what's so dangerous about a Shakespearean who wears his own skin as clothes, Captain. Besides, the wizards can guarantee our safety." Tony shrugged and took the lead. The group proceeded up the path and finally saw Belasco in the palace hall, still resting on his throne after his partial recovery. The great web of destiny, the power of the world weaver, that can indeed erase the existence of most matter, but it no longer affects me. Belasco stood up. He had already defended himself with spatial magic. Now, even Peter's dimensional slice couldn't cut his physical body. The only serious threats left were two weapons, Thor's Mjolnir and Illyana's soul sword. As for Strange, unless he planned to abandon the protection of the others, he couldn't attack. Then come. You thought I was a joke and a fool, did you? Then try to drag me off my throne. Belasco drew a long sword, his soul sword, a blade crafted from a portion of his soul that he discarded when he merged his spirit with Limbo. Depressed Strange gasped upon seeing the weapon. Everyone be careful. The soul sword can bypass magic. It can penetrate physical defenses. In other words, as long as we don't let him get close, we're fine, right? Tony immediately opened fire, blasting Belasco with every weapon he had. As the smoke cleared, Belasco was seen advancing, step by step, supported by a blood-red magic shield. Tony shrugged helplessly. I'm out of ideas. Who's next? Hulk charged forward, leaped in front of Belasco, and roared as he delivered a series of furious strikes. Belasco blocked Hulk's continuous smashing with his energy shield, then thrust the soul sword through Hulk's external defensive spell. But Hulk only grew angrier, continuing to relentlessly pound Belasco. Finally, Belasco summoned a gigantic demonic arm with a single strike, grabbing Hulk and tossing him aside. Let that monster play with my subordinates for a while. Watching the others charge toward him, Belasco gripped the long sword in one hand and his shield in the other, shouting, "Who's next?" Then, Thor charged in. Excellent, good. I will show you what a dimensional lord truly is. Even if I'm worthless elsewhere, this is my domain, my world. I am Limbo. Belasco raised his shield, blocked Thor's heavy blow, and then plunged the burning soul sword into Thor's body, pulling it out without any blood, and roared in fury. And you treat me like a joke. Now I will make you know who the real joke is. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 339, Chapter 339, How hard is it to kill a dimensional demon god? When Thor was impaled by Belasco, Captain America was the first to shout, "Avengers, assemble," and the Avengers and X-Men all launched their attack. Only Thor's and Illyana's attacks can damage Belasco. Everyone, cover them. Avoid close contact. After blocking a stream of dark magic fired by Belasco with his shield, the captain issued an urgent command. Cyclops immediately fired a beam at Belasco, while Logan lunged toward him. However, Belasco merely suspended his shield in midair, snapped his fingers, and created a reflective mirror surface. In an instant, Cyclops' beam was refracted and magnified into countless rays by the mirrored prism, blasting towards everyone. The jaded Doctor Strange immediately opened a portal, teleporting all the rays onto the massive demon currently battling the Hulk. At the same time, Belasco allowed Wolverine's adamantium claws to plunge into his back. A part of your soul is missing. You used it to forge a knife. You really should have brought it. Belasco said, without turning his head, as he extended his palm to block Colossus's punch. He then gently twisted, breaking the Russian mutant's hand, and added to Logan, also, filling your body with metal is a really bad idea. The next second, flames ignited all over Logan's body. The intense heat penetrated deep into Logan's system through the adamantium claws. Belasco kicked Colossus away, then slammed his foot onto the ground. The entire palace cracked, and countless earth spikes shot directly toward Cyclops. In the nick of time, Emma Frost Diamond transformed and shielded Cyclops, blocking the attack. Belasco looked at the White Queen, his crimson eyes blazing with dazzling light. Then, Emma's otherwise diamond skin transformed into a purely stone structure. The jaded Doctor Strange quickly cast a spell to intervene. Iceman stepped forward, attempting to freeze Belasco, but with a simple gesture, Belasco turned all the ice blocks Iceman fired into burning flames. Storm dispersed the flames with a gust of wind. Belasco raised his sword and swung it toward Storm, but the next second, a massive demon suddenly appeared and punched Storm out of the air. Black Panther simultaneously fired several vibranium daggers, which exploded in front of Belasco, creating a cloud of smoke. He rushed into the smoke, intending to ambush Belasco, and dropped down with a sweep kick to take Belasco down, but the kick hit Belasco's newly regenerated body without any effect. Belasco waited coldly for the smoke to clear, then kicked Black Panther, sending him flying directly into the palace wall. A golden portal instantly opened. Illyana, wielding the soul sword, launched a jumping strike at Belasco, but the next second, Belasco appeared behind Illyana without warning. A rapier, distinctly different from her massive greatsword, pierced Illyana's body, sending her tumbling to the ground. Ah, you still carry this thing with you. Excellent. Belasco casually picked up the amulet, which now only held 4 bloodstones, that had fallen off Illyana's demonized body. Then, Spider-Man leaped onto his back. Countless tendrils of the venom symbiote spread out, binding Belasco. Peter first tested if a dimension slice was feasible, and after confirming it was ineffective, he released his maximum electrical charge. godlike, thunder. Belasco felt pain. He genuinely couldn't believe this damn Spider-Man could cause him trouble so many times. He simply engulfed his entire body in hellfire. Venom instantly let out a howl of agony, and Belasco grabbed Spider-Man, slamming him heavily into the wall Black Panther had just damaged. Peter fell to the ground, taking a deep breath. It was at this moment that he heard Strange call. Peter paused, then nodded. At this moment, Belasco was still fighting the Avengers. He had already ripped the Wasp's wings off and tossed her aside. Hank Pym grew to a colossal size, wrapping his hands around Belasco, and numerous arcane symbols appeared on his hands. However, Belasco quickly began to grow larger and larger, eventually becoming bigger than the giant man holding him. He grabbed Giantman's head, intending to crush it, but a green behemoth, having finished off his own enemy, rushed back. The Hulk smashed his fist into Belasco's chin, knocking him down. Belasco quickly reverted to his normal size and used a spell to freeze the Hulk in midair. Who else? I'm still here. Tony, flying in his Mark armor, powered his main thrusters and delivered a punch to Belasco. Belasco simply extended his hand slightly, and the metal of the armor began to overheat. But Captain America launched his shield, which hit Belasco's head. Cap then leaped forward, embracing Belasco from behind and locking his throat. Belasco said nothing, merely letting go of the searing Tony, then slamming Cap onto the ground and piercing his shield and body with the Soul Sword. The Soul Sword has no physical attack properties, so it passed directly through the shield and struck the Captain's soul. Captain America gritted his teeth and grabbed Belasco's hand. Belasco scoffed, preparing to finish him off. At this moment, Blade crashed into Belasco, forcefully staggering him 2 steps. Doctor Strange had been observing the changes on the battlefield, then looked at his jaded counterpart. All defensive spells are up to you. How long can you maintain them? You're serious? The jaded Strange was shocked for a moment before realizing, I don't know. Maybe half a minute. That's enough. Belasco. Thor, feeling the pain in his soul, raised Mjolnir, channeling unprecedented divine power, and hurled it at Belasco. Belasco released the choked blade, then used the Soul Sword to block Thor's hammer. Countless lightning bolts burst all around. The two faced off. Suddenly, countless portals opened around them. Belasco burned away almost all the portals in a single instant. Simultaneously, Strange flew high up, and numerous crimson chains wrapped around Belasco's limbs, attempting to restrict his movement. Next, a golden portal opened. The demonized Illyana, wielding the Soul Sword, struck down at Belasco. Belasco caught the blade with his other hand, physically stopping it. Wait, something seems wrong. Belasco felt pain in his soul. A beautifully crafted sword, capable of penetrating magical defenses, pierced his chest. Dragon, the Dragon Fang sword. He heard Spider-Man's voice from behind him. Next time, remember to count exactly how many things you brought with you, demon. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 340, Limbo changes hands. In the name of Thon. When the others heard what Strange was chanting, the few people present who practiced magic couldn't help but look at him, while the depressed Strange stepped forward to explain, he's using necromancy. After all, a dimensional demon god has died in his own domain. Using this as a sacrifice allows him to get a massive amount of free magical power. Necromancers draw the source of their spells from the death of life. Although Belasco is technically immortal, he can still be killed. So Strange seized this opportunity to cast his spell. Though, in truth, Belasco wasn't actually dead yet. Now. The crimson bands pulled away Belasco's left arm, and Illyana swiftly chopped off his head, then stomped on it. Strange immediately cast his spell. As a gust of wind swept over everything, Strange let out a long breath. Tony looked around, opened his faceplate, and remarked, "That's it. It's over. For now, yes." The spell quickly severed Belasco's connection to Limbo, but he is still the master of Limbo. His spirit is tightly connected to this place. Strange sighed with relief, wiping the sweat from his brow before continuing, Belasco might be resurrected in some universe he corrupted, but not here. I still need to stay here for a while to deal with the remaining things, those corrupted demon versions of the X-Men. Strange didn't explicitly say what he would do with those creatures, as it was a bit inhumane to mention. He planned to use all the corrupted X-Men as sacrificial spell components to extract the magical power needed to completely sever Belasco's connection to Limbo. Afterward, Belasco's relationship with Limbo would be like that of Null's consciousness to his body, perhaps even worse. After all, if Peter or Venom were destroyed, Null could still return, but if Belasco died outside, he could only be resurrected outside, he wouldn't be able to return to Limbo. As long as the spell stabilizing Limbo holds, that's enough. Just to be safe, this place needs someone to guard it. I will. Asterisk. One person who said this was to press Strange. He never expected to survive, and since his reality had already collapsed, he might as well stay in Limbo and become its Sorcerer Supreme, protecting Limbo from the threat of Belasco's return. This was initially the person Strange thought most suitable, but then someone else spoke up, so Strange looked over. Miss Ileana. I must admit, you certainly have the talent for this, and if fate hadn't taken a detour, it should have been you. If fate hadn't taken a detour, when Ileana was taken, the X-Men would have gone to rescue her and attempted to stop Belasco's invasion. Ultimately, the X-Men would have stopped Belasco but failed to save Ileana. Then, Ileana in Limbo would become Belasco's apprentice, while also contacting the Resistance, learning both white magic and black magic from both sides, and actively awakening her mutant abilities. This would all be discovered by Belasco, and finally, Ileana and the Resistance would choose to fight to the death. Everyone died except you. You successfully banished your teacher, Belasco, and began merging your soul with Limbo, attempting to replace Belasco. I can still do it, can't I? Strange paused. Yes, she could. Half of Ileana's soul hadn't returned to her body yet. If she bound the soul sword to Limbo, while she couldn't replace Belasco, she could completely weaken his power. But the whole reason for doing this was to break free from destiny. Wouldn't doing this bring everything back to square one? I'll cast the spell here first. Then Miss Ileana and the other me will stay behind. We need to discuss things. Oh, and Blade. He's a vampire, and without magic protection, he can't get out. It's better for him to stay in Limbo. Peter looked at Strange, wanting to ask if he could help, but Strange unceremoniously smacked him with the cloak of levitation. You go back now. Just seeing you gives me a headache. Then. I'm heading off. Peter scratched his head and passed through the golden portal, returning to Avengers Tower. Simultaneously, the X-Men teleported back to the school. The Avengers, including the Hulk, were sprawled out nearby. Janet collapsed onto the sofa. Her suit's wings had been ripped by Belasco and now needed repair. So, that's our last mission before Christmas. The Avengers saved the world again. Hooray! She shouted weakly. Hulk, the only one who couldn't get on the sofa and was sitting on the floor, muttered and voiced his thoughts. Hulk wants fried chicken. Are you okay, Captain? Peter, collapsed on the sofa, looked at the captain. Everyone present had seen Captain Rogers stabbed by Belasco, but the captain himself seemed fine. I feel a bit tired, and there's constant pain, but that's about it. A true warrior can endure any pain, even that from the soul. Thor was the only one not sprawled on a sofa. He leaned against the refrigerator and opened a can of beer. Many enemies in Asgard use soul attacks. Perhaps the Avengers will encounter them in the future, so we need to prepare early. I suggest we don't think about anything. Tony finally voiced his relief. He felt like he had almost been cooked alive inside his armor. Let's just relax and prepare for tomorrow's Christmas party. What are we eating tomorrow? Turkish kebab is out. That place is too terrible. Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. The Beast, who had become a logistics officer and hadn't left, rushed to welcome his teammates after the golden portal appeared. After he left, the Blackbird jet system in the X-Men's underground hangar finally seized the opportunity to start running automatically. The virus set up by Otto Octavius was activated at that moment and transmitted to the central underground system of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Following the preset program, it attempted to steal data from Cerebro but gave up after finding the defense level too high. Next, the virus program began cracking and analyzing the Danger Room's operating program, discovering a large number of data errors, suggesting that this part of the technology did not originate from Earth. Okay, System operating speed, oh, it's normal. The Beast returned to the lab, glanced at the computer, and confirmed that nothing had happened. The program would simply wait for the next time the entire X-Men team mobilized. Until then, it would quietly execute the copy command. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 341, Christmas Day. December 25, 2012, Christmas Day. For the Western world, this was a very comforting day. At least in the Avengers Tower, Christmas had not yet been completely commercialized. The evidence was that for Christmas, Tony Stark ordered a massive amount of Domino's and Burger King. Then, they spent the entire afternoon eating, drinking, and watching boring movies. The Avengers' first Christmas party ended in this rather uneventful manner. Everyone stayed on the top floor of the Avengers Tower, enjoying a day free of supervillains. I don't quite understand, Tony. You are a billionaire. You own Stark Towers in 17 cities across the country. You put your name on all the surrounding merchandise t-shirts, and yet. Why are you eating Burger King on Christmas? Actually, he doesn't just eat Burger King on Christmas. Pepper Potts, who hadn't visited the Avengers Tower much since the Battle of New York, appeared and clarified the situation for Janet. he likes to eat Burger King anytime. When you have the most convenient great burger in the world to eat, trust me, Burger King is a good choice, Tony said, completely unconcerned, biting into a cheeseburger. He had been eating this stuff since he returned from Afghanistan. And if you save the world that day and want something to eat, trust me, Janet, Burger King is a good choice. Look how happy Hulk is eating. The Wasp looked at the Hulk, who was devouring a burger in one bite, and figured he was probably happy eating anything. So, Thor, where is your nurse girlfriend? Tony, sprawled on the sofa, looked at Thor. Thor leaned one hand on the glass wall, holding a half-eaten double cheeseburger in the other. Chewing his burger, he replied, she said most people at the hospital are off for Christmas, so she has to cover a shift there. She's a truly good person. Hank sighed, then suddenly realized, I know Chala will be a while, but where are the captain and Parker? Tony crumpled the Burger King wrapper into a ball and tossed it into the trash can. They are outside. In New York at this moment, Spider-Man was swinging through the air as usual. Christmas had arrived. Gwen and Captain George Stacy would, as always, spend Christmas at the Parker house, with gifts prepared by both families sitting under the Christmas tree. So, what gift did you prepare for her? It's hard to say. Preparing any gift feels like a troublesome thing. The real problem is you've gotten involved with too many girls. If only you liked just one or were a bit colder, it would be fine. But unfortunately, you can't be. Venom was, as always, watching the drama unfold. Of course, he was easy to satisfy, all it took was enough Christmas chocolate for Venom to shut up. However, since Peter Parker hadn't maxed out one of Iron Man's credit cards yet, Venom would not shut up. Peter chose to ignore him. The captain had gone to several orphanages to deliver Christmas gifts. His Harley-Davidson was loaded with a huge pile of toys and food, which he delivered to the orphanages one by one. It was easy to find out which orphanages were most in need of funding. Next, the captain would go to the hospital to visit cancer-stricken children whose families couldn't afford chemotherapy fees. The captain had already donated his share of the Avengers merchandise income to the children, handling the financial side. Now he was going to visit those children, encouraging them to persevere through the pain of chemotherapy. You can go too. Yeah, I will go too. But, for now, I just want to. On the rooftop of the Empire State Building, Peter landed in his favorite spot. He took a deep breath, looking down at the city. This had become his new, most frequent sitting spot. He gazed at New York City. It seemed fate was being cooperative, as a blanket of heavy snow fell on Christmas Day, making the entire city a pristine white. He just wanted to stay here for a while. As Peter sat down, he noticed something nearby. Walking over curiously, he found a Christmas gift box placed in this spot where almost no one would come. He was silent for a moment, then smiled. It must be Cindy. She can sense that I often sit here to look at the scenery, so she left it here. Perhaps you can invite her to sit here with you next time. Peter didn't reply, simply opening the Christmas gift from Cindy. There was nothing particularly valuable in the box. In fact, what was inside surprised Peter, a family photo of the Moon family, along with their blessings and thanks, thanking Peter for his help that day. That is a really strange gift. Is it? I think it's nice. Peter said, flipping the Moon family photo over, where he found a sentence written by Cindy on the back. No one will ever forget Spider-Man's help. May you hear all the gratitude. Peter smiled, put the photo and thank you note away, and sat down to look at the New York scenery. Then he saw something flash below, but his spider sense didn't trigger, so it wasn't an enemy. A pair of hands covered his eyes. You really seem to love this spot. I often see you sitting here. If you want to play a guessing game, Felicia, your voice is too recognizable, senpai. Then let's switch games. How about, guess what gift I got you? Felicia let go of his eyes and presented the Christmas gift to Peter. Peter looked at Felicia with slight surprise, earning a counter-question from her, what are you staring at me for? Did you realize you didn't get me a Christmas gift and feel embarrassed? No, I just didn't expect you to. Felicia left, as if she had just been passing by, or perhaps she didn't want to see Peter unwrap the gift. Peter was momentarily stunned, then opened Felicia's gift box. This, too, was an unexpected present. He saw a pure black Spider-Man suit, almost identical in style to the symbiote suit, but Felicia had made him a new one. It looks like she really liked that suit. Venom. Peter simply put both gifts away and then called the captain. Hello, Pete. Spider-Man. I'm at the hospital. Are you coming now? Yeah, I zoned out for a bit, sorry, Captain. Peter adjusted his mood and said, while there's still some time before evening, I'll head over now. The kids will be very happy. Me too, Captain. Because I couldn't write the plot for PP and Gwen spending Christmas, I will skip it directly. These chapters were indeed uneventful. Hopefully, the new storyline starting tomorrow will be better. Perhaps the Avengers wish every day could be as uneventful as this Christmas. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 342, Chapter 342, Christmas Eve. After the Christmas dinner concluded relatively smoothly, Peter returned to his room. He had given Gwen a very useful and meaningful Christmas gift, with instructions that she must open it only after returning home. It was his old web shooter. Why did you give her that? She can't swing on webs, can she? I don't know. Intuition. I feel like it might be useful. Peter was silent for a moment. He just had a hunch. Perhaps Gwen did bring back a vial of spider isotope serum after all, or maybe she didn't, but he had the thought, so he gave his old web shooter to Gwen, hoping that one day it might be used. Or perhaps not. As for the gift Gwen gave him, it was a ticket stub to the Osborn Tech exhibition, the exhibition that changed everything. It was perhaps the least valuable gift, but it carried great sentimental meaning. Peter sat on the bed, intending to tidy up the Christmas gifts from the evening. Just as he was about to start, he unexpectedly received a call from an unfamiliar number. Don't tell me Nick Fury is sending me Christmas greetings, too. Peter answered the phone half-jokingly, but the person on the other end was truly unexpected. Hello, Peter. Parker, right? Ileana. Peter asked, surprised to hear the voice. Is something wrong? No. No, wait, yes. I'm sorry to bother you so late. I know it's Christmas Eve, and you must be busy, but do you have time? No, it's 10:30 p.m. Everything's finished. Peter was puzzled as to why Ileana was looking for him. Is there anything you need help with? There's a convenience store near your apartment complex. Behind the store, I'll be waiting there. You don't have to come if you're busy. Peter said, I'll be right there, and then had Venom change him into his suit. Venom, meanwhile, expressed confusion and lament. If you could just say, I refuse, once, I believe your emotional troubles would be halved. I'm not going out on a date with her. Maybe she needs my help with something. That's the problem. You help too many girls. Spider-Man didn't reply, simply climbing out the window and quickly heading to the convenience store. In the alley behind the store, Peter saw Ileana standing there. When she saw Peter, she said a surprised, oh, and then scratched her head. I didn't expect you to actually show up, and in costume, too. So. Peter was also confused. Is there something going on? Nothing much. Just wanted to talk. Ileana scratched her head, then opened a portal. Follow me, let's talk somewhere else. Ileana's portal was different from a sling ring portal, it unfolded from the ground up. She opened a portal beneath their feet, but didn't immediately step in, instead looking at Peter and asking. You can still back out now. It's fine. I'm free anyway. See? I told you so. Amidst Venom's retort, the two vanished from the spot, arriving in a bar. Peter looked around and realized it was a very small bar, looking somewhat like a Russian village pub. If I'm not mistaken, even now, you shouldn't be old enough to drink. Who cares? This is Limbo, not America. As Ileana spoke, she snapped her fingers, summoning a demon who dutifully began mixing drinks. Peter seemed to grasp the situation. Ultimately, both Strange and Depressed Strange were persuaded, and Ileana took over Limbo, becoming the demonic ruler of the realm. The stranger, Strange, said that if I wanted to, I could completely integrate myself into Limbo, like Belasco. I refused. Maybe becoming some chaotic god lets you live a long time, but there's no need for that. So, I chose to become Limbo's Sorcerer Supreme. That's what he called it. So, we spent a month or two in Limbo, beating everyone into submission. I built a bar here. Want a drink? Just a warning, I probably won't get drunk. If you get drunk here, I won't be able to take you home. My teleportation ability can't be used whenever I want. Peter reminded her before sitting down next to Ileana, still opting not to drink. No, I just miss some people. But even if I told others about them, they wouldn't know who I was talking about or what they went through. Ileana took the glass handed to her by the demon and gave a nonchalant laugh. So, I was just looking for someone who knew them, to talk about them for a little while. Talking to a demon is pretty boring. Then you'd better not get drunk. Ileana smiled. Don't worry, she said in a way that didn't reassure Peter at all. The time flow in Limbo hasn't been completely adjusted to match our reality. Even if I get drunk here, Christmas Eve won't be over by the time I sober up. It was just a peaceful Christmas Eve, nothing more. Ned Leeds was a field reporter for the Daily Bugle. During the 2 weeks when Spider-Man was missing, since J. Jonah Jameson didn't like reporting on the Spider-Woman named Silk, Ned was sent to find new stories. It just so happened that a kitchen explosion occurred at a restaurant in Manhattan, so Ned went to investigate. The entire explosion case seemed ordinary, except for some tiny plastic fragments that the police didn't even consider clues. Ned took these fragments home and began attempting to piece and glue them together. After about half a month, on Christmas Day, he finally completed the object. It's a pumpkin. Ned looked at the pumpkin-like object, then frowned in confusion. He seemed to have a faint memory of this thing, but couldn't quite recall it. And seriously, why had he spent so long assembling just a pumpkin? Ned gave a self-deprecating laugh, then went to wash his face and brush his teeth before going to bed. He looked at the pumpkin, planning to toss it into the trash, but he missed. Ned didn't bother and finished his washing, preparing to get into bed. He opened his closet, looking for his pajamas. But he saw a set of clothes, a gray exoskeleton armor, an orange hooded cloak draped over the exoskeleton, a glider board, and rows upon rows of pumpkin bombs. What were these? How did these things end up here? Welcome, Ned Leeds. A voice appeared behind Ned. He turned around and saw several men dressed like gray goblins, all smiling at him simultaneously. This is your predetermined destiny. You will become a goblin, just like us. Welcome to the Goblin Legion. The content bottleneck is finally over. The timeline will now enter 2013. A new year, a new start. The first villain is the Hobgoblin, or perhaps, the Hobgoblins. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 343, Chapter 343, The New Year has arrived. December 31, 2012. New York, Manhattan, late night. On the final day of the last year, J. Jonah Jameson and the Daily Bugle still stand with you. Let us recap the events of this year, starting naturally with the large number of superhuman crime incidents that began at the start of the year. Even with only a few hours left until the new year, JJJ was still reporting various superhuman crime incidents on the Bugle's television channel, as always, and trying his best to link them to Spider-Man. However, it couldn't be said that there was no connection at all, as Spider-Man did fight the most supervillains and was involved in the most action. Arnold Donovan was an ordinary New York worker. He was unimportant, so unimportant that he wasn't even listed on the roster held by the Avengers. In another world, he bore a not-so-famous name. The second Hobgoblin. Of course, in this current timeline, he shouldn't have become the Hobgoblin. Until he returned home and saw a small, spherical object placed on his coffee table. Donovan was confused, he didn't recall buying anything like it. He was a single man, and no one else could have entered his apartment. Who could it be? Curiously, Donovan placed his hand on the sphere. The image of a man in purple armor appeared on it. The man looked at Donovan and spoke. Arnold Donovan, your destiny has been rewritten. In the original timeline, you were supposed to become the Hobgoblin, a supervillain with super strength and high-tech gear who clashed with Spider-Man. But the Avengers prevented your destiny, and you became completely unremarkable. If you want to change your fate, accept this. It will grant you your original power. Arnold Donovan looked at the sphere, shrugged helplessly, then picked up his phone and dialed 911. Hello, 911. I've received some, supernatural items. Could you please send someone to collect them? Yes, someone wants me to become some kind of supervillain or something. What? You'll be right over. Okay, I'll just stay home then. Donovan said this while sitting on the sofa, waiting for the NYPD to arrive. Regardless of whether the purple-suited pervert was telling the truth, he had no intention of touching that damned sphere. His life was going perfectly well, with no sudden turns. Why would he become a supervillain and fight Spider-Man? Was he out of his mind? He decided to just hand the thing over to the NYPD. About 10 minutes later, Donovan, who was fiddling with his phone, heard a knock. He got up, opened the door, and said, "The item is right there on my coffee table." Thank you, Donovan. You refused the destiny you should have accepted. Donovan stared at the man standing at his door, who was definitely not a police officer. The man wore a hoodie, the brim covering most of his face, but it couldn't hide his inhuman gray skin. The man grinned, revealing sharp, pointed teeth. As a reward, I will ensure that you become the Hobgoblin, just as you were meant to. About half an hour later, Detective Inspector George Stacy specifically rushed over from the 12th Precinct office in Manhattan. The police officers under him had already secured the scene, but they looked around indecisively. What happened? As we reported on the phone earlier, a citizen named Arnold Donovan called, saying someone had given him a supernatural item and asked him to become a supervillain, which he wished to hand over. So we sent a few officers to check it out. Chief Stacy walked toward Donovan's apartment, listening to the officer's report, but the problem is, when we arrived, we found the door was locked, and there was no response to knocking. In desperation, one of the officers kicked the door in, which is, of course, against procedure. We'll worry about procedure later. Tell me what happened first. You. You'll see for yourself, sir. George Stacy stepped inside Donovan's apartment. The living room had been reduced to a scorched ruin. An explosion had ripped through the entire space, leaving it utterly unrecognizable. However, oddly enough, there were no bodies, not even a trace of blood. If that officer hadn't kicked the door open, we might never have discovered that something like this happened. And you should know. This isn't the first similar incident. We can't confirm it's a crime yet, sir. We have indeed received similar calls during this period, but shortly after, the caller would inform the officers that everything was fine, or the officers simply didn't take such a risky action. Besides, no one dared to take responsibility, sir. What if someone was inside? In fact, the opposite was more likely. What if no one was inside? If the police simply assumed there was no answer and forgot about these matters, then to those above, they would just be categorized as false alarms. But upon closer inspection, those calls to surrender items that later went unanswered concealed dozens of consecutive missing persons cases. Even worse, if what those people said was true, and someone really did give them supernatural items with the intention of turning them into supervillains, then dozens of cases meant that dozens of devices capable of turning people into superpowered criminals had been taken. Could someone be deliberately collecting these devices? If so, there was only one way to obtain this information and find these people faster than the police. Someone was listening to the NYPD communication channels. At this point, he could only ask Peter for help. Chief George Stacy rubbed his temples resignedly, then decided it was best not to alert the enemy. First, clean this up, make a record, and file a case. A missing persons case. An explosion case. Get some demolition experts and veteran officers. Since there's no body, the person must have been taken away. We need to find Donovan. Almost simultaneously, Arnold Donovan woke up from the pain. He only remembered one thing, the strange man choking his neck. When he woke up, he found himself strapped to an operating table, with infusion tubes inserted into several veins. Originally, this was created after Norman Osborn was injected with something by a guy named Dr. Octopus. But unfortunately, that Dr. Octopus is dead due to a timeline change, so people from the future delivered this directly to us. He saw a hunched, gray-skinned, pointed-eared man walk up to him, injecting the serum he had originally rejected. This stuff has a drawback, it drives people insane. But it doesn't matter, Hobgoblin, you're supposed to be insane anyway. At this moment, the clock bells chimed outside. Amidst the ringing bells, the Hobgoblin, let out a piercing shriek, watching Donovan twist in agony from the injected Hobgoblin serum. Happy New Year. Welcome to the Hobgoblin Corps. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 344, The Tech Wizard. On the first day of the new year, someone is already committing a crime. I know the saying, new year, new beginnings, but please don't start with new crimes, okay? On the first day of the new year in Manhattan, the Citibank vault was robbed by a brand new supercriminal named Bentley Whitman, who called himself the Tech Wizard. He didn't have any special superpowers. He mainly used a telepathic helmet to control several flying discs that could generate gravity fields. Naturally, this meant he could fly too. Don't stop me, Spider-Man. I control gravity. The young scientist, who looked to be at most 24 or 5, roared, if you come any closer, I'll crush you with tens of times the gravity. If you called yourself Graviton instead of the Tech Wizard, maybe I'd consider it for 2 seconds. Peter chased the villain, swinging on a web, while simultaneously shooting a web line to stick to the flying disc beneath the villain's feet. However, the disc suddenly changed direction and emitted a powerful gravitational pull that sucked Peter towards it. Peter didn't panic. The moment he got close, the symbiote shot out a tentacle, smashing the device. Peter immediately sped up to pursue. So, you're a scientist. Why didn't you go to Stark Industries or the Baxter Building for research funding? I mean, you've already created a finished product that you can use for crime, so why are you robbing money? Wouldn't it be better to just register a patent and find investors? Osborn stole my patent. A massive repulsive force suddenly flung Spider-Man away. Peter shot webs backward, sticking to buildings on both sides. Using the elasticity of the webs and the repulsive force from the anti-gravity devices, he stretched the webs to their limit, then slingshot himself forward, instantly arriving next to the Tech Wizard and extending his web wings to fly. Okay, it's Osborn again. Well, how about we talk about something else? For instance, I've been pondering a question recently. If a person enters a space where the flow of time is different from the outside world, how exactly should their age be calculated? I'm not talking about the biological problem, but the social one. Do you think the government system would allow them to become an adult early so they could buy a drink at a convenience store? You shut up. Fine, shut up. I'm practically becoming shut-up-man. Peter pouted. He hadn't intended to think about this problem, but Ileana had aged from a sensible 12-year-old girl to a volatile 15-year-old in one day in limbo, which made him think about the issue. Of course, he wasn't just thinking about such trivialities. Peter was also maintaining vigilance regarding what might happen in the future. As far as Peter knew, if the timeline still overlapped with the MCU's, AIM might choose to assassinate the current President Ellis, but he highly doubted if that would really happen. After all, the entire timeline was already a total mess. The Iron Man 3 story might not happen again. Tony was actually already investigating AIM, as AIM was a pure villain organization in most universes. However, given that AIM was currently a contractor for the Pentagon and the hidden sponsor and logistics provider for the American Avengers team, the difficulty of the investigation was quite high. Then there was Kong. He was trying to correct fate, turning people the Avengers had prevented from becoming villains back into villains. Peter couldn't help but wonder what exactly Kong was trying to achieve. Of course, what was more important now was capturing the tech wizard and recovering the tens of millions of dollars he had stolen. So, why don't you put the money back now, and then reconsider the patent issue? Maybe you'll find that Osborn Technologies actually cut you a break and returned your technology or something. While speaking, Peter used the symbiote instead of webbing to stick to several gravity disks. The instantaneous stacking of gravity caused the symbiote's tentacles to change shape, but the symbiote was fundamentally a molecular organism, and as long as the gravity wasn't strong enough to deform its molecular structure, it couldn't be stopped. Thus, Peter easily crushed half of the tech wizard's equipment. But then, countless disks flew over, attempting to grab Peter. They flew at extremely high speed, appearing from all directions around Peter, applying massive gravity from different vectors in an attempt to tear Peter's body apart. Peter didn't bother to dodge, he just watched as the tech wizard prepared to flee. Haha, Spider-Man, just wait to be torn apart by gravity. First of all, this gravity can't tear me apart. How many GS is this? 5 GS. Second, I wasn't going to move because there was no need. Peter smiled. After all, you only have 2 discs left, one supporting yourself, and one holding your money. The tech wizard froze, seemingly only now realizing what had happened. A web line stuck to the disc beneath his feet, pulling it away. The tech wizard immediately plummeted from the sky, then got stuck in a web and was pressed against the wall of a tall building. Next, the disc holding the tens of millions of dollars began to fail, and the money fell from the sky. Peter quickly pulled himself out of the gravity field, leaped forward, and continuously shot webs, forming a giant cocoon around all the money before it could hit the ground. Hundreds of pounds of cash flying around like that, if we weren't careful, it could have crushed several people. Peter, squatting on the wall and holding the tens of millions of dollars, looked at Cindy, who had come to help, and was slightly surprised. Thanks for coming, Cindy. S.H.I.E.L.D. hasn't had any training these past 2 days, so I saw you on the news and came over. Peter wasn't entirely sure if she really saw it on the news, but he didn't dwell on it. He just called the NYPD, telling them to come and pick up the men and the money. The tech wizard, stuck to the wall, was still venting his frustration. Spider-Man, if you hadn't distracted me with your nonsense, you never would have been able to. That's called tactics, scientist. Peter shot a web over the tech wizard's mouth. Soon, an armored transport vehicle arrived to collect the money, but a police car showed up at the same time. Commissioner George Stacy stepped out of the car, looking at the 2 spider people. Thank you for your help, Spider-Man, and the NYPD needs your assistance. As Captain Stacy spoke, Peter jumped down from the building and retorted, "What happened? Is it serious?" "It is serious. We encountered a strange case." The caller reported receiving supernatural equipment and then called the police, but when the officers arrived, there was no one at the scene, only traces left by an explosion. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 345, Chapter 345, The Explosion Site. Hello, 911. I've come into possession of some, supernatural items. At a roadside coffee shop, Captain George Stacy invited Spider-Man and Silk to have a cup of coffee. Cindy didn't order anything because her suit was essentially just a mask covering her face, making it impossible to protect her secret identity. If she were to eat something, taking off the mask would completely reveal her face. However, conversely, her decision to wear a simple mask also hinted that she wasn't too concerned about fully concealing her identity. Peter decided not to dwell on that point for now. He was listening to the 911 call from a man named Arnold Donovan, trying to recall which villain this name corresponded to. The conclusion was that either he wasn't a villain, or he was so obscure that Peter had never heard of him. After listening to the entire call, Peter asked his first question, so, the officers arrived at his apartment. It took less than half an hour, which is already very fast. But during that time, someone had taken Donovan away and blown up the scene. Furthermore, none of the neighbors around the explosion noticed anything, and the explosion's force was highly contained, only damaging the living room. It didn't even shatter the windows. It didn't even shatter the windows. Peter frowned, finding it incredible. After thinking it over, he accepted the coffee offered by the waitress, lifted his mask slightly, took a sip, and considered the situation. He ultimately decided to go examine the crime scene first. That's exactly what I was thinking. Let's go. Captain Stacy clearly had no intention of staying here either and opted to drive. Peter was slightly taken aback but decided not to refuse Captain Stacy's goodwill and got into the car with Cindy. Captain Stacy glanced at the two in the rearview mirror and tentatively asked, "So, are you two partners, or something else?" "Occasional partners," Cindy replied. "We're not on the same team. We just have similar abilities." "Shouldn't people with similar abilities be placed on different teams?" Captain Stacy mumbled to himself, seeming to understand what his daughter meant when she said there were many girls revolving around Peter. He had originally thought she was just talking about high school girls, but apparently, it also extended to superheroes. However, work was more important now. Captain Stacy simply sighed and drove them to Donovan's apartment. The scene was well preserved, almost untouched. Or rather, ordinary officers were simply unwilling to approach such an outlandish crime scene, which was perfect for Peter to investigate. He immediately connected to JARVIS, then pressed the spider icon on his suit's chest. Instantly, a beam of light appeared from the icon, scanning the entire crime scene and beginning to analyze and reconstruct what happened before the explosion. Is this thing 100% accurate? No. I can only say that the content it reconstructs is 100% accurate, but not everything is guaranteed to be reconstructed. After shrugging, Peter asked Captain Stacy for the time the call was made, then watched the scene reconstructed by JARVIS. A man with an obscured face appeared in the footage, standing in front of the coffee table for a few minutes, then picking up something from the table, sitting on the sofa, and making a phone call. Realizing that the item was very important, Captain Stacy asked Peter, "What was that?" "I wish I knew what it was, but unfortunately, I don't." Peter frowned, but then tried his best to digitally reconstruct the item. After a moment, he determined it might be a sphere. A sphere containing supernatural technology. The group continued watching what happened. They saw Donovan finish his 911 call and then scroll through his phone out of boredom. Peter immediately sped up that section until Donovan stood up to open the door. Undoubtedly, the person opening the door was the root of everything. No concrete information could be obtained about the person at the door, even the skin reconstruction couldn't reveal much information, only a rough height estimate. However, they could see the person lift Donovan up, then violently slam him onto the sofa, causing the sofa to flip over. This is the person. This person is the mastermind. He knocked Donovan unconscious. The person walked into the living room, picked up the item Donovan originally intended to give to the police, then carried Donovan and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he tossed a sphere into the room. The sphere landed in the living room, and as the person closed the door, the entire living room was completely charred. "You said no explosive residue was found at the scene, right, Captain Stacy?" "Yes, Spider-Man." "Why?" "Because, according to the model data, there wasn't no residue." Peter initially thought the person used the extremis virus, as the explosion characteristic of the extremis virus, as seen in the Iron Man 3 movie, was that no explosive material could be found, nor any bomb residue. However, the model showed that the bomb was not the person's body, but the small sphere. More critically, the small sphere did leave remnants, they were just blown further away. Peter looked at Cindy, and the two began searching the room. Soon, piece after piece of plastic shrapnel, which looked nothing like bomb fragments and showed no burn marks, was found. Peter didn't piece them together by hand, he simply scanned them with his eyes, watching the system automatically complete the assembly. He saw something incredible. "Oh, no. What is it, Spider-Man?" Realizing Peter's shift in emotion, Captain Stacy quickly asked. Peter took a deep breath. "It's a pumpkin." "A pumpkin? A pumpkin bomb made of new composite materials." "Sorry, I need to make a call." Peter rubbed his temples, then walked into an inner room of the apartment. Captain Stacy and Silk exchanged glances, somewhat puzzled by Peter's tension. Peter, meanwhile, called Harry. Harry quickly picked up. "Hey, Peter, what's wrong?" Has your dad gone out these past couple of days? Have you noticed anything amiss?" "He goes out every day." "But something amiss?" "Why?" "No, nothing, it's just." Peter frowned, thinking of what Gwen had said about Osborn researching a device to treat schizophrenia. "So, who was using this pumpkin bomb?" "I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 346, Chapter 346, The Daily Bugle Intern. Watson. Coming right away. Interns, regardless of the job, were truly laborers who did the hardest work. But Mary Jane had an advantage. She was a girl, so no excessively strenuous tasks would be assigned to her. Furthermore, Jonah Jameson genuinely liked this quick-witted girl and believed she had the potential to become an excellent journalist. He called Mary Jane over and introduced her to another of the Daily Bugle's ace reporters. This is Benjamin Urich, currently the Daily Bugle's best investigative reporter, second only to myself when I was younger. If you were as young as me, Jonah, you still wouldn't be my match. Jonah couldn't help but laugh out loud, completely unbothered by Urich's jest. He then looked at Watson. Starting today, you will be Urich's assistant. Urich, you're investigating Daredevil's true identity, correct? Yes, I'm very curious about these masked vigilantes. Not about their true identities, of course, but about the meaning behind them donning a mask. Are they genuinely intending to do good, or are they just looking for an outlet to unleash their violent nature without being arrested? That's what I want to investigate. Benjamin smiled. You can call me Ben, kid. Mary Jane smiled and commented on Benjamin's perspective, a very deep topic. That's precisely what we need to be vigilant about regarding masked vigilantes. Not only because we can't hold the person under the mask accountable, but more importantly, we don't know what kind of person is actually under the mask. Jonah once again explained the importance of the Daily Bugle's coverage of these masked vigilantes. What if that person is a psychopath, and being a masked vigilante is just a way for them to reasonably vent their violence? What if they lose control one day and beat a criminal to death? And I don't mean killing them in a situation that requires protecting other lives, but simply enjoying the act and killing someone. Mary Jane nodded, then followed Benjamin to her new desk. Benjamin was a lean man in his early 50s, wearing glasses. He walked to his desk and introduced Mary Jane to a few surrounding colleagues. That is my nephew, Phil. He's a decent reporter. He officially joined the Daily Bugle a couple of years ago after completing his internship. Phil looked up, saw Mary Jane holding her box, gave a friendly smile, and then returned to his work on the computer. Mary Jane looked at him with a bit of envy. Both uncle and nephew are reporters. He must have been influenced by you to choose this career. No, he just doesn't like how Jonah covers superheroes. He personally loves those colorful superheroes and wants to specifically report on their good deeds in the Daily Bugle. As someone who had lived through the entire process of the terrifying era when mutants were discovered in the 70s and 80s, the era of mutant terror attacks and equal rights from the 90s to 05, and the subsequent, heroic age, that began with the Fantastic Four gaining superpowers in 05 and the X-Men disbanding in 06, Benjamin couldn't entirely understand the enthusiasm for superheroes among young people in their 20s and teens, including his nephew. Less than a decade ago, all superpowered individuals were considered mutants. They were evil and wanted to replace humanity. The appearance of Magneto caused widespread panic among humans, as if mutants could replace humanity at any moment, and Magneto would become the next Hitler, enacting genocide against humans. Humans went from fear to anger and hatred, but then, suddenly, everything seemed to change. Superheroes flocked onto the scene, and the world learned that not only mutants could gain special abilities, more and more non-mutants were becoming superpowered. Suddenly, the hatred towards mutants across society seemed to diminish. The desk opposite belongs to Ned Leeds, a very good young man. He's also very serious about reporting but doesn't go on the front lines much, mainly writing articles in the office. He went to investigate a restaurant explosion a couple of days ago, but still hasn't found anything. Ned, have you found anything yet? Same as usual, Ben, nothing. There are no clues from either the police or the scene. Ned was a somewhat shy young man, around 30, appearing to be a reporter who had been in the field for a few years. Mary Jane noticed the bandage on Ned's hand and asked curiously, Mr. Leeds, are you injured? Oh, I was doing some handiwork at home and cut myself. Benjamin took a sip of his coffee, casually cautioned, be careful, and continued drinking his coffee. After putting her belongings away, Mary Jane asked, so, Mr. Urich, what will my work be now? No work. Mary Jane. You're a student, Watson. The focus is on learning. Jonah says you have great potential, but that's no reason to waste it. The Daily Bugle requires at least a college graduate, and you must finish university to get a formal offer from the Daily Bugle. So, for now, you just need to watch and learn more. Don't take on too much work, the most important thing is not to interfere with your studies. Mary Jane understood this point but still felt a bit discouraged. Fortunately, Benjamin didn't dwell on the issue. The veteran reporter clearly knew what was most important and wouldn't overly damage Mary Jane's confidence. However, there are a few things on hand. Ned, give a copy of that explosion case file to Miss Watson. She can help you organize it slightly. All right. It took another hour or so for Mary Jane to finally set up her desk. Although, as Benjamin said, as a high school student, she couldn't work full-time, she truly felt something at the Daily Bugle, something that made her willing to give up the TV acting career she previously thought was perfect for her. She opened the report, looking at the areas Ned had marked in the materials. Ned was indeed a seasoned reporter, having concisely summarized all the key points. It doesn't look like an accident or a terrorist attack. It seems more like a superpowered incident. An explosion occurred in a restaurant, but the pedestrians around all claimed they didn't hear a clear explosion sound. Furthermore, the range of the explosion was very small, with only 2 or 3 patrons killed, which is why the police weren't taking it seriously. But could a bomb really make such a small sound? Author's note: Phil Urich is the 3rd Green Goblin, superhero Green Goblin, and the 6th Hobgoblin. This one is a supervillain. Ned Leeds is the 3rd Hobgoblin. They are indeed employees of the Daily Bugle. I don't know why the MCU made Ned Spider-Man's best friend and a chubby character. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 347, Chapter 347, Something Concealed. Mary Jane knew that the part of the work assigned to her was actually insignificant, just some miscellaneous tasks. One could even say it was completely useless labor, given that Ned had already reviewed most of the content. She was simply asked to look over it again. But she conscientiously went through all the information Ned had collected. Overall, the bombing case presented several key points of suspicion. Firstly, the motive and goal of the culprit could not be determined. The victim had virtually no enemies or people with whom they had an exceptionally bad relationship. The police found nothing by purely investigating this angle. The second point concerned the bomb. Many people, even many patrons dining in the same restaurant, did not hear the sound of the explosion. Only a few claimed to have seen the flash of the blast, which was clearly illogical. A bomb exploded, yet no one witnessed it. Ned the reporter also noticed this obvious irregularity and put the relevant materials together. It was evident that although Ned wasn't really responsible for external investigations, his work this time was quite thorough. Ned interviewed a large number of potential witnesses at the time and ultimately confirmed that no one saw the entire explosion. All they saw was an instantaneous flash of green light. Furthermore, it took several seconds after the explosion for a neighboring table to notice something was wrong. This implied that the sound of the bomb was so quiet that even a nearby guest couldn't detect it. At this level, why didn't the police contact the Avengers? Mary Jane frowned, asking uncertainly. As for why, she didn't know, but fortunately, Ned had inquired with the police about these matters too. She discovered another advantage of being a seasoned, well-known reporter: a very complex network of contacts, allowing one to find all sorts of people from various walks of life for investigation. Ned contacted several police officers to investigate why the police did not seek help from superheroes like the Avengers. The answer he received, surprisingly, was discouragement. Every police officer he asked was told not to continue the investigation. This matter is related to the internal workings of the police. Mary Jane noticed that Ned's subsequent reports did not continue to explain what happened, so she thought of Gwen. She remembered that Gwen's father was also a police officer, and a high-ranking one at that. Did he know something? Meanwhile, Captain George Stacy would rather truly know something than remain so completely in the dark. After returning to his precinct office, he actually waited for someone to tell him something, or even to warn him about something. But nothing came. There was no suppression or warning from his superiors, and no compelling threat letters. Everything seemed normal, as if his investigation itself was perfectly reasonable. This was what made Captain Stacy worried and uneasy. The opposing party wasn't afraid of him investigating. They were even confident that even if Captain Stacy kept digging, he would ultimately find nothing. Who was behind all this, and what kind of conspiracy were they preparing? Peter undoubtedly knew something. He said the bomb might have been designed by Norman Osborn, but Osborn had no motive to engage in this series of crimes, nor any reason to harm an ordinary citizen. Everything seemed to lack a clear thread. Peter said he would go talk to Norman Osborn personally, but George Stacy didn't believe Osborn was behind all this. Or rather, if it was Osborn, what could he gain from it? He seemed to gain nothing. There's something else hidden behind all this, something much deeper. Osborn's villa was located upstate. This was outside the scope of New York City, so property prices were relatively lower. Furthermore, the Osborn home didn't have many housekeepers or servants. In fact, if you looked at Osborn's neighbors and the size of his villa, you would never think he was a billionaire. Norman Osborn, at least in terms of his spending on food and clothes, was a very frugal man. Welcome, Dr. Barton Hamilton. Thank you for coming. At the entrance of the villa, Norman personally greeted his psychiatrist, then sighed helplessly and shook his head. My condition seems to have worsened recently. I need your help. I am honored, Mr. Osborn. When was the last time we met? Years ago. Just 3 years ago. Please, come in. Harry, who had started paying attention to his father's movements, watched his father bring a psychiatrist he barely remembered into the house. Harry immediately retreated to his room, took out the small spider robot Peter had given him earlier, and began controlling the robot with his phone to follow and check on his father's situation. When Peter explained to Harry that Norman might become, or already was, a supervillain, Harry was shaken. He admitted his father could be a bad person capable of wicked deeds, but he didn't want his father to descend into a deeper abyss and become a terrifying murderer or something else. So he chose to monitor his father, to see if anything truly terrible was happening. Norman led Hamilton to a rarely used sitting room in the house. Hamilton took an Oriental-style incense burner out of his bag, placed it on the coffee table, and lit some strange-smelling incense. Norman reclined on a rattan chair, seemingly finding some peace from the incense. "He's back, Barton. He's back again." "Are you referring to the Green Goblin?" "Yes, I can hear his voice again." "All right, Norman." Barton's voice was smooth and steady. "Repeat after me, the Green Goblin does not exist." "But the Green Goblin exists, I can hear him." "Repeat after me, the Green Goblin does not exist." Norman was silent, saying nothing. "Listen to me, Norman. Your dissociative identity disorder stems from the psychological trauma of your childhood. You constructed a terrifying Green Goblin for yourself, a Green Goblin who is ruthless, cold-blooded, and able to protect you from those bullies. But you are strong enough now. You are Norman Osborn, the creator of one of the most successful business empires." Dr. Barton's voice grew hypnotic in the light of the incense. "So, repeat after me. The Green Goblin does not exist." In the haze of the incense, Norman suddenly looked at Dr. Barton and asked a question. "Did you receive a small sphere, Barton?" Norman saw a brief flicker of distraction in Barton's eyes, then smiled and closed his eyes, murmuring to himself. "The Green Goblin does not exist." Barton Hamilton, the Osborn family psychiatrist, an expert in criminal psychology. Also the third Green Goblin. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 348, Chapter 348, The Fairy King. When Harry saw the footage of his father's treatment through the spider-bot, he felt a mix of emotions and fear. He knew his dad often took certain medications, but he thought it was just his dad doping to maintain concentration. He never expected his dad to have a mental illness, specifically, multiple personality disorder. Wait, multiple personality disorder and dissociative identity disorder seem to be two different illnesses. But what made Harry even more anxious was something else. Norman Osborn was already a black-hearted capitalist consumed by greed, with dirty tactics, focused solely on money, yet Norman himself said that the other personality, which he called the Green Goblin, was an even more evil and violent entity. Green Goblin. He remembered his family's AI butler was named Green Goblin. Green Goblin. "Hello, young Master Harry. How may I assist you? Do you require me to conceal the fact that you were monitoring the Master?" "Harry. Wait, how did you know?" "The Master has installed cameras in most rooms of the house. Please rest assured, your room and bathroom do not have them, but the hallway cameras can still see the spider-bot, which was likely given to you by Spider-Man, scurrying out of your room." Harry was momentarily stunned before reacting. "Forget about that for a second. Do you know about Dad's multiple personality issue? In fact, this is precisely the purpose of my creation." Master Norman wished for a genuinely existing Green Goblin to counteract the other Green Goblin personality in his brain. He treats me as his other personality, conversing and debating with me, thereby treating his psychological problem. Harry didn't immediately grasp the logic behind this. The idea is, if the Green Goblin truly exists, then he is not a part of my brain but an independent entity. Every time I talk to the Green Goblin, I feel like he's not inside my head. Norman opened the door to his son's room. Harry was momentarily flustered, unsure what to do. Norman simply gestured for his son to come out, while the AI Green Goblin very ethically reminded Harry, "You did not instruct me not to notify the Master, young Master Harry. I know you and Peter are worried about me, Harry. It's normal. I'm not offended. In fact, I've been seeking a definitive solution to my mental problems, though progress has been slow so far. Of course, that's not what I came to talk to you about." Norman sat down, looking at his son. "Tell me, what are you suspicious of?" "Oh, we suspect. Peter discovered a strange explosion. He analyzed that the bomb casing was made of new Oscorp technology material, so he was worried." Norman nodded, then snapped his fingers. A cleaning robot approached, carrying a small metal sphere. As Harry looked on curiously, Norman placed his hand on the sphere. Then, a strange figure in armor appeared. Harry looked at the armored person, who somewhat resembled Iron Man's armor, wondering where this thing came from. "Norman Osborn, your destiny has been rewritten. In the original history, you were supposed to become the Green Goblin, a supervillain with superhuman strength and high-tech gear who fought Spider-Man, but the Avengers stopped your destiny, and you became completely unremarkable from then on. If you are willing, open this device, and you will regain everything you were originally meant to have. These are the reasons for my deteriorating condition." A time traveler from the future, in order to make history conform to his desired state, or rather, the original state, chose this path, sending this thing in bulk to people whom the Avengers are currently preventing from becoming villains. Inside this little sphere is all the gear they need to become a villain. Harry suddenly realized that if the Avengers hadn't intervened, Norman indeed would have become a formidable supervillain, the Green Goblin, and his second personality would have gained the upper hand. But at least for now, Norman was in control and hadn't opened the sphere. I received this sphere last night. I originally planned to hand it over to the Avengers directly, but I was suspicious of one person, so I called him in and questioned him. Norman was naturally referring to Dr. Barton Hamilton. This psychiatrist was skilled in psychological manipulation and suggestion. Norman even suspected that the incense the doctor brought contained some kind of hypnotic agent. Many New York politicians and wealthy businessmen the doctor served were giving his psychiatric clinic the green light, and Dr. Hamilton was the presence behind numerous psychiatric clinics across New York City. Thus, Norman suspected that Hamilton might have also received a similar sphere, which was why he called him in and tested him. The result of the test was, without a doubt, that the doctor had indeed received the sphere. As for now, we should notify Peter. The Avengers will handle this. Meanwhile, having left the Osborn residence, Dr. Hamilton made a very nervous phone call. Hello, it's me. Norman Osborn seems to have figured something out. Perhaps. Irrelevant. The voice on the other end of the line came from beneath Manhattan, in a spacious sewer converted into a laboratory. Several people were bound to beds, while a gray-skinned man was formulating a new Green Goblin serum. Norman Osborn may have been the first Green Goblin, but he is not the most important one. The future time traveler has given us everything we need, hasn't he? Even without Norman, we are still us. The Green Goblin, the Hobgoblin, Jack-o'-lantern. These nearly 20 supervillains, who were supposed to be spawned in generations by the first Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, in the original timeline, no longer needed the help of the first Green Goblin. No, on the contrary, he wanted to kill Norman Osborn. He wanted to prove that the first Green Goblin was completely irrelevant. One after another, people who were originally supposed to become these villains were forcefully injected with the Green Goblin serum. They would don the gifts from Kong, gain sufficient power, and soar through the sky on gliders. Let them come. Let them see our power. That particular Hobgoblin let out a sinister cackle. When the Avengers catch the first Hobgoblin, they'll find the second, then the third, and the fourth. They will discover that they are not facing a Hobgoblin, but a Hobgoblin legion. They will face an entire army. And I am the Fairy King. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 349, Chapter 349, The Threat of Kong the Conqueror. So, all of this is Kang's doing. After watching Kang's video on the equipment sphere delivered by Norman Osborn and realizing everything, Tony rubbed his brow and sighed. This was his first formal encounter with Kong the Conqueror, and the impression the villain left on him was quite profound. Furthermore, this sphere didn't require specific DNA or fingerprints to be opened, and it indeed contained the Green Goblin's equipment and serum, stored inside using some kind of spatial compression technology that restored them to their original size upon opening. As for the Green Goblin's gear and serum, it seemed Norman himself could now produce them. Tony immediately reacted. We might need to take further measures. Everyone on that list could potentially have become a superpowered individual by now, and subsequently, a supervillain. Perhaps not everyone would choose that path, but we need to act now. No point. A sudden remark from the captain interrupted Tony, who looked at him in shock. Captain, what did you say? No point. Kong wouldn't send equipment to everyone, he would only send it to those for whom life-altering events have already occurred, or those whose inherent nature drives them towards that kind of life. The captain explained his viewpoint. So, tracing this specific group is meaningless. They have already made their decision, either to give up or to accept. But hear me out, Tony. This is what Kong wants. Imagine what happens when you shift from passive observation to active intervention. What happens before you actively intervene and decide the fate of others? Those who chose to give up won't use the contents of that sphere, but if you start forcefully dictating their destiny, what will they do? They might choose to resist. The very act meant to prevent their predetermined fate might instead push them toward it. As the saying goes, those who play with time will also be played by time. It's hard to predict the outcome of such matters. But Tony was clearly not entirely convinced. Creating the future was, after all, his duty and the source of his confidence. And then what? We just let them become new supercriminals. Since they didn't throw that thing away immediately. That brings us to the second problem. Tony, what if they simply threw it away? Tony Stark froze, then looked at the captain, suddenly realizing something. Not everyone is willing to become a villain, but they might not have the guts to simply turn the items in, fearing it might cause bigger trouble. So, they would throw these things away. And what then? These spheres don't require any instructions or identity verification to be picked up. Tony realized with a jolt. The vast majority of people might choose to just throw away the superpowered equipment they received, only for it to be picked up by new individuals. These people who find the equipment will use it, becoming new supervillains. A large batch of supervillains, no longer bound by that list and completely outside the Avengers' control. Anyone could become a new superpowered criminal, as long as they search the streets and find these things. Tony sat down on a chair, cursing under his breath. Now they weren't just facing an arrogant megalomaniac from the future, but a future that had once again become a random, unpredictable variable. But why would Khan the Conqueror do this? Hadn't he already transcended the timeline? Changing history wouldn't affect him, so was all this necessary? While Tony and the captain were trying to figure out how to deal with the enemy, Peter was also conducting an investigation. He carefully thought about the Green Goblin-related characters besides Harry and Norman, and was surprised to realize that he didn't recognize a single one of the long list of hobgoblins and jack-o'-lanterns. He might recognize the first hobgoblin if he saw his true identity, but he didn't know the person by name. Besides him, there was only one person he knew who could possibly be a hobgoblin, Ned Leeds. He knew a little about the character prototype of this MCU Spider-Man's best friend, having learned that the character was once brainwashed into becoming the hobgoblin. If the pumpkin bomb wasn't thrown by Norman, it was highly likely thrown by either the hobgoblin or jack-o'-lantern. And now, Peter only knew one possible character connected to them, so naturally, it was time to investigate. Unlike the MCU, the 616 universe's Ned was not the same age as Peter Parker. He was a reporter for the Daily Bugle. If Peter had chosen to work there as a photographer, they might have become colleagues. But since Peter had no plans to intern at the Daily Bugle, they naturally had no such intersection. All right, Ned Leeds. It's a legal entry, but we don't have any other options right now. Peter muttered this while manipulating a spider-bot to enter Ned's apartment through the window. It was still working hours, so there was no one home. Peter controlled the spider-bot to meticulously search the house for anything suspicious. First, near the trash can, he saw a glued-together pumpkin bomb casing, but this didn't prove anything. So Peter continued his search. He maneuvered the spider-bot into the closet and saw a shocking scene: a glider, pumpkin bombs, a powered exoskeleton armor, and the Green Goblin serum. They were all neatly stacked inside. It looked as if they were deliberately waiting for someone to investigate. Peter recalled the general plot of the comic books. Ned's hobgoblin identity was actually fake. He had been brainwashed by the real hobgoblin into believing he was the villain. And he soon died, allowing the real hobgoblin to escape capture and evade pursuit. Since it was an old comic, Peter hadn't actually read the original, but he knew the general plot. In other words, this could also be a trick by the enemy. The current Ned might also be brainwashed. In any case, I need to prepare a contingency plan first and avoid alerting the enemy. Peter mumbled, letting the spider-bot hack into Ned's exoskeleton armor and, after hacking into its programming, controlling the armor to leave. Next, he needed to make a trip to Osborn Industries to understand the specific structure of the pumpkin bomb. Only then could he figure out the bomb's characteristics. After all, that bomb seemed to have many unresolved issues. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 350, The So-Called Pumpkin Bomb. Good afternoon, Peter, long time no see. Long time no see, Mr. Osborn. How is Dr. Connors? Peter's mention of Connors was, of course, not aimless. In reality, it was an expression of his dissatisfaction. Based on the information Gwen had gathered, Otto's hacking into Oscorp was intentional on Norman's part. All of it was to gain leverage over the Pentagon, allowing the Savage Force project to secure more funding from them. Norman knew that if Otto truly wanted revenge, he would have to seize Oscorp from him, and the only entity Otto could rely on was the Pentagon, so Norman was prepared beforehand. For this, Dr. Connors became a sacrifice, injected with the lizard serum, and temporarily turned into a monster. Although it was unlikely Norman knew the exact means Otto would use, that he would choose Dr. Connors as a target, these things could ultimately have been avoided, yet Norman watched it all happen. Dr. Connors is recovering quite well, and the Savage Force project still requires his leadership. And despite some accidents, his research progress has advanced significantly. Furthermore, the laboratory security upgrades have been completed. This place is now very safe. To Peter's question, Osborn acted as if nothing had happened, maintaining that neighborly, good uncle smile. It must be said that shamelessness is a kind of skill. Peter temporarily ignored this. As long as Norman hadn't become the Green Goblin, the only way to deal with him was through commercial means. Commercial matters would have to be left to Tony, others wouldn't be able to solve them. If Tony could actually acquire Oscorp one day, that would truly be hilarious. Although I haven't seen the equipment inside the spherical container, based on your description, I've roughly guessed what the so-called pumpkin bomb is and completed a recreation of it. Hasn't Oscorp tried to make something like it before? I made 2 versions of the pumpkin bomb, Norman admitted without reservation. But neither version had such a small blast radius. It was only after you explained it that I figured out the manufacturing method. In reality, they are not traditional bombs, but incinerators. The two quickly entered a laboratory. Inside the lab were several 3D printers and a few finished pumpkin bombs. Norman put on a pair of safety goggles for himself and handed a pair to Peter. Then, he had a mechanical arm place a pumpkin bomb in the exact center of the testing chamber. The detonation will be initiated by a laser. We can observe the detonation method of the pumpkin bomb. Peter watched the testing chamber intently. After the pumpkin bomb was activated, the entire bomb first flashed green light, then diffused a spherical shockwave, enveloping a spherical space with a diameter of less than 3 meters around it. Then the explosion occurred, but the flames erupted from the spherical edge diffused by the shockwave. Furthermore, these flames did not rush outward but contracted inward toward the blast center, directly causing the flames to disappear. Only after the flames dissipated did an impact similar to an explosion occur. How is this? Oscorp's new high-combustion material, the purpose of which is counterterrorism operations, carrying out detonation within a limited area. Norman introduced his company's product to Peter. Peter, as you saw, its effect is very obvious. It can control the blast radius within a safe zone, and the temperature within the blast radius will increase sharply, theoretically capable of directly carbonizing the human body. Peter fell silent. Carbonizing the human body? Did that mean that without special protective measures, once hit, there was virtually no possibility of survival? This is our latest invention, and Oscorp has not yet mass-produced it. But the enemy has already used it for large-scale production and weaponization. Norman looked genuinely helpless. This person from the future had directly leaked Oscorp's major commercial secret, and there was no way to stop it. More troubling was that the Avengers would not let the public know that these came from a future person, so Oscorp stock would still be the one suffering the consequences. Peter was unmoved by Norman's pitiful display. He was only concerned about the effect of this weapon. Theoretically, the high temperature of the pumpkin bomb shouldn't kill him instantly, but the cost would be that Venom would certainly be severely wounded. Venom's resistance had improved, but he still couldn't withstand continuous attacks from the enemy. 3 shots, he could probably withstand 3 shots, which was close to his limit. This thing could directly carbonize the human body. Even with Venom, he could only take 3 hits. The good news was that the damage range of this thing was small, so dodging should be convenient. Peter then asked Norman, are there any drawbacks? If I had to say one, it's that the explosive is too stable and difficult to prematurely detonate. The fuse must be sufficiently timed before it ignites the bomb. You can totally throw it away or knock it back before it detonates. Norman thought for a moment and provided an answer. But there are also risks. For example, the opponent could set different detonation times for the fuse or choose to detonate it remotely. Peter scratched his head. This seemed a lot simpler. At least he had his spider sense, which allowed him to time things very accurately, but this was still not good news. I'll send you the data for the opponent's armor and glider right away, Peter, but those might not be the most important things. Peter knew what Norman was worried about. He was afraid of what would happen if he really turned into the Green Goblin. A villain using the pumpkin bomb had already emerged, and he had started taking action. Due to his alternate personality, Norman couldn't be sure of one thing. Could it be that he turned into the Green Goblin at night and went out to act? We'll find out, Uncle Norman. The most important thing for you now is to ensure your psychological well-being, you know. Harry has never thought you were a good father, maybe you can try to redeem yourself a little. I'll try. It's really not suitable for me to work overtime recently. Peter received the data and said goodbye. He needed to use the data from Ned's portion to run a test to verify the accuracy of the data. As for Norman Osborn, he merely watched Peter's retreating back, sensing the reproach and slight distance in his words. Of course, Norman didn't care about that. He just thought of what Peter had said about Harry. It seems I do need to take a break. However, if Harry could be as outstanding as you, I would surely be a good father. Chapter 351, Chapter 351, Intern Reporter Mary Jane mobilizes. Hello, I'm Mary Jane Watson, an intern reporter for the Daily Bugle. Mary Jane arrived at the restaurant where the bombing occurred. One corner of the restaurant was under maintenance, while the rest appeared unchanged. As it was a small restaurant, the owner himself was responsible for greeting customers. Upon seeing Mary Jane's intern badge, his face darkened. You're that spectacle-wearing reporter's assistant. You mean Mr. Leeds? Yes, I'm helping him organize the details of the bombing, but there were a few issues with his notes, so he asked me to come back and re-ask. The owner scratched his head, confused. He looked around. Since it wasn't peak dining time, there weren't many people in the restaurant, so he spoke to Mary Jane in a low voice. Listen to me, kid. I don't know what your boss is thinking, but it's best not to have a kid like you involved in this matter. You don't know, the police have already dropped the case, so naturally, they couldn't find anything. Mary Jane nodded, then quickly devised a solution. I know, but you also understand, this is work. So, how about you tell me again everything you told Mr. Leeds? At least I can report back. All right, all right. The owner spoke vaguely. The thing is. Mary Jane rapidly jotted down the key points in her notepad, occasionally asking questions. Just as the owner said, there was really nothing new to be gained. However, Mary Jane didn't feel disappointed. That was normal. She simply felt there was a chance she might ask something Ned hadn't, which was why she chose to come back. The blast only covered one table and didn't even shatter the window, but cracks still appeared on the restaurant's glass. The sound of the explosion was barely heard. This point was consistent with the record. The result of the explosion was that the victims were turned into charcoal. This detail Ned hadn't mentioned. Was there really no sound? No sound, but there was a jolt at the time. Some people suspected an armored car or a large truck had driven past nearby, and others wondered if it was an earthquake. The owner shrugged and said, "Oh," and some customers saw a very bright flash of light, and then nothing. Everything you're telling me, you told Mr. Leeds already. I'm not entirely sure, but it was basically the same, right? No differences. The owner thought for a moment before providing a distinction. That man was quite familiar with the police. After the police finished searching the scene, he crossed the cordon and picked up some things from the floor to take back. However, considering that most of the useful things, including the bodies, were taken away by the police, he probably didn't pick up anything valuable. Something flashed through Mary Jane's mind. Excuse me, but did your restaurant do a deep clean since the bombing? No, we still had to operate. This happened after Christmas. We only clean thoroughly on Christmas Day when we close. Mary Jane apologized, then went to the corner under maintenance. Taking advantage of the lack of customers, she crouched down, scanning the area beneath the sofa chairs. After borrowing a broom from the owner, she swept out 2 pieces of what looked like plastic fragments. The owner was somewhat surprised by how dedicated this young lady was, and Mary Jane asked him, "Excuse me, are these what Mr. Leeds took away?" "Yes, looks like some child's toy was blown apart." Perhaps that was indeed the case, which was why Ned hadn't written it in his report. Or perhaps for some other reason, he hadn't pursued it. Mary Jane examined the 2 plastic fragments under the sunlight. She said goodbye to the owner and walked out. She was planning to find a place to think carefully about whether there was an issue, but then she saw someone on the side of the road, fiddling with the cracked restaurant glass. Mary Jane found the person familiar. Ah. Peter Parker. The young man who was called out was startled, clearly not expecting to be recognized here. He turned around, saw Mary Jane, and smiled. "Good afternoon, Mary Jane. What are you doing here?" "Oh, I'm looking at the crack in this glass. I saw a news report online a couple of days ago saying there was a strange bombing case," Mary Jane quickly interjected. Peter immediately nodded. "Yes, small blast radius, almost no sound, killed 2 people. I'm examining the glass pattern to see if I can figure out the details of the explosion." "What a coincidence." "Yeah, it's really a Peter suddenly realized something was off mid-sentence. He looked at the unpainted black floor behind the glass. "You mean, you were here too?" "Yes, I'm interning at the Daily Bugle, and I'm currently helping a reporter compile details related to the bombing. He's covering this case but has run into too many problems." "So, does the Daily Bugle have any insider information?" "The only insider information the Daily Bugle currently has is that there is insider information about this case." After speaking, Mary Jane suddenly thought of something and looked at Peter. "I remember you're a member of the detective club." "I am." "You know a lot of deduction techniques, right?" "I remember you got internships at the Baxter Building and Osborne Industries. Would you like to play a deduction game?" Peter glanced at the traces left by the bombing scene. He didn't believe Mary Jane knew more than he did, but considering the Daily Bugle reporter's connection to the matter, Peter thought it necessary to glean some information from the Daily Bugle, so he smiled and nodded. "Sure, where should we?" "I know a coffee shop. Let's chat there." Peter nodded, then glanced back at the restaurant seating area, and then showed a confused expression. What he couldn't understand was that regardless of whether Ned was a smokescreen or truly an evil entity, his actions undoubtedly aimed to conceal his movements. However, this bombing came too abruptly and drew too much attention. Moreover, Ned himself didn't have the ability to suppress this matter. He was a well-connected reporter, not some gang boss. He couldn't possibly suppress this matter at the police level, making Detective Inspector Stacy absolutely certain that nothing could be found. There was undoubtedly a true evil entity hiding behind Ned. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 352, Chapter 352, The Deduction Phase. Here is the victim's information. It was a family of 3, parents and a child who should have been 8 years old this year. They were suddenly murdered. Peter looked at the victims' photos and the partial information narrated by Mary Jane. It was a very ordinary Irish immigrant family. Based on their jobs and residence, they seemed to have no connection to criminal activity. Frowning as he looked over the details, Peter first stated his conclusion after seeing the explosion site. The explosion didn't shatter any of the glass, so we can conclude that the explosion originated from inside the restaurant. And then, that restaurant did not require reservations. In other words, the killer couldn't have known where they would be seated in advance. Mary Jane listened thoughtfully. So, the killer couldn't have installed the bomb ahead of time. The bomb must have been planted immediately, meaning the killer was most likely present at the scene when the bombing occurred. Yes, a very simple conclusion. The police definitely know this too. There's an ATM booth with surveillance cameras across the street from the restaurant. In fact, by retrieving the footage from there, they could roughly deduce who the suspects are. Americans, or rather these Westerners, are very reluctant to install surveillance cameras, to the extent that cases that should be easily solved often lack sufficient evidence. This is partly because ordinary people are unwilling to sacrifice their personal liberty for safety. But on the other hand, the American government is also untrustworthy. No one believes that these cameras are solely for crime prevention and to aid police operations. It must be the evil White House and the Pentagon monitoring the daily lives of ordinary citizens again. In reality, they don't trust the American government and police at all, nor do they have any goodwill towards the American Avengers organized by the Pentagon. Instead, they prefer to trust superheroes like the Avengers, who have no official background. At least they are clean and won't randomly interfere with people's lives. They would certainly think this way before seeing that list. So, the police are highly likely to be able to narrow down the range and find the suspects. They just need to look at the camera footage for anyone who slipped away from the restaurant after the explosion. Hearing this news, Mary Jane felt somewhat dejected. How could they be like this? 3 people died there. The owner said their bodies were charred, and yet the police are just letting it go. This is also useful information. Mary Jane was stunned again. If the perpetrator was an erratic maniac, the police certainly wouldn't be unwilling to help. If the killer just wanted to murder a few people for fun, there would be no need to use such a novel, never-before-seen type of bomb. This can only mean one thing: the killer had a specific purpose, intentionally targeting this family, and this new bomb was the most effective means to deal with them. Thinking one step further, if the perpetrator is also a ghost, then the motive is obvious: to eliminate anyone who knew, or might know, their identity, thereby protecting their true self. This ghost is extremely cunning. Both Ned as a scapegoat and this bombing were meant to cover their tracks. It can also be inferred that this active ghost likely does not have a strong mob background, cannot hire underworld figures to solve problems, but can operate through legitimate channels. Of course, this could also be part of the deception, deliberately making people think they lack a mob background, but generally, people wouldn't go through such extra effort. Is it possible that the victims had any connections with socialites, high-ranking government officials, or corporate executives? Mary Jane seemed to grasp the implication and quickly nodded. After asking, Peter added a final instruction: once you finish investigating, hand these materials over to the reporter at the Daily Bugle who's covering this. He will definitely publish it. I can't quite guarantee that. Although he might not be as quick-witted as you, Mr. Leeds is a veteran Bugle reporter and has many contacts in the police department. It's unlikely he couldn't deduce this: an influential person without a mob background, who had social interaction with the victims, and was at that restaurant that day. Mary Jane finished writing down the notes and put down her pen, but he chose not to investigate further. Why? He must have known something and is sending me to investigate so he can shed responsibility. I definitely won't let him get away with it. I'll give the materials to Mr. Ben Urich, or if necessary, to J. Jonah Jameson. They will certainly report it. Undoubtedly, the old J. Jonah, though not particularly likable, certainly had the guts. However, the conclusion Mary Jane and Peter had reached so far was only that the killer is likely an influential person the victims knew, who lacks a mob background. That's all. This is not a confirmed verdict, only speculation. At most, they could publish a report questioning the NYPD and urging them on. It might even tip off the killer. However, Peter had already gathered sufficient intelligence. Mary Jane mentioned Mr. Leeds, which must refer to Ned Leeds, the Daily Bugle reporter covering the case. This links him to the incident. The real killer will likely use this point to frame Ned as the murderer. Given Ned's decision not to report further, it's highly probable that Ned has already been brainwashed into believing he truly is the ghost. Next, as long as Ned nervously tries to conceal the truth, or if others at the Daily Bugle uncover it, the mastermind can smoothly pin everything on Ned, resulting in a veteran reporter actively taking on the story to cover up the truth, and then concealing the truth. Of course, he needed to prod a bit more to see if Mary Jane had any more information. You don't have evidence to prove he's deliberately downplaying the story, Mary Jane. Perhaps he's trying hard to investigate but is facing resistance. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Mary Jane shook her head, stating the reason. She took out some plastic fragments from her pocket. There were a few more of these at the crime scene, but this is what was left. He definitely had a reason for taking these things back. The outer shell of the pumpkin bomb is likely the same as the fragments left at Ned's home. Peter nodded but still warned her, no matter what, be careful, Mary Jane. Don't jump to conclusions easily. As for Ned, well, sorry, he might be going to jail tonight. Chapter 353, Chapter 353, Capturing the Hobgoblin. The night in New York City was as brightly lit as ever. Peter arrived outside Ned's apartment, intending to climb through the window to scout out the situation, hoping to catch the target before he could don his gear. Let me scan, there's a pumpkin bomb placed at the window. It'll detonate the moment I open it. Peter shrugged. This level of trap had no effect on his spider sense. He controlled his spider-bot to dismantle the pumpkin bomb. Thanks to the technical support from Osborn, he was able to directly disarm the bomb's fuse mechanism. Done. Let me check again. No anomalies. Perfect. Peter said this as he climbed into Ned's house, then scanned the equipment. He disarmed the fuses of all the pumpkin bombs in the closet and used a pre-installed program to hack Ned's glider and exoskeleton armor. Finally. Let's go for a DC style, buddy. Venom responded by shifting into an all-black suit. Peter sat there quietly, waiting for Ned to return home. Ned Leeds finished his busy day and returned home. He felt like he had forgotten something, yet perhaps he hadn't. His mental state these past 2 days was very poor, and he was distracted, so much so that even Jonah Jameson thought he needed a break. Should he really take a leave of absence? Anxiously, Ned opened his room door. But before he could turn on the light, he heard a low, raspy voice ask him, Ned Leeds, do you know what you've done? Me. What have I done? Ned was frantic, starting to wonder if he had offended someone. The low voice continued to press him, you went to that restaurant and found some fragments on the floor, didn't you? In an instant, Ned's nerve seemed to be shocked by electricity. He suddenly understood exactly what he had forgotten. He remembered. He wasn't a reporter named Ned Leeds, he was. Calm down, Ned. A sharp reprimand interrupted his internal struggle. Ned then collected himself and spoke with shock. You're Batman. No. I'm Spider-Man. Aren't you cosplaying as Batman? I am cosplaying as Batman, but I am Spider-Man. Where did you get all this gear? Especially the bombs, the same kind that caused the restaurant explosion. I. 1,000 thoughts raced through Ned's mind in a split second. Veins began to bulge beneath his skin, which gradually turned gray. Peter immediately noticed this and grabbed his arm. Did someone inject you with serum? Or did you inject yourself? I am the Hobgoblin. The now completely gray-skinned Ned exerted force, intending to slam Spider-Man against the wall. Then, he himself flew backward, was thrown against the wall, and stuck there by Spider-Man's webbing. Spider-Man, I'm going to. Listen, Ned, you are not the real Hobgoblin. Someone framed you, set you up, and filled your head with wrong ideas. You have to fight back, prove that you are not their puppet. Tell me, what exactly did you see? Who is the real Hobgoblin? Ned's eyes flickered, seemingly remembering something. But then, his gaze became panicked. Even if the other person didn't say anything, Peter knew he was in trouble, because his spider sense was buzzing incessantly. This could only mean one thing. He swiftly turned around and used a web shot to encapsulate the pumpkin bomb that had smashed through the window. The bomb was thus blocked, landed near the window, and instantly detonated. The flame illuminated the night. Peter looked outside. A man on a glider, wearing an exoskeleton battlesuit, appeared before him. Hello, Spider-Man. I heard you were looking for me. Beneath the flames, the man let out a sinister, cackling laugh. Peter looked around, said sorry, then webbed a chair and immediately flung it at the person outside. The figure quickly fled on the glider. Peter darted after him. His spider sense immediately rang out as the person threw a pumpkin bomb along his escape route. Flames surged instantly. Spider-Man leaped out of the fire and looked toward the man in the night, who was driving the glider and even paused and turned back toward him. The Hobgoblin let out a bizarre laugh before immediately leaving. Peter instantly pursued. You know what, Spider-Man? I've always understood you. I know you're very smart, so I specially prepared a gift for you, Ned Leeds. Isn't it wonderful? You walked right into the trap. Rushing in desperately, and then falling into the trap yourself. Trap? Are you talking about your Halloween costume, or your pitiful little pumpkin? Sorry, but Halloween ended 2 months ago. Peter fired his webbing at the Hobgoblin, but the Hobgoblin seemed to have anticipated the move and dodged it. Then, another pumpkin bomb was thrown. Peter subconsciously dodged, only to realize something was wrong. His spider sense didn't buzz much. The opponent's pumpkin bomb was thrown at the crowd below. A web shot instantly snagged the pumpkin bomb and flung it back at the hobgoblin. The hobgoblin countered with another pumpkin bomb. The two bombs detonated in midair. Amidst the intense heat, small knives were fired from both sides of the flying glider, aimed at Spider-Man. So, is that all you can do? Throwing bombs at people, or little knives? Two flying knives accurately shot toward the hobgoblin, striking his body, but not fatally. Peter landed on the glider and punched the opponent, then shouted angrily, "Is that all the skill you have?" "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, of course not, Spider-Man, ha 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 ha." The hobgoblin, who had just taken a punch from Peter, suddenly laughed maniacally without reason. Amidst his anger and confusion, Peter saw the hobgoblin's mask. The eye holes of the mask were hollowed out, and Peter could see the terror and flowing tears in the eyes of the person beneath the mask. "You are not the hobgoblin." "No, this isn't the hobgoblin." "This is certainly the hobgoblin. Spider-Man, Arnold Donovan, in his predetermined fate, is destined to become the hobgoblin, just like Ned Leeds." Although the other person's eyes were filled with terror, the voice beneath the mask was playful. "The king of the goblins says hello to you, Spider-Man. Are you ready?" The hobgoblins are not ordinary people riding gliders and wearing costumes, they are merely degraded green goblins. Accompanying a punch aimed at Spider-Man, the latter caught the blow. The two of them simultaneously fell from a great height, crashing onto the rooftop of a building. Chapter 354, Chapter 354, The color of the Goblin King is green. What a perfect plan. So your idea is to first use one puppet to get me to investigate, and then try to use another puppet to investigate me. Is that your intention? Peter stood up, looking at the goblin who was also rising, ready to strike at any moment. The enemy before him was very likely an ordinary person controlled by the real goblin, though there was a small chance it was the real goblin merely putting on an act. "Spider-Man, you must be thinking that the one who came is just a lackey, that the goblin hiding behind others is just an ordinary person who doesn't dare to strike personally. But you're wrong. What's a goblin?" "I am the Goblin King." "Oh, really? The Goblin King. Sounds like a beginner boss in a video game. Couldn't you have chosen a better name?" "Ha ha ha, that's amusing, Spider-Man. You seem to look down on goblins. Do you know how many kinds of goblins there are?" The goblin before him stood up, apparently planning to ramble on about his evil scheme. Peter, while notifying the Avengers to rescue Ned, listened to the opponent's nonsense. In the beginning, there was only the Green Goblin. Norman Osborn's most annoying old rival, Otto Octavius, injected the Erskine serum into Norman's body to spite him, then subjected him to gamma radiation, breeding an unprecedented monster, one that nearly killed Spider-Man. That was the original history, a shame it will never happen again. But Kong the Conqueror delivered a new serum to us. Although it's merely a mass-produced product purified from Osborn's mutated blood, it still granted me unparalleled strength. I became capable of matching you, Spider-Man. The goblin let out a cackling laugh. You'll never guess how many goblin serums have been lost. Of course, there are some people who didn't get the serum, but they have the same gear. They chose to become Jack-o'-lantern. It really is Halloween, Peter commented, watching his surroundings, especially the status of the glider he had shot down. He continued to question the opponent, are there others, then? Green Goblin, Hobgoblin, Jack-o'-lantern. Speaking of which, does the last one really count as a goblin? Then there's the Grey Goblin, a goblin who might never be born, so we'll skip him for now. After that, there's the Red Goblin, a combination of symbiote and Green Goblin, and the Noblin. Ha 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 ha, when Spider-Man becomes the Green Goblin. Alright, everyone's had enough of the bad plots from the Spider-Man v6 comics, let's not bring that up. Haha, very funny. I promise I won't become as ugly and disgusting as you. So, here's the question, Spider-Man. The goblin before him smiled. What color is the Goblin King? I'm waiting for you to tell me. Peter swiftly charged forward and delivered a punch. The goblin caught the punch, but Peter forced the goblin's fist to smash into his own head. Just that single blow left the goblin dazed and reeling backward. He hurriedly summoned his glider to stab at Peter. Peter, in turn, caught the glider and snapped it in two. All right. Spider-Man, perhaps this goblin really isn't your match. The goblin, who had retreated 2 steps, laughed heartily, then looked at Peter, but I know your weakness. I know how to torment you. Finally, I'll give you the answer. The battered goblin took off his mask and shouted loudly. I am the Goblin King. And the color of the Goblin King is green. He removed his mask. He revealed the face of the missing ordinary citizen, Arnold Donovan. Peter had seen that face in the photo given to him by Captain Stacy. That was a man who had done nothing wrong, who had given up the power of a supervillain and only wanted to be a normal person. He looked at Peter. Spider-Man. Then Donovan seemed to remember something and reached out his hand towards Peter. Save me. Peter wanted to say something, wanted to grab Donovan and call for backup, but as he was about to get closer, his spider sense screamed violently. His head was throbbing with pain. Venom directly extended tentacles from behind him, pulling Peter away from Donovan. The next second, an explosion erupted from within Donovan's body. The shockwave spread, and then flames ignited from the edges, converging toward the center. Instantly, the men began to wail. Flames relentlessly engulfed him. The body, enhanced by the goblin serum, did not survive the high-temperature incineration. Instead, it prolonged his burning time from an instant to several seconds. Finally, in less than 5 seconds of incineration, Donovan, maintaining the posture of reaching out to Peter, turned into a shriveled piece of charcoal. The broken remnants of the glider transmitted the Goblin King's voice. "Hello, Spider-Man. Did you die trying to save him? That would be great. Spider-Man died saving someone, ha 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 ha. Not bad, not bad. No. Your amazing senses saved your life, forcing you to watch him die right in front of you, didn't it? Did he cry out for your help? Did he fail to die instantly? Was his screaming music to your ears? Don't worry, we have plenty more of this pleasant music in the future. Goblin. Oh, are you angry? You're angry. But you called me by the wrong name. Donovan was the Hobgoblin, and Ned is the Hobgoblin. As for the one who's been chatting with you, that's me, I'm the Goblin King." The Goblin King let out a piercing laugh, then paused, "But I'm green. Perhaps, I am the Green Goblin. But who am I? Could I be Norman Osborn? Or perhaps poor Harry Osborn? Ha 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 ha, maybe it's their psychiatrist, Barton Hamilton. Norman already suspects him, doesn't he? Or perhaps I am no one. I am the Forgotten Green Goblin, or Hobgoblin, or Jack-o'-lantern. I don't care if you're the Green Goblin or not. I will drag you out." Peter looked at the charred corpse before him, kneeling down beside Donovan's remains to swear, "I will absolutely drag you out. No matter who you are." Oh, poor Spider-Man. He's angry. But now is not the time for anger. Did you forget something? One hobgoblin was burned in front of you, but you can still save the other. Ha 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 ha. The Goblin King delivered one last reminder through the glider. "Oh my god, you didn't call your friends to save Ned Leeds, did you? Those who offer aid to a hobgoblin won't end well. Do your Avengers friends have your special senses to escape the calamity?" Ha 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 ha. Chapter 355, Chapter 355, Cutting the Clue. The Avenger responsible for rescuing Ned was Hank Pym. He entered Ned's house by riding a flying ant, then returned to his normal size and walked toward Ned, who was webbed to the wall by Spider-Man. "Mr. Ned Leeds, please relax. I am Hank Pym, and I'm here to help you." Webbed to the wall, Ned seemed to remember something. His gray skin twisted with his expression, and he shouted in agony, "Don't come near me. Don't come near me. Please don't worry, the Avengers will cure you. There's a bomb inside me." Pym stopped in his tracks when he heard that. "It's going to explode immediately. You won't have time to dismantle it," Ned muttered, his lips trembling. Then he said with a distressed face, "I know you, you're Dr. Pym, right? Yes, perhaps there is still hope, Mr. Leeds, please don't. Please tell Spider-Man. The Hobgoblin is after him, and he won't do anything else until he kills Spider-Man." Ned said, his expression twisting, he must be stopped before that. "I don't remember much, but he must be stopped before he kills Spider-Man." Hank was about to say something more, but the men in front of him exploded into a fireball. Hank remained silent for a long time, maintaining his posture, until Spider-Man entered through the window. "This man saved us, Spider-Man." He could have said nothing, or he could have chosen not to tell us about the Hobgoblin. But in the end, he spoke. Pym looked at the charred corpse in front of him, muttering, "We must stop that Hobgoblin, that is pure evil. There is no room for negotiation." Manhattan in January was as cold as ever. J. Jonah Jameson arrived at the Daily Bugle for work and routinely inspected the office. Finding that Ned Leeds hadn't shown up, he cursed under his breath and dialed his number. He swore he would chew out the tardy and absent guy. But the call didn't connect, so he dialed a second number. At this point, the editor, Robbie, walked over and whispered in his ear. "Jonah, Spider-Man is here, in your office." "Spider-Man? Why isn't he out doing his Avenger thing? What does he want here?" Jonah raised his voice 3 points and grumbled his way to his office. After opening the door, he saw Spider-Man standing in front of his desk. "Spider-Man, I don't know what you're here for. If you want to sue the Bugle for libel, you should hire a lawyer, send a cease and desist letter, and sign it with your real name. If you're planning for the Bugle to interview you, I apologize, we have no such arrangement." Jonah pretended not to care at all, sat down in his chair, habitually put his 2 legs on the desk, then decided it wasn't appropriate to do so in front of Spider-Man, and put his legs down. In short, the Daily Bugle does not welcome you, is not particularly welcoming of you. I'm here to deliver bad news, Jonah. Regarding reporter Ned Leeds, I'm very sorry. Jonah froze. He considered many possibilities, even momentarily considering the possibility that Spider-Man was threatening him, but he quickly dismissed the idea. In his heart, Spider-Man was not a bad person. In fact, it was rare to find a good person like Spider-Man. Therefore, even though he didn't know what the unmasked Spider-Man was like, or if he was a villain who did evil to maintain psychological balance, Jonah could at least confirm that the masked Spider-Man was a good person. So, after careful thought, Jonah somewhat understood what had happened. I remember Leeds was investigating an explosion case, right? Did he find something, and so? There's a supervillain called the Hobgoblin, who orchestrated that explosion to hide his true identity. Reporter Leeds was captured and brainwashed by him during the investigation. He tried to frame reporter Leeds for everything. Jonah painfully rubbed his temples. Since Spider-Man had investigated this far, there was no doubt that the villain's attempt to frame Leeds had failed. He listened quietly until Spider-Man finished everything, then looked at him. Ned, he didn't give in, did he? He was a good reporter, wasn't he? Yes, he saved us. Jonah sighed wistfully, then looked at Spider-Man. Did you catch that villain with the silly name, the Hobgoblin? Not yet. The clue is cut. Although his framing attempt didn't succeed, we haven't caught him. Jonah Jameson nodded, then sighed again. He arranged for Robbie to write an obituary for Ned, then he stood up and put on his overcoat. Thank you very much for the notice, Spider-Man. I owe you one for this. Jonah put on his hat. Peter looked at him and asked, what are you going to do? I remember Ned's investigation report should still be on his computer. I'm going to investigate this, Spider-Man. Maybe you Avengers couldn't find anything, or maybe he found something before being captured, but I'm different. Jonah walked to the office door and looked at Spider-Man. My employee was killed, Spider-Man, killed for reporting the truth. No matter what, I can't stand by. Jonah Jameson used to be the best investigative reporter in all of Manhattan, and he still is. I will drag that bastard out. Only then can I honor my subordinate. He didn't give Peter a chance to object and immediately closed the office door. Peter sighed helplessly, then asked Jarvis, has the surveillance footage revealed any potential suspects involved in all this? Peter had Jarvis analyze and process the footage from the AIM window camera across from the restaurant, which recorded people entering the establishment during the relevant time period. Jarvis, as expected, listed the names of suspicious individuals. Roderick Kingsley, a New York millionaire and well-known fashion designer. The victim and this person worked in the same building, but not on the same floor. Roderick Kingsley. That name seemed familiar. Wasn't that the name of the original Hobgoblin in the comics? Could this be the Hobgoblin's next disguise? There's also Bart Hamilton, Norman's psychologist. Those two are the next leads to follow. The parts of Peter's statements that don't conform to the facts are meant to comfort Jameson. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 356, The Tip of the Iceberg. Jonah Jameson came over to Ned's desk and tearfully announced the news he had received from Spider-Man. Upon hearing this, Mary Jane felt shocked and ashamed. She had initially thought Ned was a reporter who had been bought off or coerced into not investigating, but she hadn't expected that he was captured by the mastermind while investigating the bombing and ultimately died because of it. This is our loss, but it is also our glory. A great investigative journalist died at his post, Jonah said, his tone mixing grief and indignation. But this cannot hinder our momentum to keep going. Why did Ned Leeds die? Is it because the enemy is extremely powerful and utterly evil? No. Quite the opposite. This proves their cowardice, proves their vulnerability. These animals, who trifle with human lives and act recklessly, are still afraid of the truth, terrified of the truth. They are afraid of being exposed to the light. Leeds' death proves we are right. It proves that the path we are insisting on is the correct one. The Daily Bugle will not be afraid. The Daily Bugle will not retreat. I will personally take the lead again to investigate this case. J.J. Steelesaw Jameson will show this so-called Goblin King the power of New York newsman. Jonah, leave it to me. Ben Urich looked at Jameson, and the two leaned close to talk in hushed tones. Ned was originally writing the story for me. It was I who told him to go to the site to investigate. I never expected so many things to be involved later. This is my responsibility, and I will take charge of this investigation. No, Ben, this case is too dangerous. You are younger than me. Perhaps the Daily Bugle needs you more. Jonah glanced at the other young staff and continued, I'll handle it. By the way, where are Ned's files? Ben looked at Mary Jane, who was watching the two of them. Jonah sighed and then walked up to Mary Jane. All right, Miss Watson, you heard what I said. I know, Mr. Jameson. I'd be happy to help you. This is a formal investigation, Watson. You are just a high school intern. How can you help me? Mary Jane blinked, then told Jameson the results of the deduction she and Peter had made yesterday, though she didn't involve Peter in the story. Mr. Leeds had already found the approximate range of the enemy, but he couldn't get support from the police. Mr. Jameson, if we could get some support from the police, perhaps we could quickly find out who this Goblin King really is. Jonah opened his mouth, seemingly grasping immediately why Ned had been killed. He had actually investigated this far. His expression turned to overjoyed excitement, and he couldn't help but roar, well, spit it out. Roderick Kingsley, a famous fashion designer in New York. Due to his excellent ability, he was acquainted with a large number of upper-class New Yorkers, for whom he designed many personalized and tasteful clothes. And he was indeed the Hobgoblin, and in the original timeline, the first Hobgoblin. Roderick Kingsley had long been tired of his monotonous life, or perhaps, he was simply bored. Although his work as a fashion designer provided him with a solid financial foundation, it didn't mean he could live a completely satisfied life. With the increasing appearance of superpowered individuals in the world, Roderick Kingsley began to feel weary of his ordinary life. Until that night, when 3 metal spheres changed his fate. Yes, not 1, but 3. If history hadn't changed, Roderick would have originally discovered the Green Goblin's full set of equipment, including the Goblin Serum, in the sewers after the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, faked his death. Subsequently, he would have used the serum on Arnold Donovan to test its side effects, turning Donovan into the second Hobgoblin until his death, and then brainwashed Ned Leeds to become the third Hobgoblin, thereby covering his tracks. Then, Roderick would have used the Hobgoblin Serum, a refined version of the Green Goblin Serum that didn't affect his personality, to become the supervillain Hobgoblin. As for why 3 spheres? In the original history, to protect his true identity, Roderick would have his twin brother Daniel impersonate the Hobgoblin. Gradually, his brother also began to indulge in pure criminal activity, becoming the future 6th Hobgoblin. Even more surprising, their butler Claude also joined the ranks, and if history hadn't changed, he would have become the 8th Hobgoblin. A veritable gathering of talent in one family. After they received the metal spheres, a person named the Goblin King found them. Unlike many people the Goblin King kidnapped who were unwilling to become goblins, these 3 actively chose to join and carried out their wicked deeds according to their own will. And the case at the restaurant was indeed carried out by Roderick because a cursed employee accidentally ran into him and saw the gray skin beneath his clothing. Of course, the brainwashing and false accusation were not done by Roderick. Although these were things he was originally supposed to do, the Goblin King had already taken care of them for him. Okay, I understand. Got it. Roderick ran his hand through his hair after finishing the call, then looked at his younger brother behind him. Well, it seems the Goblin King isn't the most efficient person. The Avengers, or perhaps Jonah Jameson, might be coming for us tonight. I'll need an alibi then. Jonah Jameson. That loudmouth who yells on TV. Daniel chuckled nonchalantly, not taking the old man seriously at all. Roderick, however, shook his head. It's better to be careful. The Goblin King sounded very vigilant about this news. Understood, I'll be cautious. This will be the first time the Hobgoblin appears in the public eye. Daniel Kingsley smiled, then raised a question that somewhat confused him. By the way, bro, the Avengers are not like those DC heroes with a no-kill rule. What should I do if they come to kill me? You just focus on drawing them out, Daniel. Roderick was clearly unconcerned by this point. The Goblin King's goal is to eliminate Spider-Man and his amazing friends. We are just a decoy to lure them out. As long as Spider-Man takes the bait, they will be subjected to the full force of the Goblin Legion. Once Spider-Man is dead, the Goblin King will leave us a territory in this lawless world. Now, the old Jameson will probably be knocking on the door soon. Chapter 357, Chapter 357, Jonah Jameson is back. Mr. Jameson, if we're going to investigate this Roderick Kingsley, what excuse should we use? After all, we can't directly accuse him of being a murderer or a terrorist. As they entered the elevator heading to Roderick's studio floor, Mary Jane asked curiously. There were 3 people in their group. Jameson brought Mary Jane along because she had thoroughly reviewed all the material Ned had left behind. This sharp high school girl not only read all of Ned's materials but also organized them and handed them directly to Jonah. At least for a high school student, her ability and courage were more than sufficient. The other person was Phil Urich, Ben Urich's nephew. Phil was already an investigative reporter for the Daily Bugle, and his role on this trip was a part-time photographer, mainly just to have someone on hand. We are not here to investigate the Goblin King case, Watson. On the contrary, we are here to seek Kingsley's help. Jonah was wearing his old brown trench coat, watching the ascending floor numbers. Kingsley has ties to a large number of political figures, entertainment stars, and wealthy elites. His fashion designs were once highly sought after by the entire American elite. If we need to investigate a political scandal, we might be able to get a proper answer from him. Mary Jane suddenly understood. If they were to investigate someone, they should start with the people around them. But Jonah choosing to go directly to his door meant he wasn't aiming to investigate Roderick. His goal was singular, to directly test whether the man was the damned Goblin King. What Jonah Jameson wanted was revenge for Ned. He only needed to convey his suspicion to the Avengers, who would use various high-tech methods for further judgment, and the truth could be investigated later. Uric, take pictures everywhere. Watson, get ready to take notes for the article. Jonah took a deep breath and straightened his collar. Working with Spider-Man. He really wasn't used to it. With a ding, the elevator reached the floor. Jonah led the way out. Phil and Mary Jane followed. Mary Jane looked at the studio logo that read, "A World of Fantasy," and suddenly felt that this was the person they were looking for. A world of fantasy, isn't that the world of fantasy creatures like goblins? Muttering the baseless thought, Mary Jane quickly followed Jonah. At this moment, Roderick was already waiting for Jonah at the door. "Mr. Jameson, welcome, welcome. After receiving your appointment request, I've been looking forward to your arrival." "You're too kind, Mr. Kingsley." Jonah instantly adopted a fawning expression. The two walked and talked, arriving at the reception room. A studio attendant poured coffee for everyone and served it. Roderick thought for a moment, then recalled why Jonathan had sought him out. "So, you are looking to inquire with me about the NYPD." The inquiry quickly proceeded. Jonah seemed fully engaged, constantly asking questions about the matter, genuinely appearing to want to dig deeper into the NYPD scandal. As for Kingsley's suspicion, he didn't mention a single word, not even the slightest hint. Mary Jane quickly recorded the conversation, while Phil Uric simply took his camera and left to chat with the female assistant of the studio on the side. "Come on, Kingsley, you and I both know how many famous and wealthy guests you have here, yet you're being so cagey, acting like you know nothing." Jonah looked impatient. In barbershops, in cars, with fashion designers, they always think you know nothing about their work and say some pretty offensive things. "I know, I've seen too much of this." No, Mr. Jameson, what you're saying is old history. Think about it, how many people have already been caught in this? How could they make the same mistake again? Mary Jane recorded all of this while pondering a question. If Jonah just kept asking like this, what could he possibly find out? Jonah Jameson didn't intend to find anything out, because he was waiting for Spider-Man. Peter was currently on the outside of the building, preparing for the possibility of Roderick being pushed to the brink. After the consecutive ghoul self-detonations yesterday, Pym quickly came up with a solution. Nothing new tech, just mass-producing spider drones, shrinking them down with Pym particles, and sending the drones into the target's body to disarm the bomb, that's all. He had arrived outside the floor faster than Jonah and the others. However, because he couldn't determine whether Roderick had willingly become a ghoul or had been brainwashed by the Goblin King, he chose not to preemptively strike. Instead, he had the spider robot sweep the entire studio, confirming that there were no hidden pumpkin bombs inside. At the same time, he also didn't find any ghoul or green goblin equipment. Next, Peter controlled the miniaturized spider robot to enter the man's water cup. Once the robot was swallowed, he controlled it to search inside the man's body and quickly found what he was looking for, a bomb implanted inside his body. Since the human body was used as the shell, these pumpkin bombs didn't need a pumpkin shell anymore, but the remote fuse was easier to dismantle. Peter quickly commanded the spider robot to remove the fuse, then breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like Roderick is indeed a ghoul, but I don't know if he's a willing or unwilling one, or if he might be the Goblin King himself. Jameson's communication, the wiretap, is also in progress. But Peter didn't have time to continue his investigation, because his spider sense quickly went off. He immediately leaped away, dodging a pumpkin bomb descending from above, then swung back between the skyscrapers on a web line, looking at the ghoul descending on a glider, laughing maniacally. "Oh, Spider-Man, long time no see. Or perhaps, nice to meet you. Yes, it's me again, the Goblin King." The ghoul in front of him chuckled, holding a pumpkin bomb and looking at Spider-Man. "You know what? I was truly startled the moment you dismantled the fuse. That's too much. How can you tamper with someone else's property without permission? Other people's lives are just property to you." Peter narrowed his eyes, looking at the ghoul in front of him. No matter who was under that mask, he had to take this guy down first. "I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 358, The Goblin Legion. The person inside was Roderick Kingsley, a hobgoblin. This hobgoblin right here was another one. And this one was undoubtedly controlled by the Goblin King as well. "Why don't you dare to come out and fight me one-on-one, Goblin King? Hiding behind a common goblin doesn't make you much of a king." No rule says a king has to be a better fighter than his subordinates, Spider-Man, the Goblin King mocked. What are you hesitating about? What are you struggling with? Because the Goblin King hasn't shown his true face, are you worried that the Goblin King is Norman Osborn? You can try it. Spider-Man, don't forget, unlike others, Osborn still has the technology to turn himself into the Green Goblin even without a time traveler's orb. The Hobgoblin was speaking the truth. Since the Goblin King had not yet revealed his true appearance, the possibility of Norman being the Goblin King could not be ruled out, especially since the Goblin King saying the Goblin King is green was basically a straightforward confirmation that the Goblin King was the Green Goblin. And speaking of the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn was a topic that could not be bypassed. Actually, I'm not hesitating, Goblin King. I'm waiting. The Goblin King paused, then suddenly realized something. Then Spider-Man pushed off the wall and leaped directly in front of the Hobgoblin. Even as the Hobgoblin accelerated his ascent, Spider-Man grabbed him. He flipped the Hobgoblin over, locked his neck, and slammed him into the rooftop of the office building. Both landed on the rooftop simultaneously. Before the Hobgoblin's hands could make any move, they were stuck down with webbing. Then all the pumpkin bombs on his waist were ripped off and tossed into the sky to explode. Finally, the Hobgoblin was pinned to the ground by strong webbing, unable to move. The bombs inside his body had already been disarmed by micro-spider drones, making self-destruction completely impossible. Roderick Kingsley, and you, no matter how many of you there are, I will root you out. Peter said this as he yanked the glider over. After a quick scan, he began to track the source of the information, but to his surprise, the signal source showed that the Goblin King's specific signal was constantly shifting. Osborn Industries previously contracted the entire NYPD's crime signal communication network. Thanks to that, I can intervene anytime, anywhere. Every NYPD communication tower can be my signal source, the entangled Hobgoblin said with a laugh. How about that? Does that make me seem more like Norman Osborn? It's so hard to guess. Am I him? Or am I not? If I'm not, then who is so magically powerful? If I am, oh, poor Harry, he still hasn't realized that his father has been replaced by an evil, homicidal maniac personality, ha 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 ha. Peter looked at the Hobgoblin. The micro-drones that entered his body only found pumpkin bombs, but no equipment for mind control. Peter walked over and violently tore off the Hobgoblin's mask. Under the mask was a terrified man who had been injected with the Goblin formula. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Peter did not respond, but looked at the inside of the mask. The complex electrodes attached to the Hobgoblin's temples and forehead seemed to prove everything. Osborn Industries' neural transmission technology, remember? Mysterio once planned to use this to completely amplify his illusions. In reality, it's quite an effective method for mind control too. So, the Goblin King laughed again over the communication. Am I truly not Norman Osborn? Peter crushed the mask directly. At the same time, he looked at the men who had been goblinized. The scan showed that the man was Roderick Kingsley's brother, Daniel Kingsley. It's over. It's over. Daniel suddenly yelled, desperately trying to tear off the webbing on his body. Peter walked over and asked, "What's over?" "You beat me. I didn't escape as planned. I'm dead." What did he mean by escaping as planned? Peter was about to ask when he suddenly received multiple camera signals from Jarvis. Dozens of goblins riding gliders flew up from the countless waterways of Manhattan. Some were wearing the Hobgoblin's yellow outfit, some were wearing gray outfits, and some wore pumpkin heads. Only one incredibly tall figure, wearing a green mask and green exoskeleton armor, flew up. Total enemy personnel, 23, currently heading in your direction. Happy New Year. Oh, the New Year has long passed. Never mind, Spider-Man, be happy. Look at the goblin army I've prepared for you. The Goblin King's laughter came from the glider, so the question is this Green Goblin me? I guess not. Peter took a deep breath, and just as he was about to contact the Avengers, all the TV screens in New York simultaneously switched to the flying goblins. At the same time, a cartoonish goblin wearing a crown appeared on the television, and the Goblin King's voice reverberated throughout New York. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, noon, and evening. You may not recognize this thing on your screens. This is my adorable Goblin Legion, and I am your new friend, the Goblin King. Today, I've decided to make my official debut, so to celebrate, I've decided to kill a superhero for entertainment. Who should I kill? Let's go with Spider-Man. The Goblin King's laughter echoed throughout Manhattan. As the laughter gradually subsided, the Goblin King seemed to take a deep breath and continued, "The rules are simple, Spider-Man must eliminate all the goblins I send out, or he will die. Of course, I know Spider-Man has many amazing friends, so I've added one more rule. If a second superhero intervenes in my game, my Goblin Legion will kill indiscriminately and casually drop bombs. All resulting deaths will be counted on your heads. If Spider-Man eliminates my entire legion today, then at the same time next week, I will send out a second legion and continue the game. If I kill Spider-Man today, then next week we'll switch to someone else, the Avengers, the Defenders, the Fantastic Four, S.H.I.E.L.D., the Pentagon's bootleg Avengers. Oh, there are so many heroes, we might be able to play for a whole year. Ha 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 ha. At this point, the Goblin King seemed to grow melancholic. Oh, but where will I find so many people to transform into goblins? Illegal immigrants. Homeless people. Human trafficking victims. Runaway teenagers. Thank me, NYPD, I've solved all your missing person cases for you. Ha 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 ha. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 359, Chapter 359, Hunting the Spider. From the moment the Fairy King first shouted his boast, J. Jonah Jameson stopped his conversation with Roderick. He turned on the television, and as if that weren't enough, he opened the window to directly listen to the voice echoing throughout New York. Lunatic. Jameson roared. A complete and utter lunatic. For a moment, Roderick, for reasons unclear even to himself, asked, "Are you talking about Spider-Man?" "I'm talking about that damned Fairy King. He is a total maniac. An antisocial psychopath. A terrorist. Making a goddamn joke out of the lives of everyone in New York. Who the hell does he think he is? The Joker from DC." Phil Urich rushed back at this point and asked, somewhat confused, "What happened?" "That damned lunatic Fairy King." Jonah suddenly changed his curse mid-sentence, "A pure lunatic who wants to play some kind of superhero hunting game. Didn't you always think Spider-Man was a masked criminal? Isn't it good for two criminals to fight each other? That's the police's responsibility." Jameson still hadn't abandoned his viewpoint. Unless the situation is urgent, vigilantes have no right to kill criminals. And criminals certainly shouldn't kill vigilantes. Mary Jane just watched one goblin after another fly towards a certain location, then seemed to notice that they were flying this way. JARVIS can't crack the NYPD security network system. Tony slammed his fist onto the table, grinding his teeth as he stared at the string of data before him. The opponent used some kind of true random number to create a stream cipher. The key for every instant is randomly generated based on the true random number. JARVIS's cracking system can't keep up. The changing air humidity, the sun exposure temperature in a certain area, real-time meteorological charts. If I can't figure out the true random number behind this, there is no possibility of cracking it. Norman Osborn sent a message. He's driving over to the Avengers Tower. Pym was also helping Tony with the calculations. He said he forcefully shut down the information service that Oscorp provided to the NYPD, but it didn't work. The entire system has started running on its own. He shut down his AI system, but even a manual restart won't turn it off. The captain looked at the bright spots flying higher and higher outside the window and finally contacted Peter over the comms. "Kid, what do you think? Please notify everyone else not to interfere. I'll handle them." Peter walked to the edge of the rooftop, watching the flying gliders charging towards him, then took a deep breath and opened the utility belt hidden beneath his Spider-Man suit. It seemed correct that he had anticipated Roderick might fill the entire studio with bombs and, therefore, brought along enough spider-bots shrunk down by Pym particles. However, disarming the bombs on their bodies and the pumpkin bombs they carried would take time. Peter wasn't worried about dozens of demon greys and pumpkin heads chasing him. He was only worried that he wouldn't have enough time to deactivate the bombs inside their bodies. Furthermore, he had to maintain high maneuverability in combat at high altitudes. The only drawback of the pumpkin bombs was their small blast radius, and he had to ensure the explosions wouldn't affect the public. "Ready, buddy." Venom let out a cheer. He could feel Peter's anger, and he would amplify that anger, making Spider-Man fearless. Peter leapt off, rushing toward the incoming goblin army. The first to arrive was a demon grey. He was charging and laughing maniacally, preparing to throw a pumpkin bomb at Peter, when his face was covered in webbing. Peter then punched him hard, snatched the pumpkin bomb from his hand, and tossed it into the air to detonate. Next, all the pumpkin bombs carried by this one demon grey were thrown away. As expected, they all detonated almost the same instant Peter threw them. Peter then confirmed that the pumpkin bomb inside his body had also been removed, punched him away, and stuck both the glider and the person to the wall with webbing. Subsequent goblins passing by threw pumpkin bombs, burning the loser eliminated by Spider-Man directly into charcoal. Ooh! Look, the brave Spider-Man wanted to save a poor goblin, a hero trying to save someone brainwashed by me. What if he was a bad guy? What if he was utterly wicked? But don't worry, I burned him to death. The Fairy King continued to chuckle merrily, completely unconcerned about the deaths of his subordinates. What if he was a good person? Will that cause a psychological burden? Don't worry about that either. He's already dead anyway. The entire battle was witnessed by the people of Manhattan looking up from the streets. They watched in disbelief as this group of lunatics chased Spider-Man. Spider-Man, perhaps not wanting to involve ordinary people, kept the battle maintained at an altitude of at least 30 meters. But that didn't stop the Goblin army from choosing to attack civilians to force Spider-Man to approach them. A jack-o'-lantern rushed towards an intersection, grinning menacingly and preparing to throw the pumpkin bomb in his hand. But he was stuck by Spider-Man's webbing mid-flight and pulled up. The pumpkin bomb exploded in midair, while the jack-o'-lantern, riding his glider, charged towards Spider-Man. However, the latter shifted position in midair using a web line, causing the jack-o'-lantern and a demon gray to collide. The pumpkin bomb exploded in an instant, creating brilliant fireworks in the sky. The two flying gliders hurtled towards the crowd, only to be caught by Peter's symbiote tentacles, then angrily smashed and impaled into a wall. Double kill. Or maybe a triple kill counting the previous one. Did Spider-Man know the bomb would be detonated at that moment? Maybe. Maybe not. But as I said, it doesn't matter anyway, because the person is already dead. Peter took a deep breath, preparing to deal with the remaining Goblin army, when his spider sense suddenly screamed. A demon gray, accelerating rapidly on his glider, grabbed him and shouted, "I got him." Venom instantly pushed the demon gray away. Another demon gray and an A-goblin threw pumpkin bombs at him and grabbed Peter, but the first demon gray enjoyed the blast all by himself. In an instant, the demon gray was burned to ashes, and the demon gray who threw the bomb behind him crashed into the flames while howling. Not seeing where he was going, he slammed into a traffic light, breaking his neck and falling to the ground. "That's not your fault." Venom intended to comfort Peter, but unexpectedly, he didn't hear Peter's grateful reply, but a shout. "I know that." Then, he saw Spider-Man rip a street lamp out of the air and hit a demon gray like a baseball home run. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 360, Spider of Wrath. Symbiotes amplify, and even extremize, the host's emotions. At the same time, the host personality, especially that of the first host, greatly influences the symbiote itself. This is a characteristic of the symbiote race, which no symbiote can evade. Venom had previously been very at ease because he trusted his host completely, and also because Peter had never displayed too much emotion. Until this time. Unlike all previous enemies, this damned Goblin King was pure evil, evil that spared no expense, evil that cared absolutely nothing for anyone's life. Thus, Spider-Man grew furious, a fury unlike any before, and stimulated by the symbiote, this rage reached unprecedented heights. Can you imagine a person, from an altitude of 30 or 40 meters, using a single web strand to yank an entire utility pole from the ground, lift it into the air, and then aim a powerful home run strike at the enemy, an enemy who had been brainwashed and modified? At least, Venom had never imagined it. Not to mention Peter's firm, "Of course I know," in response to the phrase, "This isn't your fault." The ghoul who was struck and sent flying was caught in a web and hung from another utility pole, encased like a cocoon. Another jack-o'-lantern, pursuing the first, intended to finish off the failure with the pumpkin bomb in his hand but was immediately seized by the pouncing Spider-Man. Then. Spider-Man crushed the pumpkin bomb in the enemy's hand just before it fully exploded. At the same time, countless symbiote tendrils extended from his back, crushing all the bombs on the jack-o'-lantern's waist. The incomplete explosion of the flames scorched his arm, burning off the symbiote tendrils. Next, he punched the jack-o'-lantern's stupid, fire-glowing pumpkin head, shattering it instantly. Then, he tossed the jack-o'-lantern aside, like throwing a dog, and covered him with thick webbing. Among the scattered New York citizens fleeing the battle, some of the braver ones secretly watched the fight, witnessing a terrifying scene that reminded them of the symbiote frenzy 2 months prior. From Spider-Man's back, countless symbiote tendrils extended like spider legs, directly sticking to the walls of the buildings on both sides. This fixed Spider-Man high above the street, like a spider weaving a giant net with black, viscous biomass, waiting for the flies to fly right into it. "Ha ha ha ha, you're trying to stop me with a symbiote that's afraid of fire." The Goblin King, sounding as if he'd heard the funniest joke ever, commanded his goblin legions to charge Spider-Man from both the front and back. However, all they received was the frantic attack of the symbiote tentacles. These tentacles acted like layer upon layer of shields, they had to break through them to hit Spider-Man. But Spider-Man wasn't waiting for them to come. When the massive symbiote web forced the goblins to start throwing bombs to breach it, Spider-Man, whose suit had turned completely black, darted out from some corner. His right arm transformed into a sharp blade, piercing the body of a gray goblin and slamming him onto the ground. Then, 3 sharp spikes extended from his back, piercing the bodies of 3 pouncing goblins before flinging them into a restaurant nearby. The people taking shelter inside the restaurant were terrified by the sight. Some, looking at the corpses on the floor, couldn't help but sob. "Why are you crying? I didn't kill anyone." They heard Spider-Man's roar and saw the wounds on the men's bodies wrapped in symbiote-like biomass, as well as their low moans of pain. As for the few remaining tendrils still hovering behind Spider-Man, an explosion erupted, severely scorching the symbiote appendages. The symbiote dropped off and fell onto the ground. "Are you okay, Venom?" "A little painful, but I'm fine." "I should be the one asking. Are you okay?" "Couldn't be better." 10 down, 13 to go. Looking at the large group of ghouls surrounding him, the eyes of the black suit glowed with unprecedented ferocity. "It won't take long to finish this." One fireball after another burned in the street above. Peter passed through the flames, his symbiote-enlarged claws gripping the large pumpkin head of a jack-o'-lantern, then covering him with the symbiote before smashing him heavily onto the ground. At the same time, Peter's entire arm was rapidly scorched by flames, briefly losing the protection of the symbiote. But this did not prevent him from punching another ghoul in the head, ripping off the ugly goblin mask while simultaneously tearing off the opponent's belt and tethering it to the enemy's glitter to pull them as far as possible to a safe distance. Some ghouls found a clever way to deal with Spider-Man. They detonated the advertisements on nearby rooftops and threw them at Spider-Man. As they laughed and threw bombs, J. Jonah Jameson's billboards became descending fireballs, burning away the boring, giant web. Spider-Man's response was to smash the ownerless vehicles on the road directly onto these guys. Of course, there was no need to worry about their lives. They had been injected with the Green Goblin serum and wouldn't die as long as their pumpkin bombs weren't detonated. Could he avoid detonating them? Even Peter could only say he would try his best. These goblins completely disregarded their own lives, or rather, the Goblin King behind them disregarded their lives. They had attempted several times to rush him with a self-destruct bomb, or one person would hold him down while another tried to kill both the restraining ghoul and Peter. This kind of behavior was unstoppable. He grew even angrier, until the last ghoul fell to the ground. "It looks like our Spider-Man has achieved final victory." Hooray! A victory surrounded by corpses. The good news is that it seems not many innocent citizens were killed, perhaps. Oh, and he saved a few people, how lucky. It seems next time I'll have to improve my formula and leave fewer survivors. The black suit Spider-Man's dark face was the only response to his boring, rotten joke. All right, it doesn't seem fun at all. So, I've prepared a little gift for you at the end. After all these small fry have attacked you, you need a little challenge, right? You've taken care of 22 goblins. Spider-Man. Now there's only one left. The Goblin King did not specify what the last one was, but Peter had already seen it. It was a green goblin walking through the flames. It was a green goblin. Chapter 361, Killing a Green Goblin. Almost simultaneously with Spider-Man taking down 22 goblins, Norman Osborn arrived at the top floor of the Avengers Tower. The moment the elevator door opened, he saw the scrutinizing looks of the Avengers. "I know what you're thinking. I'm right here to prove I'm not controlling this remotely. Also, my blood samples are normal, so you can relax." "All right, how exactly do we deal with this so-called Green Goblin?" Tony immediately asked the most crucial question, but Norman was genuinely stumped. "I don't know either. I didn't inject the Goblin formula. However, I do know the composition of the Goblin formula." Anyone who saw the footage inside Kang's metal sphere knew the answer to that: Erskine's serum plus gamma radiation, guided by Norman Osborn's inherent Goblin persona. The problem was, how did those who hadn't seen it know? There's only one possibility. In the timeline where you Avengers chose not to interfere with history, there exists another Green Goblin besides me. And this is excluding Harry. Another Green Goblin. The two scientists present frowned. The possibility was not zero, but as the original Green Goblin, Norman Osborn was highly unique. He was the source of the Goblin formula. In other words, if this was a Green Goblin and not a weakened Hobgoblin, then the compatibility of Norman Osborn's gene sequence with the opponents would have to be considered. "We need your DNA sample. If you can't catch the other Green Goblin, having my DNA is useless. We can't screen targets based on the DNA's unique characteristics." Norman spoke, simultaneously offering an alternative Green Goblin candidate. "My private psychiatrist, Barton Hamilton, is the most likely candidate for another Green Goblin. I tested him, he undoubtedly received Kong the Conqueror's sphere, and he's my psychiatrist, meaning he's had conversations with the Goblin. Only someone who had been in contact with the real Green Goblin could imitate him so vividly. That was the reason Norman provided. Furthermore, Barton Hamilton was a psychiatrist, possessing a wider social network than Roderick and making it easier for him to gather secrets and leverage over many influential figures. Undoubtedly, such a person was better suited for the title of Goblin King. I'll go arrest him." Captain America immediately stood up. Tony and Hank looked at the captain. They still remembered the words of the Goblin King. "There's only one left. As long as the arrest is made after Spider-Man deals with that Green Goblin, then we haven't conflicted with the Goblin King's words." So, how was Spider-Man, who was about to fight the Green Goblin, faring. Peter's condition was quite poor. On one hand, the symbiote had endured too much heat and was extremely weak. On the other hand, Peter was also injured by the series of explosions. His arm felt a searing pain, likely because he used the symbiote to absorb too many blasts. And the Green Goblin before him. He was a tall man, about 6 feet 3, appearing shorter compared to other gamma radiation products. Due to the exoskeleton armor wrapping him, it was impossible to discern his physique. Unlike the other goblins, this Green Goblin looked severe and unsmiling. It couldn't be Norman. Peter already knew from the communication that Norman had arrived at Avengers Tower. It also couldn't be Harry, or Norman would have already explained the situation. So, who was this Green Goblin in front of him? It didn't matter. Spider-Man retracted the heavily damaged symbiote and rushed up, throwing a punch. The Green Goblin casually caught Spider-Man's wrist, intending to snap Peter's arm as if he were holding a delicate stick. Then, the Green Goblin was sent flying. The instant his wrist was caught, Peter swung his arm, using it to sling the Green Goblin before him, heavily slamming him into the ground. His hand did not release the grip, so people saw Spider-Man punch the Green Goblin's faceplate with his left fist, completely tearing the mask off. Then, he saw a very bizarre face. It was Norman Osborn's face. For a moment, many thoughts raced through Peter's mind, but then the Green Goblin suddenly laughed. Peter quickly kicked the opponent away. A pumpkin bomb exploded at extremely close range. Peter shielded himself from the heat wave, then watched the Green Goblin walk out from the blast. He was holding a skin-like mask. Ha 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 ha, I knew you'd fall for it, Spider-Man. Seeing dear Norman Osborn must have scared you senseless, right? The Green Goblin laughed hysterically, returning to the Goblin King's voice. The intense heat, enough to burn a person into charcoal, only scorched his head into a red skull, or perhaps a Ghost Rider, while the exoskeleton battle armor was completely immune to the pumpkin bomb's attack. The opponent seemed oblivious to the pain of the searing flames, smiling at Spider-Man. Look, Spider-Man, I'm showing you how terrifying the Green Goblin is. See? Fire can't harm him. And his strength. The Green Goblin swung a punch. Peter caught the blow with his left hand, then punched the opponent's burning head again. The Green Goblin staggered back a few steps and couldn't help but laugh. Well, it looks like even a slightly compatible candidate is still not as powerful as Norman. His punch power should be greater than yours, and you needed the symbiote just to fight him. The Goblin King chuckled casually, completely unconcerned about the man's life or death. He smiled at Peter, then endured one round of attacks after another from the hero, occasionally trying to strike back, only to be easily blocked. But so what? The Goblin King had plenty of talent reserves. 23 goblins died this week, perhaps 23 more would appear next week. The endless stream of enemies would eventually find an opportunity to kill Spider-Man. And so, amid his laughter, the burning Green Goblin finally lost his life, falling powerlessly to the ground. Peter gasped for breath, looking at the body lying on the pavement. It was not over yet. At the Illusion World Costume Design Studio, Roderick Kingsley, who was watching TV with J. Jonah Jameson, began to worry about his brother's safety. But a sudden turn of events interrupted him. A figure in black Spider-Man burst through the window, rushing towards Jonah and Mary Jane, and abruptly grabbed Roderick. Roderick Kingsley, you have the same human bomb inside you as the other hobgoblins. Why? I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z.